Okay, Elizabeth, are you ready? I will call the meeting to order when you tell me you're ready.
Absolutely. Let's go.
Okay. I now call the Planning Commission meeting of April 13th in order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you can remain standing while Commissioner Harrow reads the statement of values.
Good evening, everyone. As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All of this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you, Commissioner Harrow. We can be seated now. And I would ask that Elizabeth take the roll.
Chair Biagini,
Present.
Commissioner Cherukuru, Commissioner Hero,
Here.
Commissioner Wang,
Here.
Commissioner Akazi,
Yes.
Commissioner Salame,
Here.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Here.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cherukuru has notified both Elizabeth and I. Am I getting feedback? That she won't be present tonight. She has a good reason. If I could have a motion to excuse.
I move to excuse. Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Elizabeth, could you take the vote?
Sure. The second was made by,
Wong.
thank you. The motion is to excuse Commissioner Cherukuru, Chair Biagini,
Yes.
Commissioner Hero,
Yes.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Akazi,
Yes.
Commissioner Salame,
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yes.
Thank you. And the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Harrow on commission procedures.
One moment, please. Technical difficulties.
Sure.
Public hearings are conducted by the chair in accordance with the following procedures. The chair of the commission directs all activity during the hearings. All comments shall be addressed to the commission. Any item on this agenda may be continued to a subsequent hearing. Applicants will be allotted up to 10 minutes to present and justify proposals. Following staff presentation of the item, other speakers will be given up to 2 minutes. The applicant is allotted up to 5 minutes for a rebuttal of comments. No additional comments will be accepted upon the close of public hearing, although the commission reserves the right to direct questions to any speaker on any matter. Special procedures and time limits may be applied to any items as prescribed by the chair. An appeal of commission actions must be filed in writing within 7 calendar days.
Thank you, Commissioner Harrow. Now, copies of the current agenda and staff reports for each of the items on the agenda are available from the Planning Division office on the Friday afternoon preceding the meeting, and they're also available online. So we'll move to continuances and exceptions. This part of the meeting allows for applicants, members of the public, or other interested parties to request an item to be 1, continued without hearing, 2, withdrawn, or 3, taken out of order. Are there any requests from applicants, the public, or the commission for a continuance or exception to any of the items on tonight's agenda?
No, Chair, I do not see any requests for a continuance.
I do see a hand raised in the attendees.
Oh, it must have just been raised. Dominic Toriano, we will allow him to speak.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Dominic Toriano with the Sheet Metal Workers Local Union 104. I'm here tonight representing over 250 Santa Clara families who make their livings as electricians, sheet metal workers, plumbers, and sprinkler fitters. I'm here to ask you to support the appeal we have made on this project. Our members are raising the issues on this project, both in their...
Excuse me, Dominic, is this something on the agenda?
Yes, it's Gray Star.
Okay.
Freedom Creek Focus.
I'm sorry, we didn't realize that. I don't think this was the time for continuances or exceptions. And
Sure.
Dominic, we'll have you speak during that item. You'll have to raise your hand when it comes to the public participation. Okay.
I can do that.
Sure.
Thanks,
thank you.
Dominic. All right, now let me make this comment. The Planning Commission does have 7 members. Whenever the full commission is not present, applicants have the option to continue their item to another meeting. For what it's worth, since we don't have all 7 members, is there anyone I take it no one has their hand raised, Elizabeth, to continue their item to another meeting? Oh, yeah, there's a hand up. We have 2 hands up.
My apologies. I was speaking
That's
to
okay.
myself. We have 2 hands raised now, so we will unmute you, but this is for continuances or exceptions. The first person we will unmute is the last 4 numbers, 6929.
I'd like a continuance on item number 4.
Item number 4. That's the recommendation on general plan amendments for the Freedom Circle Future Focus Area and the Gray Star Development Project. That's what you're referring to?
Yes.
Xander, if you could help us on that.
Certainly. It is the discretion of the commission whether or not to continue any item to a future agenda. So once you've received all of the comments on whether or not you should make any continuances tonight, if based upon those comments, you want to make a continuance, then one of you should make a motion to continue whatever items have been requested. If the speaker maybe wants to provide a rationale for requesting the continuance, that might help guide your decision.
It would. Thank you.
Sure.
Could the person making the request state his name for the record, please?
Absolutely. My name is Brian Shields. I'm a field representative from Carpenters Local 405. And I'd like to add a continuance to this item because I've reached out to Gray Star and they have yet to get back to me. And it sounds like other fellow union members are experiencing the same issue. So I would like a continuance on this item to allow Gray Star the opportunity to reach back out to the union and be a part of the community that they want to build in.
Thank you, Brian. I think we have 2 other hands up. Let's go there to see if it's something similar or on a different item.
Next speaker is Tong. We will allow you to talk on continuances and exceptions.
Hi, my name is Tong. I'm one of the appellants for item 3. I have a question. I don't really understand if one of the committee member is missing. What's that mean? The final decision will not made today, or we can still ask for continuance of the meeting and waiting and get the decision today. What does that mean? Can you explain? Thank you.
let me try a response and Xander follow up. All it means is when you don't have the full commission present, like tonight, you can request, of course, we would like a reason, to continue it to another meeting. If that request is not made or not approved, you have enough members on the commission to constitute a quorum, so a decision could be reached even though we're absent tonight of one member. Xander, do you want to back me up in case I didn't say it clearly enough?
I think you said it very clearly, Chair.
Does that satisfy your question?
Yes. But since it's a sudden change, so.
Okay.
Okay, let me think.
I want to make sure you're okay with that because otherwise you would need to ask for a continuance. But there are 6 of the 7 members.
Chair, I apologize for interrupting, but maybe we can explain what the quorum is.
Xander, thank you, Commissioner Ikezi. Xander, would you like to explain quorum?
Sure. This is a 7-member body. A quorum is when you have a majority present or 4 members. There's also a provision in our city charter that says in order to take any action, you have to have an affirmative vote of the quorum of the body, the 4 members. So for instance, if there were only 5 people present, you'd still need 4 votes for something to pass, a 4-to-1 vote. You couldn't have a 3-to-2 vote. So the question tonight that we're facing right this second is whether or not you want your item to go forward, knowing there's only 6 people here, when normally we have 7. It's as simple as that. Do you want to go forward when there's only 6 present? Typically in this circumstance, most people move forward. They don't continue.
Okay.
Ms. Tong, does that help you understand?
Yeah, so we choose continuous.
Okay, thank you so much for asking a question. There's no such thing as a dumb question. Okay, much appreciated. Elizabeth, did we have somebody else with a hand up?
It looks like we did, but we no longer do. So that concludes requested people who are requesting to speak.
All right, so we do have one request for a continuance. With the size of our agenda tonight, that's not the sole reason, but with the rationale expressed, I'd be inclined to entertain a motion for a continuance on item number 4.
So moved.
Chair, may I suggest you also ask the input of the applicant, because that's a rather significant shift and considerable effort, I think, to bring this to hearing tonight. So perhaps you could give the applicant an opportunity to opine as well.
Thank you. That's actually quite a good idea. Do we have the applicant present? If so, raise your hand so we can get your opinion on a continuance.
We'll give it just a minute. As of now, we don't have a hand raised. So let's just give it a minute. Thank you.
All right.
And while we're waiting, could I ask for clarification on Ms. Tong's comment? Because I think the very last statement she said was, in that case, I asked for continuance.
Oh, I thought it was the opposite.
I misheard that. Yes, so could I just get clarification on that? Because I really didn't know what the final statement was. It was a little hard to hear. I'm sorry.
Well, Ms. Tong has her hand up. So while we're waiting for the applicant on the other item, maybe we could hear from Ms. Tong, whether or not she wanted to continue it or go ahead with the hearing tonight. In other words, for another night or for tonight.
Since we are a group of people, so maybe you can just let other applicants speak out to say their opinion, because, oh, okay. All right, let's go ahead. Yeah, we choose continuance. Yeah, for item 3.
You choose continuance?
For item 3.
Okay. So continue means not hearing it tonight.
Huh?
Continuance means you won't hear it tonight we'll hear it another night. So
Oh,
we'll
that
take
means
it off the agenda.
continuance.
I'm sorry.
Opposite.
Do you
It's
want a
okay.
night,
It's your
or do
call.
you want another night? Yeah, I'm sorry, Chair.
Yeah. That's okay, Xander.
So if other night, what it will be?
Hold on, Xander. Could you let her know when the next planning commission meeting is? So if they decide to wait for another meeting, they know when it is.
May 25th.
So Ms. Tong, that would be May 25th if you want to move it to another date.
Oh,
It's okay. Now we have two other hands up.
Yes, we do.
Ms.
Uh,
Tong, how about you think about that for a moment while we go to the other two people to see if it's this issue or the other issue that they want to discuss. Can you hang with us, Ms. Tong, and we'll come back to you?
yeah, sure. Thank you.
Okay. Elizabeth?
Okay, we have Jonathan Fern. So Jonathan, I'm not sure if you are talking on one of these items. I'm going to unmute you so you can let us know.
Yes, hi, this is Jonathan Fern with Graystar. I just stepped on and understand that there's a request for continuance.
Yes.
Is there a reason why? I mean, we've been ready to go on this item.
I believe it had to do with an outreach by union members, and they haven't heard back from you, and it has to do with this item.
I spoke
And they
to
wanted to
union,
hear back from you.
I spoke to union members about this last week. I'm not quite sure what the issue is.
You spoke to who?
Uh, union members about this item last week.
Which union?
I spoke to John Dalrymple about this on Friday.
Well, the person requested it is the Carpenters Union.
Okay, well, they never reached out to me, so I don't know.
Well, apparently something has gotten lost in the chain of command.
What chain?
Apparently the Carpenters reached out, and I don't know if Brian is still on to explain who he tried to reach out to. I just see phone numbers, so I don't see names associated with some of those phone numbers. But it had to do with Carpenters reached out and did not get a response.
Excuse me, Chair. The person who spoke regarding Graystar is still as an attendee, so I'm not quite sure if you
How we
asked.
go
So
from
just
here?
letting you know. Yeah.
All
And
right, well,
he has raised his hand now.
okay, so from what I understand from, is it Jonathan?
Yep.
Sorry,
Yes.
I can't say. Okay. From what I understand from you, Jonathan, there was a conversation with John Dalrymple. Let's hear from Brian again on what that chain of command was. And then if you have a response to that, you can come back. Does that work?
Sure.
I assume you're ready to go, right?
We are. Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
we'll hear back again from Brian as to why, or what his chain of
Yes.
command was, who he tried to reach out to, why he didn't get a call back.
Okay. I will allow now Brian Shields to speak.
Okay.
Yeah, hi again. It's Brian Shields from the Carpenters Local 405. Jonathan, it's nice to talk with you through this public forum, but I'm not sure who John Dalrymple is and which union he's a part of. And I haven't gotten a chance to speak with you at all. Also, I can't find your contact information, so I'm having a hard time actually getting to you. That's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Okay, this is going to get a little. So, Jonathan, did you have a comment to make back on that? And then we can move on to the next speaker. If you can allow
Yeah.
Jonathan to respond.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I was never contacted by him, so I'm just surprised that we would hold a meeting based on the fact that somebody can't reach the applicant of a project. I just don't understand why that would be.
I understand, Jonathan, and apparently I imagine somebody needs to get back to Brian, Carpenter's Local 405 with your contact number. So
Sure.
we'll make a determination on that. Let's go to the other folks now, Elizabeth, that had their hands up.
Yes, sorry about that. We do have another person with their hand up, a member of the public, and I will unmute them. The name is Murali Gubala.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, this is regarding item 3, regarding Tong's inquiry on the continuance. I was just wondering, do you give a chance for the opposing member who is defending the defending their what do you call a contest who brought this item? And typically, even if you move to May 25, there is no guarantee that there will be 7 members in the May 25 meeting. So I just want to raise that up to see.
You're absolutely
opinion.
You're absolutely correct. There is no guarantee about the May 25 meeting. And yes, both, as long as your hand is raised when that item comes up, anybody whose hand is raised will have an opportunity to speak, which is 2 minutes each. And again, like you said, and you're correct, there's no guarantee on the 25th either. So does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much.
Were you then asking for a continuance or just clarification?
Just clarification.
Okay, thank you so much. Elizabeth, can we move on to a couple other hands are up?
Yes, we do. We have another hand up. I will unmute Nitish Chenaju, and I'm sorry if I got that wrong. So we are now unmuting you.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hey, I was just curious with the continuance, is there like a voting process for the continuance, or like how many I guess requests does it take for a continuance to go through?
Let me try an answer on that. It's up to the commission to decide whether to grant the continuance or not. And if a majority of the commission, at least 4 people tonight, grant the continuance, then we will move it. If a majority does not grant the continuance, then we'll proceed with it tonight and allow any parties that want to talk on that particular item, talk if they raise their hand when the item comes up. Does that answer your question?
All right, sounds good.
Okay, and now are you requesting a continuance or that was just clarification?
That was clarification.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, do we have another hand up before we go back to Ms. Tong?
As 6929 Brian Shields, if you could lower your hand if you do not want to speak if you're done. I see your hand is raised. Okay, so hand is lowered. At this point, we have no other hands. Hold on one second.
I would wonder if Ms. Tong wants to let us know if she really does want a continuance or not, because I realize when you haven't done this before, it can be a little confusing.
Ms. Tong, if you'd like to speak, would you please raise your hand? Okay, I will unmute you. Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, item 3, we will do tonight.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tong. We will hear it tonight. That takes care of that. All right, so we go back to the item about, I know it's Gray Star.
Gray Star.
So I will just give my 2 cents here, and I see Akezi with her hand up. There seems to be some communication issues with interested parties, and my opinion is that I'd rather the parties resolve the lack of communications so we don't end up having an awful lot of back and forth during the meeting. So I would be happy to entertain a motion for continuance, but that is up to my colleagues. And Commissioner Ikezi, you have your hand up?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair. I'm opposed to continuing because I think my understanding is that the applicant in this case is the city, not Greystar for some reason. I don't know why. So Greystar is only a member of the public in this hearing item.
I see your hand up, Leslie. Help us.
Sure, I'm just going to clarify this. So there's 2 parts to this item. It's a general plan amendment to add the Freedom Circle focus area to our general plan. It doesn't currently exist, as well as a private rezoning for the Greystar project.
So is the city the applicant?
The city is the applicant for the general plan amendment. Yes.
Okay, I see a hand up from Commissioner Harrow, followed by, I think that's it, followed by Ikezi again, I guess. Commissioner Harrow.
There seems to be a lot of confusion on the Greystar project. And I think it would be best to continue it to a later date. So I propose to make a motion to continue. Thank you.
I'll second that. And we have Commissioner, I'll go to Commissioner Huang first, and then I'll come back to you, Commissioner Ikezi.
Yeah, I oppose the continuous since the process just takes too much time, slow down the development of this country, not only our city. So time is valuable to everybody. So
Okay.
I oppose that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Huang. Commissioner Ikezi?
I too oppose continuing because if anyone who is unable to contact a member of the public, in this case a grayscale, something like this could get continued for on and on and on. I wish that the members of the public have been able to talk with each other, but a failure to do so or a failure to reach someone I shouldn't be a basis for continuing a hearing item.
Thank you, Commissioner Ikezi. So I think at this point we should just go to the vote, and can you clarify what the vote is, Elizabeth? So we're all clear on how to vote?
Sure. What I heard was motion was made by Commissioner Hero, seconded by Chair Biagini, to continue item 4.
Yes.
To May 25th. We need a date certain, please.
Right.
Okay. All right, so we will take that vote. One moment. Okay, so the motion is to continue item 4 to date certain May 25th. Chair Biagini?
Yes.
Commissioner Hero?
Yes.
Commissioner Wang?
No.
Commissioner Ikezi?
No.
Commissioner Salame?
No.
Commissioner Bhatnagar?
No.
The motion fails.
Okay, the motion fails, so we will hear it tonight. That puts us into there's no other hands up, right? Okay, that puts us into the consent calendar. And we'll now move to the consent calendar. The procedure for the consent calendar is as follows. Consent calendar items. may be enacted, approved, or adopted by one motion unless requested to be removed by anyone for discussion or explanation. If any member of the Planning Commission, staff, the applicant, or a member of the public wishes to comment on a consent calendar item or would like the item to be heard on the regular agenda, make this request now. Items listed on the consent calendar with associated file numbers constitute public hearing items. Would you read the 2 items on the consent calendar, Secretary Harrow?
Yeah, item 1A would be the Planning Commission meeting minutes of March 9th, 2022. And item 1B, action on the use permit for a new bowling center with live entertainment, Bolero Valley Fair at 2855 Stevens Creek Boulevard.
Okay, I'm going to make this very simple. I'd actually like to pull both items for a brief comment. I don't see any other hands up. On the first item about the minutes, there were some comments that were made in the last meeting under announcements and other items by Commissioner Charakuru that are not reflected in the minutes. I would respectfully request, she's not here, but that the appropriate comments be added. Maybe that means a call to Commissioner Charakuru, I'm not sure, that they be added to the minutes of the last meeting. And the second comment, I'm a little confused. Xander, I'll be looking to you to help me out. I would have thought 1B would have been under public presentations. So if you could take charge, whoever's can answer both questions, I'd appreciate it.
Chair, on item 1, Council, City Clerk direction has been that it is not an item on the agenda, that those comments are not put on the minutes. So that is why they weren't put there. We're following the protocol that we've been given. If you'd like me to look into that further, I can do that. If you'd like me to bring up this specific item, I can do that.
Could you please, because I know we've had conversations in the past about a, for lack of a better term, fuller discussion or fuller comments on discussions that were had. So I'm satisfied if you could look into that further. I'd appreciate that. And as for item 1B, I'm assuming that's you, Xander.
Well, on the legal question as to whether or not you can approve a CUP on consent calendar, the answer is yes. I assume the staff just believed it would be non-controversial, and so they placed it on consent tonight. But of course, you have the discussion, the discretion to ask for a full presentation.
I make a motion to approve the consent items with the addition of the comment. I believe that's the comment on Ukraine. Be added to the minutes.
Yeah, I think Priya's anyway. I don't know if they were comments on Ukraine, but in any event, Priya's comments, and I will second your motion.
Can I interject before we move to a vote on that?
Yes.
I think you would find it a little bit more efficacious if you, instead of pulling and reserving approval of the minutes, that you use your discretion to continue that approval of the minutes until Priya has an opportunity to comment, and also to give staff time to determine whether or not those comments can be reasonably included in the minutes.
Point very well taken. Thank you, Commissioner Salem. Let's do that.
I'd like to amend my motion to continue the minutes and approve the other item.
And I'm fine with a second on that. I think we can go to a vote. I need to lower my hand. Elizabeth, on the vote?
Okay, so the motion is to continue the minutes to the next meeting. In the meantime, to contact Commissioner Charakuru, as well as get the direction from the clerk's office, and to approve item 1B. Chair Biagini.
Yes.
Commissioner Hero.
I'll be abstaining as I was absent last month.
Commissioner Wang.
Yes.
Commissioner Ikezi.
Yes.
Commissioner Salem.
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yes.
And thank you, and the motion passes.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Now we'll move into, let's see, public presentations. Elizabeth, are there any members of the public that would like to briefly address the commission on any items not on the agenda?
We don't have any hands raised at this moment, and we do not have any e-comments. So no.
Okay, then we'll move to public hearing. So we have 4 items, and I'm going to go ahead and read the title of each item, starting with number 2, action on climate action plan, general plan amendment to adopt the updated climate action plan 2022, and an addendum to the general plan environmental impact report. If staff, you can give your presentation, it would be appreciated.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will share my screen just a minute. Thank you, Madam Chair. And good evening, Commissioners. Good evening, Madam Chair. This is Nimisha Agrawal, Associate Planner and Project Manager for Climate Action Plan Update. CAP team is excited to be here for the Planning Commission hearing for adoption of the Climate Action Plan Update. The request before you is for the adoption of a resolution approving and certifying the addendum to the General Plan EIR prepared for the updated Climate Action Plan 2022, and adoption of a resolution approving the amendment to the General Plan Appendix 8.13 to adopt the updated Climate Action Plan 2022. We were here at the last Planning Commission meeting for the Climate Action Plan update study session with the Commission. So it's a similar material. Hopefully it serves as a refresher to the Commission. And we will go over the background and purpose, community engagement, Commission's feedback at the last study session on March 9th, and provide an overview of the proposed targets and focus areas, and then have try to keep the presentation brief and have more time for deliberation for the Commission at the end of the presentation. Our current Climate Action Plan was adopted on December 3rd, 2013, as part of the General Plan. And since 2013, California has adopted a number of laws that add requirements for local jurisdictions to assess climate change and analyze and reduce greenhouse gas emissions and their effects. So this update would address these new state requirements. It would also extend cities' GHG reduction goals through 2030, consistent with the AB 32 targets. It will also provide us a qualified gap, which would then provide CEQA streamlining benefits. To explain that a little bit more, a qualified gap means that a gap meets the criteria specified in the CEQA guidelines for reducing of greenhouse gas emissions. A qualified gap may then be used in subsequent projects as a basis for their analysis for the greenhouse gas emissions. And so that reduces the burden on individual projects. Community engagement. Since we started working on the Climate Action Plan update in January 2020. So over a period of 2 years, we have had several community engagement opportunities. We have had stakeholder and focus group interviews in spring of 2020 and fall of 2021. We reached out to several community members representing various community organizations, sectors, and opinions. We reached out to data center community, youth commission, Santa Clara University, Santa Clara Youth Climate Action Team, ABAG, Transportation Mobility Advocates, SVP, and the school district. Through the CAP update process, we conducted 2 online surveys. And the first survey in July 2020 was to establish CAP priorities, and we received nearly 400 responses. The second survey, conducted in November 2020, was to understand communities' level of interest and support for various action measures, and we received nearly 500 responses on that. We also conducted two virtual community workshops in July 2020 and September 2021. Both of these workshops the first workshop was attended by 38 participants, and the second one, where we talked about the draft gap, was participated. There were 25 participants. We also had the Planning Commission study sessions, two study sessions in 2020, the beginning of the process in August and October, and the last one, the third Planning Commission study session on March 9th, 2022, this year. We also had two City Council study sessions in March and July of 2021. At all these study sessions, there were opportunities for members of the public to provide their input. Throughout this process, we have maintained the CAP webpage on the city's website to keep the information updated there and provide the meeting minutes and other information on that page. Other than that, we have also had emails and phone communications throughout the CAP process. At the last Planning Commission study session, we heard the feedback from the Commission. There was interest in the data center energy consumption, including the use of battery electric backup generators. We also heard that it was important to consider potential SPP rate increase impacts on lower income populations and data centers. The Commission said that there was a need for electric panel upgrades to support electrification, and also noted the cost benefit of installing rooftop solar energy and the need to make it more appealing and cost effective. Looking at the proposed targets in the draft CAP, the CAP has a near-term target for a 40% reduction in the greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, in alignment with the Senate Bill 32. An interim goal of 80% reduction in the greenhouse gas emissions by 2035, which is the Council directive, and a long-term target of carbon neutrality no later than 2045, which is in alignment with the Executive Order B5518 in the year 2018. Here is a graphic that explains these targets a little bit better. So the dark blue line here is a business as usual. If we see that if there were no regulations, how the emissions would grow over time. The light blue here is the external factors. It's the federal, state, or regional policies that will help bring down the emissions. And the orange represents the actions in the Climate Action Plan that will help us reach our near-term goal of a reduction of 40% by 2030. And the brown here is the additional actions that will be required to reach the long-term goals of 2035 and 2045. These include achieving 100% carbon neutral electricity from SPP, expanding electrification and efficiency of existing buildings, accelerating EV transition, and expanding transit and active transportation infrastructure. So the draft CAP that was provided to the Commission as an attachment is divided into 5 focus areas. And here are on the column on the right explains the strategies listed with each of the focus areas. There are several actions related to each of these strategies that I will go over in the next few slides. To develop these strategies and actions, our team has gone through an extensive development and refinement process. We interviewed city staff and conducted public and stakeholder outreach. We also conducted a review of the city's current activities and plans and researched peer cities and leveraged industry best practices. After generating the long list of strategies and actions, we narrowed down this list to a multi-criteria analysis. And this is the list that you have before in the draft cap. So I'll go over the strategies. So here are some of the highlighted actions in each of the focus areas. We'll start with building and energy. Nearly 70% of the Santa Clara's greenhouse gas emissions come from building and energy use, making it one of our greatest opportunities to reduce emissions. So here are the cap actions, some of the cap actions under this focus area that draft cap 2022 has. The first one is to implement all electric breach codes with exceptions. An all-electric building electrification and EV charging breach code was adopted in November 2021, and we will start realizing the benefits in new buildings very soon. In the brackets, you see the year one, and this is the time frame for the implementation of each of these actions. So year one is the year 2022. Near term is defined as year 2023 to 2026, and the midterm is 27 to year 2030. The next action in this focus area that we are highlighting is the carbon neutral data centers. And the action in the draft cap asks requiring all new data centers to operate on 100% carbon neutral energy with offsets as needed. The next one is SVP's Integrated Resources Plan for carbon neutral electricity. And to explain that action a little bit more, that further says that examine resource procurement and cost scenarios to provide 70% carbon neutral electricity to all customers by 2030 to meet SB 32 climate goals, and 60% renewable electricity to meet SB 100 climate goals. Also, to explore SVP achieving 100% carbon neutral electricity by 2035. The other actions in this focus area are electrification incentives and financing to work with BAREN and other local jurisdictions to expand the current incentive programs. Similarly, work with regional energy partnerships to develop and implement an electrification action plan for the city facilities. That is action B-1-4. The other actions that we touched at the last study session include the renewable energy generation and storage on private property, that is in reference to the solar panels, and also the electric panel upgrades upon sale / turnover. Both of these last two actions are midterm actions. Moving on to the next focus area, which is the transportation and land use. The draft cap builds upon the state target of zero emission vehicles by 2035 by developing robust strategies in the areas of transportation electrification, supporting telecommute, telework strategies, and improving access to biking, walking, carpooling, and public transit. The first action that we are highlighting here is the year one action for EV charging for all new construction. The next action is pedestrian and bicycle master plan to fund and accelerate implementation of pedestrian master plan and bicycle master plan. And the next action is to expand municipal facility charging infrastructure to serve municipal fleets, employees, and public charging needs. It's a near-term action. So again, it's year 2023 to 2027. I apologize, 2023 to 2026. And the last one is TDM requirements. So require a 20 to 25% VMT reduction through active TDM measures. The next focus area is materials and consumption. The state of California has set a goal to divert 75% of the organic waste from landfills by 2025 and to reduce edible food disposal by at least 20% by 2025. So to align with these goals, here are the actions that are included in the draft GAP. Compliance with the state solid and waste ordinance, waste diversion pricing signals, and the food recovery and donation. The next action, the next focus area is natural systems and water resources. So this is urban forest partnerships to promote healthy, well-managed urban forest by participating in county's Urban Forest Alliance partnership. Also the community water portfolio diversification. Those are both the year one actions. And the two near-term actions are to promote residential tree planting in the right-of-way and enact sustainable park management practices, including continuing to transition from gas to electric powered landscape tools and increasing recycled water use in public parks. And that came up in our community engagement quite often. So that is included here as an action. The last focus area is community resilience and well-being. The two actions that are highlighted here are support for people experiencing homelessness in the year one. And the second one is climate resilient land use and development. To evaluate city land use maps to identify whether new development is being planned in high risk areas, such as those projected to experience increased flood risk under climate project scenarios. The next step after this planning commission hearing would be to move to the city council adoption hearing on June 7th. I apologize for the typo, it's 2022. So staff recommendation is to adopt a resolution approving and certifying the addendum to the general plan EIR for the climate action plan 2022, and also adopt a resolution approving the amendment to the general plan appendix 8.13 to adopt the updated climate action plan 2022. With this concludes the staff presentation. CAP team is here. We have John Davidson, Principal Planner, Michelle Templeton, Sustainability Manager. We have Addie Bash from Cascadia Consulting. And we also have Shannon George and Caroline Neer from David J. Powers to help answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
I will have just one comment. I appreciate the fact. Okay, you can hear me, right? I'm sorry.
Yes.
All right, I do appreciate the fact that due consideration was given to the city council study sessions and all the other comments, including those raised by us. Much appreciated. I have Commissioner Huang with his hand up.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Yeah, actually, in the presentation, I noticed the state request 70% of the waste, the organic waste, need to be separated. But I know, since I know a little bit about our city's waste collection, since before I know Vice Chair, Vice Mayor Raj Chiha, he proposed to separate the waste before we put them together, dump into the black bin. But unfortunately, the city signed an agreement with the waste company, denied that. So let the waste company to separate the organic from the rest of the waste. So to be honest, I don't understand why city made that decision, since it's common sense, right? If you try to separate the waste, you need to do it from the source. You don't want to mix them together, then you separate. So since it's in the presentation, so my question is, what can we do? I mean, what can the city do? I mean, how can we reach the goal, right? Just a very simple example, right? We have a climate controller, we have a calculator. When you mix them together, how can you separate them? That's just my question. Thank you.
Who wants to handle the answer to that?
Yeah, Michelle, do you want to respond to that? I can attempt to respond to that. I believe that from the staff, whatever research has been done, it has been found that there has been benefit to the mixed recycling, but I will let Michelle respond to that question.
Yeah, you're correct. And just to begin with, that was a policy decision that the council determined through extensive discussion. So that is the contract that is in place. And there was a lot of research done as to how that separation happens. The facilities are much more advanced than they once were in separation. And so there is oftentimes a higher separation rate with that because of the fact that there are errors in how people recycle and throw their garbage. So the waste, the separation is actually quite effective. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but happy to get those for you. But again, that was a policy decision, as you're well aware, that went through quite a bit of discussion.
So my question is it possible to let the commissioners to visit the site to see how they process it? As I mentioned, if you mix the clam chowder with the catalytic together, how can you separate? I want to see the real thing. The data, I mean, I cannot say I don't trust it, but to be honest, I have a big question mark from my common sense. Thank you.
Okay, I'll follow up with some information for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, point well taken, Commissioner Huang. Do we have any other hands up from the commissioners? I don't see any. How about from, well, let's see, how about from the folks listening in, attendees?
We just have one hand that just got raised.
Oh, I can barely hear you.
Sorry about that.
Ah, there we are. Okay.
We just had two hands raised.
Okay.
So Dashiell Leeds, we will unmute you and allow you to talk.
Thank you. Excuse me. My name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm the conservation organizer for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. We're in strong support of the draft climate action plan. Thank you, Nimisha, and all the other city staff, consultants, elected officials, and members of the public who have contributed to this. A special shout out to Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action, who's been plugged into this since the beginning. The Santa Clara Youth Climate Action team has been awesome on this. And given that, as Nimisha said, 70% of Santa Clara's emissions come from buildings, we're really excited to see that the city is planning on leading the way on this, especially when it comes to decarbonizing its own buildings. We think the CAP's going to be a great step forward in the fight against climate change, especially given that gas pipelines that are connected to our buildings infrastructure, they consistently leak all the way from extraction, all the way to end use. They leak in our homes, and even from regular use, emit chemicals that cause a variety of negative health impacts for folks. So we're excited to see a future with all electric buildings that are cheaper to build, healthier to live in, and also have the advantage of not releasing greenhouse gases into our atmosphere. On that same thread, we're really excited that the city is seriously looking at exploring solutions to decarbonizing its electricity. And we hope that as the city continues to explore these policies, that it does so with an eye to equity protections, making sure that the most vulnerable in our community are protected from any potential displacement. And we believe this is fully possible with the CAP as written. So thank you so much. And we hope you recommend that the City Council adopt this draft climate action plan.
Thank you, Mr. Leeds. Always good to hear from the Sierra Club. Do we have others?
Yes, our next public speaker is Alexis.
And she knows.
My name. Oh.
I'm sorry.
Hello,
you know you have 2 minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Hello, my name is Alexis Tan, and I'm a junior at Santa Clara High School. I'm here with Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action to support the Santa Clara Climate Action Plan. The strong climate action plan is important towards combating Santa Clara's greenhouse gas emissions in the future, And I'd like to thank the staff that worked on it. And I hope that you adopt the climate action plan. Thank you for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Alexis. I love hearing from high school students that are interested. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, our next public speaker is Rosie Chen.
Hello, Planning Commission members. My name is Rosie, and I'm a sophomore at Wilcox High School. And I'm also here today with the Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action to put my full support with this proposed climate action plan. Climate change is a serious issue with effects ranging from droughts, wildfires, abnormal temperatures that I'm sure we've all observed across Santa Clara County. So this draft climate action plan will be a huge step in combating climate change. I also want to thank staff for working on this climate action plan, and thank you for listening to me today.
Absolutely. Thank you, Rosie, for coming in and having your comments heard. I think we have a couple more, Elizabeth.
Yes, so our next public speaker is Sindhu Sagari.
Hello, City Commissioners and City staff. My name is Sindhu Sagari, and I'm a senior at Santa Clara High School. I'm also here today with Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action, and I'd like to echo the comments before me by Dash, Rosie, and Alexis, and thank everyone who worked on the development of the Climate Action Plan. And I also wanted to express my full support for the plan. It's really great that we're taking the efforts to mitigate and prevent the effects of climate change for today's and for future generations. So thank you so much and have a good rest of your evening.
And thank you so much. I love hearing from students that are plugged in and paying attention. We have one more, I think, Elizabeth?
Yes, our last public speaker is Jesse.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jesse Good, and I'm a junior at Santa Clara High School. I too am here on behalf of the Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action to support the Climate Action Plan. Every day, our world is negatively affected by climate change, and this choice being made here will be our biggest step towards helping the Earth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments as well. I don't think we have any more hands up with attendees. Do we have any other comments from commissioners or from staff? If there are none, I'd be willing to entertain.
Motion to close public hearing.
Thank you, Commissioner Ikezi, and I'll second that. Go ahead and go for the vote, Elizabeth, when you have a moment to get situated.
Thank you. Okay, the motion is to close the public hearing.
Yes.
Chair Biagini,
Yes.
Commissioner Hero,
Yes.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Casey,
Yes.
Commissioner Salim,
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, the motion passed. Now even more appropriate time. If there's any other staff comments or commissioners, I don't see any hands up.
Motion to approve.
Do I hear a second?
Seconded.
Okay, Xander, do we need to take two? I'm looking at the recommendations are twofold. Do we need to take a vote on both of them? Or can we do it together?
I'm sorry to stretch things out, but yes, please make two votes.
Okay, so Commissioner Harrow, I don't want to assume, did you want to make the motion to approve on recommendation number 1 or number 2?
Number 1, please.
And whoever seconded it, is that okay?
Yes, Chair. This was Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Thank Commissioner Bhatnagar. Commissioner Salem has his hand up.
I know. I think my hand is an unfortunate color and placement. It looks like it's built into the Ukraine statement. I might have to fix that. Yeah, I just wanted to thank staff for putting it together. And I understand that this is a really important bill to get us, or important item to bring us forward towards a better future. I was hoping to hear if there was any way that these decisions or this recommendation was public facing also, because it would be nice if we could point people at that as a web page or something to say, this is the actions that the city would like to pursue. Because I couldn't find it by just wandering. And I'm a commissioner, so I kind of know where to look. So I was just hoping that it would be more of a public facing.
Great point. Can somebody address that on staff or Xander?
Right, certainly. So Commissioner Salim, are you referring to, I mean, we do have a climate action plan webpage on the planning divisions.
But I didn't see anything really itemized like the issues that were displayed tonight. It would be helpful if there was just bulleted items of things that are currently being pursued by the city, so that people will be reassured that we're actually making a serious headway on our own plans to make things better. So maybe even just here's what's happening now or something like that. I know it's a staff drain, but anything like that.
Certainly. So we have tried to update the CAP web page with the upcoming hearings, and we provide all the minutes to the hearings and all the materials.
Yeah.
We can certainly look into that to provide more details on that page.
Yeah, that would be great. Just
Sure.
top 10 things, Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, and while we're at it, I think we can mention it, post on the Facebook too. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Leslie, your hand is up.
Yeah, Commissioner Salim, can you just clarify for me, are you interested in seeing our action items that are in the CAP posted prominently on the webpage for people to understand?
I think that would be reassuring to the community to know that these are the things we're right on top of. And in fact, we're doing it tonight. We're voting on approving these lists of items. But for me to find them in the entirety of the site was very difficult. And I got quite diluted by a tremendous amount of other information. So it just helps to have things kind of like executive summary.
Perfect. Understood. Thank you. That's helpful.
Front and center. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Salim and Leslie. I'm
Madam
guessing.
Chair, if I may interrupt.
Sure.
Add to that, the full draft action plan is available on the website. And we will also post the PowerPoint and with an executive summary of the Planning Commission actions, if that's helpful.
And it might be a little easier to find. Is that what I'm understanding you to say?
Yes, we currently have the draft plan available on the CAP web page, but we will add more details as Commissioner Salim mentioned.
Okay. Commissioner Salim, hand
No,
still
I
up?
think there was a motion started.
Yes, there was on a motion to approve recommendation number 1 that was seconded.
Okay, good. Thank you.
So we're ready to vote. We have the motion on the floor.
Yes, we are.
Motion made by Commissioner Hero, seconded by Commissioner Bhatnagar. So the staff recommendation is for the Planning Commission to adopt a resolution recommending that the City Council adopt a resolution approving and certifying the addendum to the 2010 through 2035 General Plan EIR prepared for the updated Climate Action Plan 2022. Chair Biagini?
Yes.
Commissioner Hero?
Yes.
Commissioner Wang?
Yes.
Commissioner Casey?
Yes.
Commissioner Salim?
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes.
Thank you. So we have a second recommendation that states adopt a resolution approving the amendment to the general plan, Appendix 8.13, to adopt the updated Climate Action Plan 2022. Do I hear a motion?
Motion for approval.
I'll second that.
See, who was first with the motion? I'm not
Was
sure.
that Commissioner Hero?
I think it was a tie between Commissioner Kesey, Commissioner Hero.
Or Casey, either one.
Your choice, Elizabeth.
I put Commissioner Hero. That's what I heard. So if you'd like me to change,
All right.
please let me know.
Hero, yes.
Okay.
Okay. To approve staff recommendation number 2. Chair Biagini,
Yes.
Commissioner Hero,
Yes.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Casey,
Yes.
Commissioner Salame,
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Elizabeth. We will go ahead and move on to item number 3 under public hearing, which is action on appeal of development review hearing architectural approval for the property at 3066 Harding Avenue. Staff?
Chair, I have a hand up. May I please?
Oh, I am so sorry. I didn't see it. Yes, you may, Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to second your thoughts you've already expressed. How heartening and hopeful it is to see our high school students here in person, and so interested in watching out for the climate action actions that we are taking. All I can say is that if they're here, we have hope. And thank you for being here.
Isn't that the truth? And I'd further say to all of them, keep in touch. All right, so item on Harding Avenue. Staff, please.
Good evening, commissioners. Can you see my screen?
I can.
Great. All righty. Let's see. Okay, let me just move you to the top so it doesn't block my screen. Tonight before you is an appeal of the January 12th, 2022 development review hearing for architectural approval of a first floor expansion, second story addition, and front facing second floor balcony to an existing one-story home with attached garage. Before we get to the appeal, I want to provide you some background for context to lay out what the materials that brought about the appeal. This is the existing neighborhood. The project site here is 3066 Harding Avenue. It's in a primarily patio style, predominantly patio style home neighborhood and of single stories. This would be the first 2-story in the neighborhood. These are properties that are immediately to the north of 3066 Harding. And then we have properties to the west. And the project, oh, I have that out of sync, sorry. And the project site and the property to, this is the property to the west. I am sorry. This is the property to the east, and this is a project site. The proposal that went before the development review hearing was in addition to the first floor, as I stated, and the second story addition. In total, it would provide 2,521 square feet of living area. The garage would remain. It is not a demolition. It's really an addition and expansion. And so it increases from 1,637 square feet to 2,521. It does propose the balcony here on the second floor. And as I said, it does retain the existing 2-car garage. It meets all the development standards. It goes from a three bedroom, 2-bath to a 4-bedroom and 3.5 bath. Most of the bedrooms are on the second floor. The setbacks are provided, and the offsets are provided in terms of its consistency with the design guidelines. These are the elevations that were presented at Planning Commission, or I'm sorry, excuse me, Development Review hearing. So you can see kind of a 3D rendering here of the northeast elevation and the northwest elevation, the breaking up of the massing, the contemporary style of patio style architecture that has been prevalent in remodels of these type of homes that we have seen both at Architectural Committee and at the Development Review hearing. So an appeal was filed by 5 of the adjacent neighbors within the requisite 7-day appeal period. The issues raised in the appeal are the design of the second story with its inclusion of a front-facing balcony, and the location, size, and placement of windows, and installation of a French door leading out to the balcony on the second floor. The appellants cite impacts on privacy and quality of life as concern, as well as the potential proliferation of second story additions in their neighborhood. The appellant, as part of their, which is in your packet, their requests for the appeal relate to removing this, that are itemized, are to remove the second floor front-facing balcony and the French door, reduce the number of windows on the east and west elevations, or raise windows to 6 feet from the floor. That would be on the second story. Modify the 2 second floor egress windows on the rear elevation to include obscure glass. Replace first floor west side window near the south, and we'll look at those elevations. West side staircase window and second floor north side window near the west side of the house with fixed non-opening obscured glass windows. So in effect, the proposal would eliminate the ability to operate the windows on the second floor on the side elevations and limit the amount of natural sunlight coming into the house with the requests integrated into the home. I should have mentioned at the development review hearing, there was public input. Following public input, the development review officer added as a condition that the applicant, or excuse me, the property owner incorporate screening along the sides, the east and west sides of the balcony, 6 feet in height, to address the privacy impacts. So that was made a condition of approval and was still part of the appeal that is moving forward. I won't spend a lot of time on the proposed revised elevations. That is part of your packet as well. The applicant did meet with the neighbors and to discuss and hear their concerns regarding the issues with the privacy impacts that they cite for the balcony and the windows. Unfortunately, all that has not been satisfactorily resolved to the neighbors' satisfaction, though the applicant did make changes, which in his presentation, I did see that he iterates those. So I'll allow him to discuss those and present the changes that were made. And we can come back to those after public hearing or anytime you have a question. The considerations that were made as part of our recommendations going forward with development review hearing and here with the planning commission, excuse me, I keep saying planning commission because it's a Wednesday night, is that this Harding Avenue is obviously it's a public street. It has a 50-foot public right of way. And that's from property line to property line. As you see here, this between the green lines, and 20-foot front yard setbacks, which is between the green and the blue. And it's pretty uniform throughout. Here's the property. And again, these are patio style homes. So most, if not all, have enclosed front yards. That's kind of a characteristic feature of the patio style homes. So those are typically about 6 feet in height, and they provide private space for the residents, the property owners, and their families to enjoy at their leisure. This is just a a means to show you how in context of how this would look incorporated into the neighborhood. Also, I wanted to illustrate that there are concerns about two-story construction with patio homes. The design guidelines speak to the design of these homes specifically. And we have taken a number of patio style homes, as I said, to architectural committee and development review hearing since the design guidelines were adopted in 2014. You could see some of those that have been constructed and that are reflecting this contemporary style of architecture. These happen to be in the Ferry neighborhood. That would be like Claremont, Gibson, that west of the property. And this one actually here to the right is Clara Vista, which is off of like Homestead and Los Padres. This one here is one that was recently approved. The balcony would be located here and has a screen that entirely blocks any view from the balcony onto the public right of way. This one here is under construction and actually has a side balcony that will be part of the finish. There's a balcony here in case it's not really clear. It's this elevated front porch entry screens the balcony and obstructs view. I don't know what that height is from the finished floor to the top of the first floor, but it does provide screening. This is a transparent screen here. And we have others in other neighborhoods, as you can see, transparent screening, open rail screening, balcony, and this is a side balcony that faces the adjacent neighbor. So those had all been approved under the design guidelines. Specifically relating to this project, as I stated, it was consistent, is consistent with the design guidelines. So that's the position that staff has taken, understanding that the neighbors do have privacy concerns and they're strong concerns and feelings about this particular home and their particular neighborhood. It does have the setbacks to increase the building mass, increase the distance between the building mass and visibility, and does reduce the massing on the second floor by being less than what is identified as a maximum of 66% on the second floor. It is at 58%. The second story egress windows face the front and the rear, and that's typical for because they provide the greatest setbacks from adjacent properties. So placing the larger size windows to the front and the rear avoid and or minimize private privacy. Side elevations, the windows are greater than 5 feet above the second story finished floor. That's in keeping with the design guidelines. They have added obscure glass to the upper 2/3 of the staircase window to address privacy on the east elevation. Use of the balcony is limited to 119 square feet. They have provided a privacy screening along the front and 4 feet in height, in addition to what was required as a condition of approval of 6 feet on the sides. And the architecture is compatible with mid-century design. So staff's recommendation is to overrule the appeal and uphold the development review hearing architectural approval of the 210 square foot first floor expansion, 1,017 square foot second story addition, and 119 square foot balcony to the existing 3-bedroom and 2-bathroom residence, resulting in a 2,091 square foot 4-bedroom, 3.5-bathroom home with new second floor rear that's not, excuse me, it's a front balcony. Oh, sorry. That is not correct there. And retaining the existing garage. That is all I have. The appellants are here tonight. They will be providing their presentation. The property owner is also here and will be providing a presentation. So I'll conclude there.
Chair, you're muted.
Saw my lips moving, but no voice. Sorry. All right. Thank you, Debbie. And we will move to questions from the commissioners. I have Commissioner Ikezi's hand up, and then I have a couple comments too. So Commissioner Ikezi.
Thank you, Chair. Quick questions. I remember that when I was on the Architectural Review Committee, which was many, many years ago, I saw a project with a large balcony in front of the house on the second story. And this was on Mauricia. And I remember we asked the applicant to remove the balcony. So is there any design standard regarding this issue? And have our policies changed recently? That was my number one question. And secondly, what was there any discussion on the balcony at the review meeting, and did neighbors raise any issues? And number three, the examples of other balconies, were they did they ever had, were those homes ever reviewed by the planning department or the architectural review committee? And when were they or were they built before we implemented the design guidelines and these architectural review process? Thank you.
So the design guide, excuse me, I'll probably end up taking these out of turn, sorry. The balcony was a significant topic in the development review hearing discussion. So it was discussed. The neighbors spoke both, I should say the neighbors and community both spoke. There were representatives that were speaking both for it and against it. But yes, we did take public comment, and as the result of that public comment was to require the screening on the east and west sides of the balcony and with a 6-foot screen material. They are proposing to use louvered wood louvers, kind of would have like a fence aesthetic as the screen wall. The design guidelines were adopted in 2014. All the photos that I showed you were post 2014. And they did go to architectural committee because they were second story additions, and that was a requirement at the time. Those that were before, for instance, the one, let me go back. The most recent one would have been approved at DRH. So that was after architectural committee, but all of these other ones were approved when architectural committee was convened. So, oh, sorry, Xander, did you want to say something?
Well, I was just going to say I have the line in the guidelines relevant to balconies, since Commissioner Kesey was asking what the design guidelines provide. It's fairly general. It just says placement, orientation,
correct, yeah,
and design of the balcony should pay special consideration toward privacy impacts on neighbors and the subject's home's own inhabitants. Measures for preserving privacy can include plantings on the balcony as well as obscure glazing.
Okay, thank you very much. So what I'm hearing is that the 36 Harding design is consistent with other balconies that have been approved in the past based on the same standards and procedures as what this home was subjected to.
That is correct.
Okay, I understand.
And
now.
it goes, the design guidelines go further to say the use of solid walls to frame one or more sides of the balcony are encouraged as a method of limiting the field of view from the balcony using existing articulations of the facade.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. I'd also like to mention that nevertheless, I'm sympathetic to the neighbors' concerns because this street is I only see like single-story homes all around this this particular proposed development. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ikezi. Now, I just had one comment, and I think then we'll, without any other commissioners' hands up, we'll probably go to the appellants for 10 minutes. My comment is I am hoping with all these issues surrounding the second floor balcony and privacy concerns, I'm going to assume the appellants and or the homeowner applicant are going to explain the concerns and whether or not the homeowner has made adequate changes. I think not seeing any commissioners with their hands up, I'm going to ask Xander to correct me if I misstate something, but I believe the appellants would go on with 10 minutes and then the applicant, in this case being the homeowner, would have 10 minutes. Am I correct?
Yes, Chair, that's the correct order.
Okay, thank you. So first would be the appellants, and for the attendings that are listening, that would be those that appealed the department review hearing recommendations. And I see some hands up. Elizabeth?
Karen, are you going to?
Yes. So I have promoted the appellants. I believe Sally, Sandrina, and Tong.
You're doing all three?
I'm not sure how this works, but I hit something on my screen, so I don't know what's happening here. One of the things that I want to ask is the pictures that you showed are not from our neighborhood. And how does that apply to us? I'm done. That was my question.
Okay, thank you, Sandrina. And Sandra, help me on this. Do we want to get all the questions first and then get the answers?
Typically, that is the way we do it. This is the 10 minutes for the appellants to make their presentation to you. They can include questions within that 10 minutes if they want. It's 10 minutes in the aggregate for all of the appellants.
Okay, Sandrina, we will note your question and we will have that answer for you after we hear the other questions, if that's okay. We can move, Elizabeth, to the next appellant.
Sally or Tong, you have been promoted, so either of you please feel free to unmute.
Okay, this is Tom. Good evening. My name is Tom, one of the appellants. First, I want to thank all the planning staffs and the city planning committee members for being here to listen to our voice and concerns. We don't have to appeal if Ravi, owner of 3066 Harding Avenue, has been honest with his building plan and being considerate to his neighbors. Ravi submitted his plan to the city on November 30th, 2021. But when we asked him for the plan on December 27th, Ravi said he didn't have the final plan. So we neighbors didn't know the details of the plan until the city posted on the website 5 days before the hearing. That is a big lesson, and we learned a lot during this appeal process. We appealed because there is loss of neighbors' privacy by Ravi's design. There are some improvements in the latest updated plan, but two big concerns for us have not been addressed. The big balcony facing the north and the giant recessed windows facing the south on the second story. The PDF file provided by Planning Department, RTC 2020-246, at page 3 states, the plan appropriately locates windows to protect neighboring privacy. We can't agree on that. The giant recessed windows facing the south on the second story as 6 times 4 square foot and 5 times 4 square foot respectively. They are designed as egress windows, so they are only 3 feet 6 inches from the floor. The typical egress window is 5.7 square foot, defined by the building code on the city's website. So these windows, 20 square foot, 24 square foot, are more than 3-4 times bigger. Our neighborhood consists of single houses with small lots, 5K to 5.5K square foot. Most of us have big glass walls and glass doors due to the feature of anchor houses. These big recessed windows under the new design will break all the balance. People behind the windows can easily look into the yard and the houses next to them with clear sight. All the houses around this property will lose their privacy of the backyard, even the privacy of bedrooms for some of them. How could such a big window on the second story be considered as appropriately located to protect neighboring privacy? There is no such big windows in the backyard on the second story in our neighborhood. Till now, we have full privacy within our house and yard. We feel safe and relaxed inside our house and fenced yard. So we ask the committee to consider our suggestion. Add a condition, request the bottom half of the windows using obscure glass, like what Ravi did for the windows near the staircase. These recessed windows can be an up-down sliding window with bottom half using obscure glass. The owner can add a skylight if more light is needed. That way, the property owner can keep his big windows, and we neighbors can keep our privacy. He can't rely on plants that's not reliable. Obscure glass is much more reliable. Sally will present next. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tong. We have other hands up.
Hello, everybody. This is Sally. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, sorry. I'm from 3073 Harding Avenue. We do not agree with the update plan because 4-foot north side screen cannot block the view between us. We ask them to add a 6-foot fence to the north side on the big balcony in order not to invade our front yard and living room privacy. According to the city general plan, 552 G3, which suggests a new development that is compatible with adjacent existing and placed residential neighborhoods. Yes, the flat roof matches the neighborhood styles, but the big balcony doesn't match, which will be size 119 square foot. The fact is we do not have any that kind of big balcony in our community at this time. The house on the Jenkins Avenue, which is located in the street corner, and their balcony is much smaller, only 63 square foot, also has more than second story high bushes between the neighbors. Our appellants from 3/4 of his direct neighbors could not get the liability. That is also why we are appealing. For the privacy, everybody concerned difference. For me, I'm not mentally strong. That bigger balcony has seriously disturbed my lifestyle. Every morning when I get up and go to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for my whole family, I pass by the glass walls and see their garage roof, where the big balcony will be. There is a clear view of the roof on their garage, and there will be a large balcony in the future. There will be people on it. Of course, since we can see them, they can see me too. Now, every day, for more than 3 months, from the time I get up and I can think about is my loss of privacy when I look out my window and see the garage roof when the balcony will be, and feel afraid knowing there will be somebody on it, and it bothers me. Due to this stress, I'm not sleeping well. I have constant stress, headaches, anxiety, even depression, and I have already lost 8 pounds. Maybe other mentally strong people could handle their big balcony without care of the privacy, but I am not. I really care about that. That is why I have to ask doctors help me. I would like to ask a commission understand me. I could not understand why do I have to give up the privacy of my house and yard so they can have a dream balcony. According to the guideline, constructions at all above the second story should be carefully designed to minimize building messing. The placement of window balconies and the location of common living areas in order to minimize potential impacts on adjacent properties. A proposed two-story design must demonstrate that it protects the privacy of neighbors. But unfortunately, that big balcony not only will not minimize the impact, but also invades the neighbors' privacy, especially my side. Now, before, I didn't realize where my anxious symptoms came from until the doctor explained to me all the details of my doctor's note I already sent to the city already. I sent my concern letter with the privacy evidence pictures to the city commission on April 1st. One is the one view from my front yard to their garage roof, which is where their big balcony will be. Another is from my garage roof to their front yard. Yes, my family is the north side crossing the street. However, the distance is only 91 feet from the big balcony to my fence, which still has a clear view between us. Also, yes, we have the same two glass wall like their house, which face towards our front yard. We so enjoy the family yard time like barbecue, kids playing, especially when I'm walking inside, because I can watch my kids take care of them through the two glass walls. Yes, I could spend extra money to purchase special curtains to protect my living room privacy when their big balcony is there. But how about my front yard? Also, a 4-foot screen on the north side will not ensure my privacy. However, if they change that to 6 foot, I would be happy and feel safe. I will not have the change a lot in my life and my living, and I could continue be able to watch and take care of my kids when they are playing in the yard. Yes, we know it is the development trending of urban construction. It's possible that we will build a second story too in the future. However, the garage roof balcony is totally different from the second story windows. The 4-foot screen makes me feel unsafe and uncomfortable. People usually cannot feel anything when they are being watched if they do not know. Also me. However, I can easily see from my front yard, there's somebody who is on the second story. Only one sentence, sorry.
Yeah,
sorry, only one sentence, sorry.
One more sentence, okay.
Okay. However, I can easily see from my front yard, there's somebody who is on the second story balcony walking or watching around. That's making me really unsafe.
I think you've made your point very well. Thank you. Okay, we have another hand up, Elizabeth, from the appellants. Actually,
we have several hands up, and it's unclear to me if there are any more appellants, but the 10 minutes was used. So maybe Assistant City Attorney, you can weigh in on that.
Yeah, because
sorry, I have a question because in the beginning, Sandrina asked a question. So because we didn't know that, so we waste 1 minute. Can you give that extra 1 minute for her?
Well, that's why we'll have the attorney weigh in. And I know Lance, Commissioner Salem also has his hand up. Xander, help us on this, and that may answer Commissioner Salem's question. I also see Commissioner Ikezi with her hand up.
The procedure we've set forth is 10 minutes for the appellant in the aggregate. Now it is time for 10 minutes for the applicant. After the applicant, then it's just open to the public for 2 minutes each. If there are persons who haven't spoken yet, who want to speak during the 2 minutes they're allotted as members of the public, they can do so at that time. After the public testimony, then there'll be 5 minutes for the applicant to rebut, followed by 5 minutes for the appellants to rebut.
Thank you, Xander. And did that clear it up for you, Commissioner Ikezi and Commissioner? Looks like it cleared it up for Commissioner Salem. I don't know if Commissioner Ikezi is just asking a clarifying question.
Yes, I do have a question, a quick question. I'm looking at the rear yard of this property. Is there a 20-foot space setback between the back of the house and the back fence?
Maybe that's a question better answered once we get through the appellant and the applicant's comments. Is that okay with you, Commissioner Kezi?
Yes, yes, that's fine. But I just, I felt that
It's important, right?
that information would help us understand the, the neighbors. It will be a
Concerns.
useful information in when we listen to the neighbors' concerns.
Sounds good to me. So I think at this point then we're going to go to the homeowner, the applicant, and hopefully he's heard Commissioner Ikezi's comments and can include that in his 10-minute presentation.
Thank you.
And thereafter, we will go to public hearing where others who have not had a chance to speak will have a chance to speak, and they will each get 2 minutes. Does that make sense, folks? Let's go to the homeowner.
The applicant does have their presentation up, and I will start the clock for 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are you able to see our screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Good evening, everyone. We, Ravi and Pallavi, owners of 3066 Harding Avenue, would like to thank Planning Commission and city staff for accepting our home remodel application. And I would like to thank our neighbors who are supporting us. And special thanks to Debbie Fernandez, a city planner, who helped us navigate through this process.
Hi, yeah, this is Ravi. So basically, I just want to give a quick overview of our remodel. Okay. Yeah, so basically, we are living in this property for the past 15 years, and we have a big family of 6 people, including our parents. So the current living size of our home is 1240 square feet. So we felt how small our home during the pandemic times when our kids have to attend the school from home and we have to work from home. In fact, we had a situation where my eldest son had to attend his classes from the garage during 100 degrees Fahrenheit temperature. So what we're looking for is a better quality of life by having a bigger living space. So what we're trying to achieve is to add a 200 square feet in the ground floor and 1,000 square feet on the second floor. And we chose a modern design with a flat roof to be in line with the existing homes. So we have done multiple design changes to address privacy concerns. So the first change that we have done is based on the city recommendation. So we removed the door, which is basically an access from the launch to the balcony, and we reduced the window sizes on the front of the building. Then later, we address additional privacy concerns that are raised by our neighbors. This is post the city approval on the Jan 12th, 2022. So the major thing that we did is on the second floor, we moved the windows from 5 feet to 5 feet 10 inches. The city ordinance says 5 feet is the minimum requirement. And it took some time for us to decide on this because my wife is 5 feet 1 inch in height. So she was completely against moving the windows to 5 feet 10 inch because she cannot, she's not going to have any access to the window. Even I am 5 feet 9 inch in height, and it's going to be uncomfortable to me as well to open the windows for fresh air. So in spite of all these concerns, we have gone with the 5 feet 10 inch windows just to address the privacy concerns from the neighbor. And basically, yeah, we did the 5 foot 10 inch on all sides of the second floor. This is on the west side. You can see basically that the window height is 5 foot 10 inch. That's the change 2. And change 3, the windows that are facing the north side, we moved from 5 foot to 6 foot. So this is the windows facing the street. And also we obscured the window next to the staircase, which is facing the west side. This is purely to address the privacy concern from the west side neighbor. And coming to the change 5, basically we did add screens on 3 sets of the balcony, which is facing the public street. So for the city ordinance, any balcony facing the public street, there is no restriction. Just to address the privacy concerns from the neighbor, we went ahead with the 6 foot wood lower screen on east and west side of the balcony, and 4-foot wood lower screen on the front of the balcony facing the public street. So this is how the balcony looks like, right? So you can see that this is the 6-foot wall, and then this is the 4-foot wall, and this is the 6-foot wall. And also the 4-foot balcony wall is going to be used as an egress for the bedroom in case of emergency, including fire. Basically, right, for this bedroom, we have a French door. So French door is the egress window. And so we exit through the egress window, and then we use this 4-foot wall to exit out of the building. So as you can see, so we have made significant changes to address the privacy concerns from the neighbor. So just wanted to bring that to the attention. So this is a picture where we are trying to show the distance between Sally's house and our house. So you can see on the left side that we have a distance of 132 feet from the balcony to their front door that's facing the patio. Okay, and also I want the commission to notice that this red square, which is basically a shade that's covering half of their patio. Okay, so this is important, so just wanted to highlight this. And also on the right side, you can see that from the balcony to the front fence, it's about 100 feet. Okay, so this is the measurement that we got from the Google distance measurement app. And this is the picture that I took from the roof of our house, the current house. So as you say, right, so the picture says 1,000 words. So I would like the public commission the planning commission to make a note of this picture. So any concerns with the privacy will be addressed by this picture. And again, this picture was taken from the roof with a 5-foot setback from the wall, the balcony wall, which is going to be the proposed location. So this is what a normal eye see, okay? And this I've taken during a sunny and bright day. And you can see the shade on the vehicle. This is taken around 1 p.m. Okay, so I want again the planning commission to make a note of this picture. And I just took some pictures of the front landscape of 3073. So you can see this tree. Basically, I wanted to just make a note of this. And then this is a second picture that was that I collected from a Redfin listing when this home was in market. And this is the current picture, okay? So I just again want you to just make a note of the trees. And what I'm trying to say is I'm not pointing anything here. I'm just saying that there is no privacy concern based on the picture that I've shown you before. And in case if there is a privacy concern, still if there is a privacy concern to the neighbor, they can outgrow their trees. So once they outgrow the trees, so that's going to address any privacy concern they have. But from my point of view, I don't see any privacy concern. Just want to make that as a point. And again, I just, as Debbie also mentioned, so I just collected some of the pictures. Ours is not the first home to have the balcony. So this is one of the home on 73 Jenkins Avenue. And this is the other home on 143 Claremont. So they were recently approved, and they too have a balcony. And 3172 McKinley, they also have a balcony and recently approved. And this is within our neighborhood, right? So this is one home on Blake Avenue, which is a few hundred feet from our house. And this is the house 3575. This home got sold last year, I guess. And they have a very big balcony with the open windows, basically, right? So there is no privacy screens. And this is another home. You have probably seen the same pictures probably in Debbie's slides too, but I wanted to just get into your attention. And one more home. So basically, what we're trying to say is we're just building a house with our hard-earned money, not to spy on neighbors. So we are living here for 15 years. Our neighbors know us very well on what kind of people we are. We have a busy life with both me and my wife working and taking care of our family. And we have better things to do than spy on neighbors. What we are looking forward is to have a quality of life with our family and live in harmony within the neighborhood. So we're requesting the Planning Commission to give a serious consideration on our remodel and support us. I think that's all I wanted to present.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. I do have one question, and I don't know if any other planning commissioners might have a question for you.
Yeah, actually, I'm sorry to address Aikisi's concern. So she had a question, right? So the backyard is 20 feet setting we have on the backyard from the windows to the fence.
Okay, thank you. And how deep is that balcony? I'm trying to look at the plan and I can't figure out the depth.
It's I think Felix maybe he's there on the call, so I think it is about 100 square feet flat. But depth is I think
It starts 5 feet away. Back of the. There is a 5 feet setback, but
yeah, I can get back to you. Yeah, it's not too deep. It's about 100 feet, and I think it's probably 7 feet. I think.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And oh, I thought we had 2 hands up. Well, we have one, and that's mine. To the homeowner, I'm curious about something because there's a lot of back and forth on this with some of your neighbors. Did you have a discussion with your neighbors about the current plans that you're presenting tonight?
Yes, we did had, and then we did share the updated plan with the neighbors.
Was that recently or just, when was that?
It was done sometime middle of March, this updated design. But I can confirm, I can just look at my phone, but yeah, it was at least a month ago. So we submitted, yeah.
Okay, and then let's see, Elizabeth, help me out here. My screen's a little interesting right now. Do we have another hand up from the panelists? I can't tell.
We do. Let's see. Oh, no, we don't. I'm sorry. We not from a
Here it
commissioner.
comes.
No.
Here it comes. Somebody, Sally?
No, she would not speak.
I raised my hand.
Okay, but I think Sally, are you with the speaking in the public?
Oh, but I forgot to show my pictures. I have 3 pictures.
Okay, we will get to you, not to worry, okay? If there's no other questions from the commissioners, I think, hold on just a second. I want to try to keep keep it moving correctly. I think this would be a good time then to go to the public. Correct me if I'm wrong, Xander, and anybody from the public who wants to speak, each one of the public folks that speaks gets 2 minutes. Correct me if I'm wrong, Xander.
That is correct. And just to clarify, this is for any member of the public who has not already spoken.
Thank you.
And the applicant and the appellant will get a chance to rebut at the end of the public comment period. But if you've already spoken, you don't get a chance to speak right now.
Okay, thank you, Xander. So I will move to you, Elizabeth, we have several hands up. Let's go to those that haven't spoken.
Okay, so we'll start with the first one here, Judy A, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Okay, so my question is still not clear. When I looked at the plans, it said 55 inches from the back windows to the fence. So can I get a confirmation? Is it 55? Because I checked my own yard and it's 20 feet. So I thought it said 55 inches, and that's why I'm calling to find out what the exact measurement is from the setback from the fence to the back of the house. So is that, should I end it so then someone can respond?
That's your question. I think, you know, we have so many hands up. I'm going to ask if somebody from staff can give a quick answer to that. Otherwise, I'm concerned that we're going to miss some answers to some questions.
I've pulled up the plans and the schematics, and it's 22 feet from the rear property line to the rear wall of the first floor.
Okay. Okay. That's what I need to know. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Judy A. So Elizabeth, the next person.
The next speaker is Bessie.
May I share my file? Hello?
Excuse me? We can hear you.
May I share my file?
Can you share your file?
Yes.
I'm not sure how to instruct you to do that.
Pictures.
No, I understand what they are, but I don't know. I don't run the computer segment. Is that something we can do, Elizabeth? I'm not sure if we can do it right now or if you need to send it to staff so that staff can do it after we speak to some other folks.
Well, maybe Xander can help with this, but typically presentations are given to staff to review before they are shared. So Xander or Leslie, maybe you can give some direction on this.
The chair has the discretion to allow it.
Okay.
Let's move on and see if we can get, if you don't mind, Bessie, I'd like to get some of the others talking, unless you can take 2 minutes to actually tell us what your pictures show.
Oh, okay. So first, I'd like to make some clarification about the trees. So 1362, last year, they cut the trees in our property land to less than half of the fence, so totally off. And this year, I trimmed my orange tree because it has thick leaves, so I needed to trim it. And also, we have a maple tree, a very beautiful maple tree, which is dead because it is too close to 1366 big tree. So can trees block reason to protect privacy in several feet distance? I think no, it's not like walls or fence or privacy glass. If it's several blocks away, it may help, but the distance is too close, so it doesn't help a lot. And the second picture is all the evidence I can see from a high chair in my yard. In my yard, so we can see their second floor. What they can see us, they can see our backyard, front yard, the living room, and with lights on in the evening, they can see every movement in our room. And the third picture is about they mentioned.
I'm so sorry, Bessie. Your time is up, but I'm betting that someone else will pick up where you left off, and I'm quite sure somebody on staff can address the issue of your question about can trees be used to block the ability to see. Can someone on staff answer that? Leslie?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We have used landscaping as screening in the past, but I think she's talking about the landscaping on her own property is not there anymore.
But if she wanted to put it there, she could.
If she wanted to put it there, she could, absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Leslie. Who do we have next, Elizabeth?
So our next public speaker is Dana Suo.
Hi, I'm Dana and also live along the Harding Avenue. So actually I have some questions regarding the City of Santa Clara Single Family House Design Guideline. As Debbie mentioned multiple times that 3066 follows the design guideline. However, we found out that it clearly says on page 12 that second story is highly discouraged in neighborhood of patio homes. And we should avoid the use of second floor decks and balconies. So I wonder what's a standard or criteria when planning department evaluates the keys, whether the exception should be made, that the second story house can be approved, and especially with such a big balcony on the second floor can be approved. Does it mean that as long as the owner follows the building code, then it can be approved? Then if that's the case, why not just updating the design guideline? Because actually I'm also, like, our house is in the process like building a new construction. And we went for 1 story after many discussions with my architect, and the major consideration is the design guideline. So I feel it's a little bit unfair for us as we follow the design guideline carefully. So that's my question. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Nana. And could I have somebody on staff address that question about the second story balcony? If it meets the requirements, can it be approved?
Well, the design guidelines derived from community effort. They are to be applied throughout the city. They are not development standards. They do not contain the language shall not or prohibited. They use general terms like avoid, but if not avoided, then they also add additional language to address the impacts of that particular design element, such as the ones that we cited, Xander and myself cited previously, about what elements could be integrated into a design to mitigate the impacts of any second story feature. The R16L zoning district allows up to 25 feet in height. So it allows 2-story construction. There's nothing in the ordinance that prohibits 2-story construction. So the design guides speak to how best to apply these design themes consistently throughout the community. It's up to the development review officer to take into consideration the design guidelines and mitigations that can be implemented. It's up to the planning commission when the item comes for appeal, has a little bit more latitude than perhaps the development review officer, given there's some greater discretion. But again, we're applying consistently throughout the city. So it's, while you could do a case-by-case basis and you have that discretion to alter, to eliminate, to approve, staff is charged with applying the design guidelines consistently. And that is what we've done here.
Thank you, Debbie. So we have more hands raised. Elizabeth?
Sorry, it's not Elizabeth Kieran, but our next public speaker is Randy Ackerman.
I'm not planning to speak. I'm not sure how I popped up in there.
No problem. Thanks, Randy. So we can move on to the next person. And Randy, okay, there you go. Your hand just lowered. We can move on to the next.
Public speaker is Deepak Rao.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to support Ravi and Pallavi, who are our family friends. I have my wife Indu as well with me.
Good evening, everyone.
We are staying in the vicinity of this property right behind on Allen Way. And I personally feel they should be given a chance to be able to, to build a second floor and have the balcony that they're having, because how much privacy is adequate is a thing that each one of us have to consider. Having a second floor definitely means an ability to be able to see a larger area, but does not mean that you can cover up the entire house and say you can build a second floor just to be indoors. And I know, as Ravi already mentioned, the height considerations of both of them and their family, it truly does not add to giving them what they're looking to really want. And I think because all of the houses in the neighborhood are just one story, this would be a great chance for a change, allowing them to build a house which I've seen has been approved on Mauritia, which I think 3575 Mauritia is something that he had already shown that. It's very similar to what they're planning, and I don't think it should really raise privacy concerns. I would definitely request you all to consider favorably and allow them to be able to make suitable modifications, at the same time guard the privacy of neighbors, which is truly important, but does not mean that they cannot go forward with their dream home, especially with elderly parents at home as well, and 6 people in all. They definitely need your blessings to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepak. If we could move to the next speaker, I think we have, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, we have over 10 speakers still in line. So if you could move to the next speaker, we want everyone to have a chance.
Our next public speaker is Jin Ryu.
Unmute.
Jin, you will have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay. Yeah, so we also live on Harding Avenue, and we are concerned about the project, especially the second floor balcony. I think given the fact that so many neighbors have this same concern, I think that needs to be taken into consideration by the planning committee. Now, why the design guidelines, as you say, do not prohibit, they are guidelines. And so the purpose of these guidelines are for committees like you to determine what should be permitted and what should not. The fact that they exist as guidelines puts it in your hands. Now, I can understand if there was broad support for such a project, one might overlook the fact that the design guidelines differ. But the fact that so many neighbors are concerned about it, I think you need to stay with the design guideline. And then the issue of fairness, I think, was well raised. And there are many people, including us, that have designed homes, and we have been constrained by what was considered to be, the design guideline of the community. And it would be unfair for all the people that follow the design guidelines to allow somebody to not follow the design guidelines, especially when the community that the house exists in does not support the change. And the idea that the fact that all the other homes are single floor homes, I think needs to be taken into consideration. I mean, the neighborhood is a single floor home neighborhood, so it would be inappropriate to build a 2-level home there. I think a lot of the neighbors feel that way.
Thank you, Mr. Ryu. The next person, please, Elizabeth?
Our next speaker is Patrick Ferry.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I live at 101 Jenkins, so I'm about 200 feet from the project. And so, I'm not directly affected, I guess, but my concern here really is around the precedent, and especially seeing all the pictures of houses, throughout the city. I feel like, when the camel's nose is under the tent, that there is no going back. And I'm really concerned about whether, this is today's issue, but next year is going to be my issue. So anyway, moved in here 2008, really attracted to the mid-century modern design, love the single story and just the privacy of the neighborhood. So it's really important. We did a renovation in 2015, and we actually had to go to the Historical and Landmarks Commission because the neighborhood itself was considered, I guess, significant enough at that time to be proposed, at least for a historical district. And yeah, so it's 2 blocks of Mackie modern houses that were built in the 50s. They're all very consistent construction, and it's a beautiful neighborhood. And yeah, I'm just opposed to second story development in general. It's just really going to change the character of the neighborhood. And yeah, it's just, for me, it's just sad to see. And honestly, if I wanted to live in, well, if I wanted to live in that sort of neighborhood, I would have moved to Cupertino. So yeah, that's all I had to say. So thanks a lot. And I hope you'll deny the application.
Thank you. I'll move on to our next public speaker, who is Sumana Vijay Gopal.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Sumana Vijay Gopal. I'm a resident of Santa Clara, and I live in the Maywood Park vicinity. So not on Harding or very close to it, but close enough. I know the Chanojus from the neighborhood, and also Mr. Chanoju and I have worked together for the same company for several years now. I personally vouch for him as a person. He's very professional and a very considerate coworker, and I'm certain he carries those traits into the neighborhood as well. To me, it was very clear from both Debbie's and Ravi's presentations that Mr. and Mrs. Chanoju have adhered to current design guidelines. They've listened to and factored in privacy concerns of their neighbors and have made appropriate changes to their balcony and the window plans as well, with the louvered fencing and the obscure film and whatnot. So I personally am not seeing any privacy concerns. I also paid attention to all the pictures that Ravi showed. And I mean, I hear them when they say they have family requirements that this remodel meets. I do think they deserve it. And in addition, I personally believe that this remodel will bring uplift to the neighborhood. Not everyone can, pack up and go to Cupertino. I support their project and would like to see it approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Shirdi Prem.
Good evening. I hope you can all hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to talk about a few things, and after hearing the comments, some of my comments have changed. The first thing I would like to address is the topic of precedent. People have expressed concern about precedent, and I think that is a moot point because I actually live in a house that is a 2-story, and it is on a street parallel to the Chenoju's house. Not very far. It's not on their street, but it is certainly within the same tract. And in fact, the original house that I lived in was identical to Mr. Chenoju's house. And we and this was the landmark house that Commissioner Ikezi referred to, that went to the architecture committee for approval because it was a 2-story. And after my house, there have been several 2-story conversions in this neighborhood. So it's not, this house is not a precedent-setting house that the Chenojus have. Secondly, I think what this neighborhood needs desperately is investment and modernization. The houses in the neighborhood, if you walk through the neighborhood, and I walk through this neighborhood every day, they are in various states of disrepair. And we should welcome people who bring modernization and invest in the neighborhood. And I think we cannot hold development hostage to people wanting 100% privacy. Privacy in this kind of neighborhood is something that you figure out how much is adequate, as another speaker pointed out. So I would like to express my support for this project. And I think this is a very desperately needed investment in the neighborhood. And Mr. and Mrs. Chenoju are really great people. And I don't know why people are afraid of their neighbors.
Thank you, Shirdi. The 2 minutes expired. I think you've expressed your support quite well. Can we go to the next public speaker, Elizabeth?
Our next public speaker is Lakshmi Gubala. Lakshmi, you will have to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
We hear you, but you are echoing.
Sorry.
Try turning your external speaker down.
Hello?
Yes, it sounds better. Go ahead.
There you go.
Oh, God.
We can hear you.
Yes, can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry about that. Yes, Ravi and Pallavi, they are, they are I am the owner of 3050 Cameron Way. I'm right behind their street. And I know Ravi and Pallavi, they are very good neighbors and they are very considerate. And they have taken into consideration all the guidelines that the design review committee has given. As other participants, before me, speaker has said, the neighborhood needs desperate development. It looks really shabby and almost most of the houses are falling apart. So this is definitely a welcome to the neighborhood, new look and modern look to the neighborhood. And also, considering the pandemic, we need quiet time. We need quiet place to work, to take meetings. And that definitely, along with that, you need a quiet place. Basically you need, a bigger place, or if the land is not enough, the one floor, that automatically it says that, you have to have the next floor. The privacy concerns, I think all of us will have it. But they, according to the plan, I have seen all the pictures. It seems like we are putting microscope to look into, into these privacy issues. So I totally support, and I really welcome, and looking forward to this project continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Lakshmi. Who do we have next, Elizabeth?
Our next public speaker is Yang Zhao.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you. Hi, everyone. This is Yong. I'm from 3073 Harding Avenue. I'm Sally's husband. I do not agree the updated plan because the 4-foot fence on the north side of the big balcony could not protect our privacy. Sally took and already sent the pictures, evidence pictures to the City Commission and the Planning Department, which shows the clear view from our yard to the garage roof. Also, the distance from our yard to the garage roof is 95 foot, which still keep the clear view between us. Also, Sally is like 5 foot 3 inches high, and I'm 6 foot. I can see more on their garage roof than Sally in our yard. To be honest, I'm very busy with my work every day, and I do not have enough time to deal with this neighborhood building plan. I think to my wife, she keeps working on this and protecting our family's privacy. Our family has been bothering by the invasion for this big balcony thing for several months, which makes a big change in our life, right? So we have 2 cute boys. One is 10, another one is 5 years old. We were quite beautiful family before, but everything got messed from that big balcony. So my wife got sick, could not take care of them very well. I bet our boys must not want to see their mom sad every day and give the help if they are enough old. So I like to say I intend to apply for legal aid if the privacy issue still cannot be resolved. I have no other good idea, because at least I have to, yeah.
Thank you, Young. Thank you, Young, for your comments. Can we move to the next speaker? Keep in mind you have 2 minutes.
And next speaker, Murali Gobala.
Yeah, hello, can you hear?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Dear honorable committee members, Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak in support of the homeowner. My name is Murali Gubala and a longtime resident in the McKay neighborhood. As the latest convention is about balcony, let me share my own experience with balconies. Before our rebuilding, we used to live in a McKay home with a huge balcony across the street. If people were to stand there, they could directly look into our living and dining areas, let alone the courtyard. However, this was never really an issue. No one is really interested in constantly watching us do things. Everyone has their own life and priorities. Even now, after rebuilding our McKay home, they can watch directly into our newly built large living area via a big front window. We do allow plenty of light, sunlight, and keep things open most of the times. And secondly, based on the ring next door postings, there is gradual increases in vandalism and thefts in our neighborhood. So we do keep window blinds down to keep a watch on the neighborhood activity and don't mind neighbors or pedestrians glance once in a while into our house. We don't have anything to hide. And when privacy is needed at times, we just pull up the blinds. Simple as that. And I do support large egress windows for average applicants so that they can be rescued in case of fire or emergency. And balconies as per the city guidelines. And also neighbors can watch over each other properties when they are away. I strongly support Chenoju's family and all the accommodations they've done to address the privacy concerns. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Murali. Elizabeth, who do we have next?
Next speaker, Ramanathan Lakshmikantan.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk today. I live in Blake Avenue, which is right behind Harding Avenue, and I did a remodel a couple of years back, and it was a two-story building, and our neighbors also had privacy concerns, but I went through similar stuff what Ravi and family have done, and we accommodated their concerns and moved the windows and everything, and we were able to construct. And to the other point of the president, right? So when we came in, there was only one house, which was a one-story or two-story. Everything else was one-story, and slowly more two-story additions have crop up in the same area, right? So I think think of it as change for the better and giving a new look and investment into the community. And the other picture which was really striking, what Ravi showed, was from the rooftop. Pretty much, I couldn't see anything in the neighbor's house, and that completely tells me there is no real privacy concerns, right? So pretty much, I support their extension because they've accommodated pretty much all the concerns raised, and I think the Planning Commission should see that way too. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much. Comments are appreciated. And who do we have next, Elizabeth?
Next speaker, Murali Krishna Gondluru.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. I live on 3063 McKinley Drive, which is actually right behind Ravi Chenoju, the Chenoju's house, diagonally behind. And, both my neighbors are great people. I want to first say that. I also want to highlight that first and foremost, from a precedence point of view, that precedence, the most important thing was that the precedence was already done a while back, changed a while back, I think like Prem mentioned a few minutes ago. And most importantly, the neighborhood needs to be upgraded. That's a given. I lived there for 15 years. I still own the house. I'm currently living in a different home, but I've rented that property out. And I came and specifically took a look at the concerns related to the backyard. The landscaping approach is something that is, first of all, it's not clearly visible, but even with the landscaping, it's probably not visible at all. And so from my perspective, I look at the intentions of the person and the Chenojus are of the topmost intent. They have the topmost intent, and they're great neighbors, have been great neighbors. They've made changes and taken the concerns of the other people as well. And they've gone through multiple revisions. So I just want to say that we should move forward and support their desire to expand their home. And I also want to mention that we should all maintain some harmony as we're all neighbors there. And we should continue to approach these as friendly things. Nobody's trying to break anybody's privacy. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Who do we have next, Elizabeth?
Next speaker is Tanvi Gunasekharan.
Hello, my name is Tanvi, and I live at Burnett Avenue, which is close to Ravi and Pallavi's house. I get that building a balcony can be an issue of privacy, but as someone who lives in a single-story house with a neighbor of a two-story house, I have never ever in the 15 years that I've lived at that house ever come across an issue where I've seen my neighbor ever looking directly into my house, and they have multiple avenues to do so. And Ravi and Pallavi, their family is very respectable. They're very sweet and kind. There's no reason why they would just look into your house for any reason. They do have a big family, so it makes sense why they would want to renovate their house. And I genuinely think the council should support their plans. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And who do we have next, Elizabeth?
Our next speaker is Akshay. Akshay,
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, hello, commissioners and staff. Good evening, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Akshay, and I'm here to speak in favor of the 3066 Harding Drive home remodel plan approval. I live on McKinley. I live in the intersection of McKinley Drive and Blake Avenue, which is just a stone's throw away from the house in question here. And it's exactly the same neighborhood as the Chenoju family. And first, I want to talk a little bit about the Chenoju family because I've known them very closely for the 10 plus years. And their son and my son, they go to the same school. And they also are in the same troop of scouts. And their elderly, their older son is actually an Eagle Scout. So I don't have any doubts or anything on their intentions, or they're just a wonderful family. So I want to put that aside right now. So then what I wanted to mention is they are always very helpful, and also in the scouts, because we go to the same scouts, I know that they're always ready to help and they volunteer for all the activities. So they have an excellent record. Now coming to their house, we've been to their house multiple times, and we do agree with them that the kids are growing up, and now with this COVID and all that, working from home has become the norm. And also they have their parents living with them right now. So the houses here are very small. So I definitely see their need to expand their house. So, and also I've seen that they've taken extra consideration and gone out of the way and accommodated the inputs from the neighbors. So I strongly feel that taking all this into consideration, the city planning should go ahead and approve their plan for their house. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashke. Who do we have next?
Next speaker, Maha Devarajan.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I live on Mauritia Avenue, not an immediate neighbor of Chenoju family, but considerably closer. And I noticed after going through the plans that were shared, I noticed the owners have addressed the privacy concerns of the neighbors, and I'm sure that would add that the new construction would certainly uplift the neighborhood and of course the property price. And I don't think anybody can pack off and buy a new house here in the area. So I would like the commission to approve the design and proceed with the construction and so they can have a better life being in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much too. And who do we have next?
Next speaker, Radha Popuri.
Hello, I am Radha Popuri. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thanks, Planning Commission members, for giving me the time on this forum. I am the resident of Blake Avenue, which is one street next to Harding Avenue. I also speak as a prospective applicant interested in building a two-story home. I have to second many other people who have said that the precedent has already been set. And actually, I also speak as the neighbor of 85 Blake Avenue, Ramanathan Lakshmikant, who just spoke a couple of people before me. And I actually went through this process as a neighbor of someone who is constructing a two-story home. And when we asked the Planning Commission members back then, we were kind of told that essentially we are already, the design guidelines already accommodated two-story home. Then I asked them about the sizes of the windows. Then for fire code purposes, this point nobody has raised, so I will raise it now. You need windows to be of a certain size, both in the front and the back. Okay, so, and if you see our backyard is just 30-40 feet only away from the back of the home, 85 Blake Avenue of Mr. Ramanathan. So now what I'm saying is that Planning Commission is already approving plans for second story homes in which the backyards are not that far, like 40-50 feet. Why is a 90-foot front balcony such a big concern? If we already approve second story homes, that is not as big a concern. This neighborhood needs modernization. Because of the prices, we cannot go anymore. You will have to build on the existing land. We need more space in COVID times. So I am in support of the applicant, because we need this. We cannot buy anymore anywhere else in Bay Area, and we need this space to build homes.
Thank you, Radha. Who do we have next?
Next speaker, Sagar Nipa.
Hi, Planning Commission. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello. Hi. I'd just like to start off by saying that it's not true that the neighborhood has no single-story, two-story buildings. Maybe Chenoju's immediate neighbors don't have, but I myself live on Mauritia, which is the parallel street to where Chenoju's live. And I live in a two-story home. I have a big balcony, and I've been on that balcony all of 4 times in the last 10 years. Okay, so, and this is my 3rd appearance or 4th appearance in front of the Planning Commission, coming and supporting neighbors who want to do this massive upgrade needed for the neighborhood. The houses are falling apart, right? They're built in 1955, and we need Chenoju's hard-earned money to come into our neighborhood, right? You don't want them moving to Austin with their money. Okay, so I mean, there's plenty of houses that have been approved already. So why are we going over this repeatedly? As someone else spoke, my balcony literally is like 30 feet from my neighbor's house. Forget backyard, neighbor's house. There's no concerns there. Why is 90 feet a big concern? And that too, it's across a street. I don't see any issue there. So I think that Chenojus are well within their rights. They followed all the building codes and the guidelines. So, they're well within their rights. They've actually made accommodations like privacy windows and everything else. So I think you should approve this without much deliberation. Okay,
thank you. Thank you very much. Who do we have next, Elizabeth?
Next speaker, Ann Lee.
Hello, hi, this is Ann Lee. So our property, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you. Yeah, first, thank you, the commission members for this meeting, and I have the opportunity to share my comments. So this is only our properties on the backyard street of the 336 Harding Avenue. So right now we don't agree with Ravi's plan if our further recommendations is not being met. So first, for the this is like a pandemic time. Everybody is not easy, and I have to deal with such things many times. And I personally didn't feel well. And also, my neighbor Sally also got sick because of this. So this also put a very bad effect on our neighbors. Second, and I don't know. I have a question. So I don't know what the immediate the weight of our comments, because immediate neighbors' comments, because most of our immediate neighbors didn't agree with this. Some favoring opinions are just from some far away neighbors. So I just have a question about this. We'll consider our immediate neighbors' opinions. Third one is that I kind of doubt they say they cannot see anything from the backyard, the balcony, because I can see from my backyard, my yard, to some people when they're on the roof. So because they're like the same thing. So if I can see them, they can see me. So I doubt how that happened. When they're on the second roof, they can see me. Yeah. So yeah, that's my question. So yeah. So thanks for your time to consider all those. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Who do we have next?
Next speaker is Fuad Rahman.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, hello. My name is Fuad Rahman. I'm at 137 Blake Avenue, just behind Ravi and Pallavi's house. So, we're pretty much the same neighborhood, and I'm a very avid walker. I walk hour and a half every day in this area, in front of all our neighbors' houses. And the neighborhood is changing, and it has to change. These houses were built in 1955, 56 timeframe. There's a much needed investment that needs to come into this community, because we should be supporting the people who are bringing in investments and upgrading the community. Otherwise, we're all going to be in a very, very bad place. In terms of Ravi and Pallavi, my son and their son used to go to the same school, and we've done a lot of things together. I know their parents. I know that they need time, they need the space. And to be honest, a lot of other neighbors are in the same space. We will need, more space. And, post-pandemic time frame, all of us are getting more and more ready to work from home, which means you need more space. I know that a lot of immediate neighbors have raised issues with privacy, but privacy is a two-way street, and it's all relative. I have seen the designs, and I think they have addressed the concerns very adequately, and I support their effort. So I'm asking the commission to please, go in their favor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a question for Xander, because I'm wondering if there is some confusion. Can you explain again what the commission can and cannot rule on with this development? In other words, what we are empowered to do or not do when it comes to a development such as this?
Well, the only thing you can do tonight is rule on the application that's before you. So either grant or don't grant the architectural approval. This is
in terms of whether or not something meets standards.
Well, yeah.
Or is that a confusing question? Sorry, Xander.
The the commission has before it a resolution. Staff's recommendation is approval. So you have a set of findings before you that you need to make in order to approve the architectural, or in this case, overrule the appeal. So those findings are set forth in the resolution. They include things like neighborhood compatibility. And if you didn't make those findings, then you would grant the appeal, and the architect would be disapproved.
Okay, thank you, Xander. Elizabeth, who do we have next?
Next speaker is Sachin Vaidya.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm speaking in support of Ravi's proposal for his new home and the expansion of his existing home. Again, I know him for quite a number of years, and both of them have been very nice, very considerate people. There are 3 points I just wanted to raise specifically. One is the kind of inconvenience they have been ready to take up in order to address the privacy concerns that others have raised, his neighbors have raised. Again, just to say it, I'm also Santa Clara residents, live very close to their house. They have increased the window size on both the sides, which go beyond their height as well. So it's kind of inconvenience, but they are considerate. Both of them are very considerate to have taken that point into their account and also change their designs. The second point, which I would be concerned about, is the fire rescue, where they talked about their French door being a rescue for the fire rescue, as well as the front of the balcony being used as a rescue for during the fire. So I would be very concerned to change that design or do anything that jeopardizes the security and the well-being of the people inside. And the third thing I also wanted to highlight was the consistency that many people talked about. I know there are many houses coming. There are already houses that are currently already being built in the neighborhood, which have balconies that show very similar structure or even bigger openness than what Ravi has been very considerate about. So I think, considering all these points, I am very much in favor of the construction and the proposal that we has put together. Thank you.
Thank you, Sachin. And we have someone else.
Next speaker is Sajiv Madhavan.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I'm Sajiv Madhavan. I live in McKinley Drive, which is a street behind Harding Drive. I'm here in support for Ravi and Pallavi for their proposal. My family is similar to Ravi's family and family of 6. And many of us here, we have a lot size of around 5,000 to 5,500 square feet. That's our lot size. And the only way, and we live in typically like 1,000 to 1,200 square feet home. And when we have family, friends and coming, it's getting very congested. So the only way we can expand our home is we cannot expand horizontally because of the lot size that we have. And the only way we can expand is vertically, adding a second story. So I fully support having them adding the second story for having sufficient space for the family to live in. And I see their design being very modern and aligning with the architectural style of the market homes. And they've been very considerate. I feel they took all the inputs. They've gone even beyond others, like they sacrifice the comfort they have, having windows like 5 feet 10 inch, which is way above to operate it for them. So I think we need to consider the changes they have done to accommodate the feedback that the neighbors are provided. And lastly, we need to modernize our neighborhood. I know many people, my friends, they left the neighborhood because one, they not enough space, or they feel there are houses outside the cities there which were much more modern. We need to support families who are here to improve the lifestyle and look of the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sanjeev. Who do we have next?
Next speaker is Nimit.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, hi everyone. Thanks for allowing me to speak, and thank you all the committee members and all the councillors. I am Nimit Thakur. I live on the McKinley Drive, which is right behind the street where this development is going to happen, and I'm not too far from their house as well. If I get up on my roof, I can definitely see their house. So I'm that close. So I think there are a few concerns. I mean, I am in support of this development, definitely. I mean, all the good reasons people have already mentioned. I just want to comment on two things. I mean, balcony is a necessity if you want to get the free sun energy. I mean, vitamin D and whatever you need. It's for good health for everybody. I mean, they already taken all the measures on their side to raise their windows up. I mean, balcony gives you the free sun energy for their health and everything, and for their mental well-being. The same rights that the neighbors have to go on their front yard or backyard, I think they should have the same rights if they have a balcony. And again, balcony is also a egress requirement. I would consider it that. I mean, that's a safety code in my mind, because if you make it the fence too high, then or the wall too high, then it is a safety hazard if there's a fire or an event like that, right? So I think needless to say more, because there's a lot has been said. So I'm in support of this development, and I thank Ravi to bring in this investment and this kind of a good investment into our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Nimit. We still have several more. Who do we have next, Elizabeth?
Our next speaker is Hong Jiangli.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for allowing me to speak, and thanks for the commissioners. And I would like to make a few points. First is regarding the supporters' comments that we're not against the Ravi's second story addition. And we do welcome those kind of investments. We absolutely agree on that. Having a remodeling on this community is good. It's good for the community. What we are against is the second story balcony. And one point I would like to make is that when their current plan for the first story, they didn't really reach the full FAR, the floor to area ratio. That's if the supporter is saying that they need more space, then they should consider. I mean, at least the first step is to consider to utilize the first floor's FAR to make sure that that's kind of be as used much as possible, right? So that's then you could have a kind of a smaller second story and without a balcony. Second point I want to make is that there's no design guideline saying that a balcony is a necessity for any of the fire or any kind of egress stuff, right? Instead, when people are saying, a lot of people are saying that they are following the design guideline, we want to make it clear. In the design guideline, in the city's published design guideline, it is clearly said, avoid second story balcony, right? So when it's kind of very unfair that when people say you pick up the guidelines that are in favor of you, but just pretend or actually ignoring the ones that you say, okay, that's we can just don't follow, right? So that's the 2 points that I want to make. But
thank you. Who do we have next?
Next speaker, Jiang Quan Li.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Well, first, thank you for the opportunity to voice my opinion. I actually just have a few questions. I feel that part of the discussion keeps stating that this proposed development meet or not meet the building standard. I guess my question is that as far as I hear from the statement, my interpretation is that the community concerns of privacy is part of the building standard, or elsewise we wouldn't have to go through this public comment process. So to me, that it's obvious that there is lots of controversy on this subject. So is it too early to state that this proposed development meet or not meet the building standard? My second question is that where is the procedure to actually resolve the different opinions on privacy or on this subject matter? Obviously, there are different opinions I hear. Everyone has their own opinion, but I'd like to have some clarification. Is if the city has a written procedure to resolve this, ultimately we're talking about, I guess, is the community part of the approval just to meet the standard, or is it just to is it include the addressing the community's concern or privacy? That's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me see if I can have our attorney Xander answer your two questions about whether or not privacy is a part of, I think you said, building standard, and where the procedure to resolve differences are. Xander, you might also want to mention what happens after tonight.
Sure. Well, let's make sure we're using the same terminology.
That's what I thought.
We have building standards, which are set forth in the California Building Code. Those are things like fire safety, how big a door has to be to provide safe exit. Those cannot be waived. Those are things that are simply fixed by state law, and we don't have any discretion one way or another. If you're going to build a house, you build it to current building standards. But I think what we're talking about tonight are the design guidelines. There's a set of guidelines that we follow for single family and duplex residential development. And these are things that the Planning Commission tonight, or more commonly, the development review hearing at Architectural, take into consideration when they're making the findings necessary for an architectural approval. So the findings that the Planning Commission has to make are that the design and location of the project and its relation to neighboring developments will not impair the desirability of investment in the neighborhood or occupation in the neighborhood. Also, the design of the development is in keeping with the character of the neighborhood and won't be detrimental to harmonious development, and that the granting the approval won't adversely affect the health, comfort, or general welfare of persons in the neighborhood. So the Planning Commission looks at the design guidelines, and then considering those guidelines and the findings they have to make, makes a decision on whether or not to approve or overrule this appeal. And so the Planning Commission are the public's representatives tonight. They are here to receive all the testimony that the public provides. And then it's the Planning Commission that makes the ultimate decision after receiving that testimony. For single family residential developments, which this is, there are actually two appeals. So this project was appealed from the Development Review Hearing at the Planning Commission. Whatever decision the Planning Commission makes tonight, there is a second appeal possible. Whoever's displeased with the results tonight may appeal this decision within 7 days to the City Council. So it's very possible this won't be the final decision tonight if someone appeals on either side of this issue.
Thank you so much, Xander. I think that will help the understanding of the folks that are weighing in tonight. Can we go to the next person? Elizabeth?
Next speaker is Alan Tibbetts.
Hello. I have a home approximately 1,000 yards away from the project home. It was upgraded in 1986, so it's now got 36 years on it. It's a two-story home. It has a large front balcony. It doesn't have any privacy fences on the balcony. And in those 36 years, I've never had any complaints voiced by any of my neighbors. In fact, when going around with my neighbor Morali across the street talking about adding to his home, everybody was quite pleased with the situation. The second observation that I would make is that adding a second story to a home isn't a good investment in the neighborhood. It's also very much in keeping with the long-term energy goals of the city, which were so eloquently put forth by staff earlier in this meeting. So the reality is that working from home is becoming common. Multi-generational families are becoming common because of the economics of the world. So I'm very much in favor of this man investing in his community and being allowed to build his home. But I do think that he should have to promise his neighbors that he won't buy any binoculars to spy on them. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. And who do we have next?
Next speaker is Yoshi.
Hello, can you hear?
Yes, we can hear.
Okay, yeah, I'm I'm Yoshi Kubota. I'm living at 3069 McKinney Drive, just behind the lab's house. It's our family doesn't have much in the privacy concern about for this morning. Yeah, everybody told me that but I'm not with our family, doesn't have it. So and we have enough for a big tree, and he has also I have, and then also our house is very old. Maybe I don't have plan yet, but maybe that they need to do some remodeling, whatever. It's maybe in the future they need to do it. I think I'm it's okay for a distant project for myself. It's okay. Thank you for a very short comment, but thank you for listening for my voice.
Thank you so much, Yoshi. Before we go to the next person, I just wanted to make a clarifying comment that after we're done with all these folks that have their hands raised, there will be 5-minute rebuttal allowed to those that actually filed the appeal. Now that's a total of 5 minutes. And those people would be, and forgive me if I mispronounce names, Dan Duo, Sandrina Valenti, Tanjun, Zili Wang, and Tong Zheng. So if any of you that I just mentioned have your hands up, you've probably, I think Sandrina, you already had made some comments. You will have an opportunity when the appellants are given a grand total of 5 minutes to speak. So the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you might want to think about just a minute apiece. Anyone else who's already spoken, we don't allow people to keep coming back. That's not the policy. So if you've already spoken, we won't be calling on you again. So Elizabeth, do we have anyone who hasn't already spoken?
I think the only one we have left would be Sandia.
She actually has spoken.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So everyone who has their hands up right now, which is, and I'm sorry if I say it wrong, Chin Ru, you have spoken. Sally, you're part of the appellants. So based upon that, no, we do not have any other speakers.
Do we have any phone-ins that are, or that's
e-comments?
Yeah.
No, we don't.
Okay, let me make sure I keep us on the straight and narrow. Then at this point, we have an opportunity for, make sure I'm going this right, but correct me if I'm wrong, okay, Xander? We have an opportunity for both the folks that were appealing, the 5 that I mentioned, and for the actual homeowner, 5 minutes total for both categories. Xander, who would go first here? Would it be the
homeowner? The
homeowner. So the homeowner, you have 5 minutes to address the concerns you've heard.
Hi, again, this is Ravi. So basically, I didn't see anything, any concern that we didn't address. Again, as I mentioned, the picture that I showed you from our roof explains, as I mentioned, right? So explains the situation here. And again, there was one question that was asked by somebody that who are the immediate neighbors? You heard them all now. So Yoshi is my backdoor neighbor, and Murli is also my backdoor neighbor. And Tanya, who didn't dial in because of her age, so she is also a supporter. And Mark, who is in front of our home, he is also has no concern with the updated design. So there are at least 10 to 15 people around this neighborhood, and Kaushal, Nimit, you probably heard all of them. So they all support our project. So I just wanted to respond to the people who are the immediate neighbors that are supporting you.
Okay.
Now, again, I just wanted to say one more thing, that we have gone above and beyond the city guidelines to address the concerns. For example, again, as I mentioned, 5 feet to 5 feet 10 inches. Again, that's not comfortable. My wife height is 5 feet 1 inch. So we went above and beyond what we think is the city guidelines. So we followed all city guidelines. Based on that only, we got the city approval on the Jan 12th. If the city guidelines were not followed, it would have been rejected, but it was approved, as Debbie mentioned. And again, the 4 feet balcony wall is a egress window. So if we, by any chance, if we caught in fire, so the only exit is through the French door, and then we need to have this 4 feet wall for us to exit. Okay. And also the egress windows are not big egress windows. Yeah. Yeah, so the egress windows that Tong mentioned are not the big size. It's a 5 feet 4 inch. And then this is like a sliding window. So the opening is half of that, and minus the frame of the window, right? So it's effectively 2.3 feet opening horizontally and 4 feet vertically, right? So it's coming to about 7 to 8 feet. And the city requirement is 5.7 square feet. So again, the egress windows are not big windows. I wanted to reiterate that. And
then for egress windows, immediate neighbors doesn't have a concern.
yeah, egress
Understood.
windows, my immediate backdoor neighbors, they don't have any concern. Murli gave us support, Murli from 306663 Harding Avenue, and Yoshi McKinley, and then Yoshi, he gave support. So my immediate backdoor neighbors have no concern with the egress windows.
Okay.
And again, just wanted to say that we're not spending our hard-earned money to spy on neighbors. And again, as I suggested, the only way we can spy on neighbors is probably buy a binocular and then use it. But we have better things to do than buying a binocular and spy on neighbors. And again, we have been living here for 15 years, okay? And our neighbors know us very well and what kind of people we are. And we have a very busy life. Me and my wife, we work really hard to take care of my family. And we have been looking forward to have a quality life for some time with our family and live in harmony in the neighborhood. So we would seriously request the Planning Commission to consider this remodel and then support us. Again, we want to thank the Planning Commission and City for their support.
I would like to also add that this approval will help my family stay in this neighborhood for my children to come in and stay back into the neighborhood. And
right.
If we don't get this approval, you will be definitely giving a sign that we should not be living in this area. So that I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. So I take it you're not going to buy binoculars to spy on your neighbors, right?
For sure,
Definitely
we have better
not.
things to do.
Okay.
We have better
I
things to
can
do.
donate that money to some good.
All right.
Yeah, we use
Thank
the
you.
balcony for occasional use. It's not that we are going to sit there and then do spy on people, right? Yeah.
Okay. Understood, and I appreciate your comments back. So at this point then, there is an opportunity for Dan Duo, Sandrina Valente, Tanzun Ziliwang, and Tongzeng. They would also have a grand total between the 5 of them, a grand total of 5 minutes to rebut. And if one of those 5 is willing to rebut, if your hand is up, we'll know to pick on you. Okay, I see Sandrina with her hand up. Elizabeth?
Yes, we are in the process of allowing them to speak.
Okay, we have two of
And
them. Two
Yeah.
of them. I
Yeah, so they
think.
have all been unmuted. You all should be able to speak.
Is it
okay,
okay?
thank you. The clock has started. Thank you.
All right,
Sandrina, go.
My name is Sandrina, and first of all, we are not against him putting in the second story. What we have asked for is to raise up the wall in the front, and there is, all he has to do is put a door in that wall that he puts up so that he can get out in case of fire. And then that would give the privacy to the people across the street. We realize that the neighborhood has to change. We don't like it, but we understand that that's going to be happening. What we're asking is to please keep our privacy in mind when you're doing it. He has made some concessions, yes. We're just asking for a few more. We're not asking that he not do the balcony. We're not asking that he not do the second story. So all of these comments about us not wanting to regenerate our neighborhood are false. I don't understand why the people that moved into a balcony-less community, or, you know, with our patio style homes, have got to lose all of our privacy so that we can move forward. And I highly resent saying that my house is a falling down piece of crap.
Okay.
I'll yield to somebody else.
Okay, thank you, Sandrina. Do we have Dan or Tan or Zilly or Tong waiting to speak? Sally, I know you're waiting to speak, and forgive me, but you already had an opportunity and the procedure doesn't allow a second time.
Well,
And
then can I continue talking then, if nobody else wants to?
Please, can you pause the time?
We have 2 minutes and 58 seconds. Do I hear Tong speaking? You can speak.
No, please let Sandrina go. Continue.
All right, Sandrina already spoke. Sally, there's 2 minutes and 40 seconds left for you to speak. I'll allow it.
Okay, thank you. So the Ravi mentioned the distance measure from his garage to my yard is 91 feet, and I have already addressed we concern our yard privacy. I do not know why Ravi measured the distance from his garage to my room. Also, the picture Ravi shows the bushes in front of our fence, which was from redfin.com. And already long time ago, not currently picture. Also, it's very clear view between, especially during night when lights on. About the trimming bushes, that's the gardener's work, and the gardener trim the bushes when they need to be trimmed, and they need to be responsible for the trees, not you should to resolve the privacy issue because you are building the new constructions. The first picture, Miss Debbie shows that balcony has the similar style with Ravi's. However, that one, the owner didn't live in that property and they built it and then sold it. So I have, I heard some commissioner mentioned the Ravi's timeline. So on the December 1st, Ravi said he filed the applicant. He filed his applicant, but actually our neighbors, he noticed our neighbors on it's the 23 days later. So may I show some pictures?
Well, you only have a minute left.
Yeah. But as I remember before, you say I have a chance to show my picture. Also, the picture I already sent in my letter to the city.
Well, they can give us those pictures later. Yes, it was possible to do so if you handed them to staff prior to tonight. It's a bit complicated to try to, and I'm not even sure it's possible for someone who's a guest speaker to do it. But I think you've been very well spoken about your point of view.
Okay, thank you. I finished.
Oh, thank you so much too.
Oh, another one. So we can see some people state the privacy issue, but they are not from our street. I don't know how can they really know our unsafe feeling about the privacy. Also, most of the supporters to the Railway, they are not from our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. All right, are there any other hands up?
I'd like to move to close public hearing.
Okay, we have a motion to close public hearing. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Who was that? Was that
Huang?
Bhatnagar? Huang. Okay, second by Huang. Elizabeth, if you could take the vote.
Sure, just a moment, please.
No problem. I know you have to get set up for the vote.
The motion is to close the public hearing. Chair Biagini.
Yes.
Commissioner Hero.
Yes.
Commissioner Wang.
Yes.
Commissioner Casey.
Yes.
Commissioner Salam.
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Okay, we go back now to the commission, and I know I have two hands up now, but I wanted to take the privilege of the chair, make a couple of comments. Robust discussion on this particular project, and that's helpful for commissioners to make up their mind. But I want to remind folks listening in that under the law, and Xander will correct me if I'm wrong because I'm not a lawyer, but under the law, all properties are considered unique, even if they're right next door to each other. So whatever happens on the commission vote tonight, it's not going to have any effect on another item that may come up in this neighborhood that looks similar. Furthermore, I actually have been through the neighborhood. I'm quite familiar with it. I've been up and down the block, familiar with it because I'm a parishioner at St. Justin's and went to school there for a number of years. I hear that there's a lot of concern about the balcony on the second story, more so than just the second story. And I will say, remind folks that are listening in, if you do have a copy of the staff report on this item, the staff was very clear about the conclusions that they came up to, and staff's conclusions were consistent with design guidelines in that the second story itself is sufficiently set back. It's less than 66% of the first floor, which is a design guideline. And as somebody spoke, you're right, guidelines are just that, guidelines. The egress bedroom windows are located in the front and the rear of the home, where the distances from adjacent properties are the greatest. The side-facing windows are located greater than 5 feet above the finished floors for neighbors on either side. The design guidelines, I've heard plenty of comments about whether or not you can or cannot, and actually it's should not. The use of the balcony is minimized as it's just under 200 feet of the outdoor area, and it's oriented to face the public street, not to the sides. So I just wanted to kind of bring that up. Changes that were made as far as staff was concerned, address neighborhood privacy by avoiding direct sight into the windows. I just say that so folks understand what the city staff is advising the commission as we get into discussion about whether or not or how we vote based on the criteria that Xander, our attorney, outlined for us. So that said, let's start with Commissioner Huang, followed by Commissioner Salam, followed by Commissioner Bhatnagar. Huang?
Oh, thank you, Chair. Yeah, a long discussion. Actually, I visited the job site. It's mainly single-story house right now, but just a very little area. Since more and more two-story houses are building in this area, so I don't think a two-story it's an issue. Actually, one of the applicant also mentioned that. My feeling is the main concern is the balcony. If you look at the pictures of the elevation, I don't think the balcony create more private issue because you can see the window behind the balcony, right? If you want to, they want to look, I mean, they can go just look through the window, same thing. So also the balcony, they have the side wall, 6 feet tall, 4 feet in the front. I think that's a very good design. So I mean, building is a building, right? You need to design something not only say for privacy, you need also provide other features. So I support the design. Another thing is actually, I think I fully understand some neighbors' concern, the privacy, but actually I think privacy it's two sides. My own side and other people's side. So I can do something to provide my own privacy. Other people can do the same thing. So I think trees are really very good things to increase privacy. And also it's good for our community. I think that so my feeling is it's a harmony. So neighbors need to help each other, to understand each other. Actually, when I look at the design, Ravi, they raised some window height to 5 feet 10 inches, and some even to 6 inches. My recommendation is you lower it to 5 feet. That's the city recommend. So imagine if I sleep in a jail cell, right? The window is high. What's your feeling? So I hope the appellant think about your neighbor too. I mean, right? If you live in a room, the window is so high. What's your feeling? Just I spend the money to build a cell for myself. What's the point? So I strongly support this project, and I thank you, Chair. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Huang. I have Salim Bhatnagar and then Ikezi.
Okay. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
I guarantee you I'm going to confuse the daylights out of people, but I actually feel both sides of this equation. The homeowner has every right within our guidelines and within our design specifications and all the other aspects of what we provide as a city to build the home the way they've designed it. So I don't see we can get in the way of that. And secondly, I hate front balconies, but what I hate or don't hate has nothing to do with our responsibilities as a commission to evaluate this home. I am an architect. I don't like front balconies. Set it aside. They want a front balcony. It's within the guidelines and it's within the design standards. So they can have a front balcony. I do agree that a taller front barrier for visibility makes sense. You can't do it beyond a certain height because of egress. That's a fact. That's not our choice. The idea of putting a door into the balcony, I don't even know if that's a reasonable option. So that may just be set at a height that is deemed safe to be able to escape the home in case of fire. So now that I've substantially muddied everything again with my opinion being both yes and no, I have to actually support the project being built as designed simply because neighborhoods don't get locked in time. They are not a picture. They're not a snapshot that it's that way forever. They have to have the ability to evolve and grow. And reasonably expand without destroying the aesthetic of the whole neighborhood. Nothing about what I saw in the design destroys the aesthetic. It remains flat roof design. It didn't become a ranch house. It didn't become a barn. It's staying with the original design, and it's now 2 stories. I feel like we're arguing a great deal about individual preferences and not about the fact that I don't think we have the reasonable authority to say no. And I don't think we should, because that means every single home designed and proposed in the future are going to have that same 1 person or 2 or 4 people objecting specifically to a particular part of it, holding all development up. So yeah, I'm getting down to the bottom line. I have to support it. Even though I don't like or love the design, I think it's the right thing to do. There you go.
Thank you, Commissioner Salem. Next up is Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yes, thank you, Chair. You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So I think the commissioners and the speakers have really homed in the key point here, this issue of what can be seen from the balcony. And I heard time and time again, if I can see them, that they can see me. Let me ask the question, is that true? Okay, so let me paint a little picture here. So any one of us, we are sitting in a restaurant on a bright day, just like this picture that Ravi showed up, right? And we are sitting a few feet away from a window, and one of us just feels, oh, I forgot something in my car. And you can see that car out that window, let's say 90 feet away from where you're at. Now you run out the car and you grab whatever you wanted to grab, and you look at that window, can you see inside? The physics says oftentimes no. And the reason for that is very simple. The brightness outside is being reflected off of the window much more so than the low level intensity of light coming in from the room reaching your eyes when you're outside. Your eyes are also now squeezed up very much because of the brightness. So your ability to see into the darkness is removed. That's the reason why Ravi's picture speaks the truth. So the truth is that actually during the daytime, there is a small sliver of area that passes that angle that can actually look in, number one. And number two, the shade in front of that window that the neighbor has in front darkens that area enough such that there is really the Ravi cannot see inside. Although, of course, very easily the people inside can see Ravi's balcony. So if I have been clear, which I doubt, if I've been clear, I think it makes a lot of sense to me that for the most part, the privacy is not a concern. In the nighttime, it'll be the opposite. So now you want to say, okay, in the nighttime, now I have lights inside the neighbor's room, but Ravi's balcony is dark, obviously. But you also are hoping that Ravi would be sitting outside on his balcony in the dark night, most nights, right? And lastly, that he has bought that binoculars that he promised not to. So with those 3 observations, I would say that I don't think the privacy concern is valid. The staff has looked at this project twice and permitted it with their stamp of approval. The changes that Ravi has made, did you notice that the windows that were moved up to 5 feet 10 inches, actually could not be moved any further because of the ceiling? They were hitting the ceiling up there on that side, right? So he's done his part. And I think with that, I would say that I would support this project fully. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bhatnagar, for an interesting and unique point brought up about the windows. You were very clear. Not a problem. Okay, Commissioner Ikezi.
Thank you, Chair. Based on the long hearing that we just had, I think the neighbors' concerns boiled down to the balcony. I think the egress windows, some people have commented that they should be lower, but I think if you look at the plans, The side windows are just for bringing in the light, and all the bedrooms have egress in the back of the house or front of the house. So so I don't think, and neighbors aren't complaining about the clear story windows on the side. So I think the whole issue boils down to balcony. And I'm wondering if, and what I'm hearing about the design guideline is that, yes, the homeowner is allowed to build a balcony, but it sounds like the size of the balcony is discretionary. You're supposed to respect neighbors' privacy. And I earlier asked about the depth of that balcony. If the homeowner can linger and hang out and spend a lot of time outside on that balcony, it's going to be, I think neighbors will feel, I think the neighbors will sense of privacy issue will be heightened. So I'm wondering if there could be a compromise here, and in making that balcony smaller, maybe less deep, so that the owner can step out into the balcony, spend a little bit of time, but there won't be enough room to have a big party up there, and for example, and I think that the deeper the balcony, the more view you have around the neighborhood. But the shallower balcony will somewhat lessen that concern. So I'm wondering if that could be a compromise that the neighbors and the homeowner can explore.
Maybe that's when we get to the point of making motions, you might want to include that in a motion. And I think
I'd be interested in hearing what the homeowner would have.
Well, we've closed public debate. That's the issue.
Well, with all due respect, the commission has a right to address questions to anybody, even after the public hearing is closed, according to the procedure.
Xander, help us with this one. She makes a good point.
You can direct a question to the applicant if she'd like.
Okay. If the applicant, I'm sure, is still aboard, can you address her question about, Commissioner Kezi, if you can state it one more time, so yes, the homeowner.
Would the homeowner consider building a shallower balcony, so that there'll be lesser concern for privacy? And for example, there'll be less incentive for the whole family to go out on the balcony and have a party.
Hey, are you able to hear us?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you, Ravi.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So basically, right, I just looked at it. It's 16.9 feet in width, and then it is 5.9 feet in the depth. So it's not 7 feet, it's 5.9 feet in depth. Okay. And then we're not building a balcony to have a party. Okay. So this is just to relax. And then we have a religious practice of praying God. So my parents are going to be living here. So I thought of not mentioning that, but I don't feel very comfortable with that. It's mainly that we have to go to the second floor and then pray the sun god. That's a Hindu religious practice. So my father does that, and then he's going to be living in this bedroom, and then he needs access for this. So that's the main idea. I thought of avoiding mentioning this, but I thought this is the time I have to mention it. But again, it is 16.9 feet in width and 5.9 feet in depth.
5.9 feet.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Ikesi?
Oh, yeah, I guess, you know what, no matter what we decide, maybe this is going to go to the council, but it is something that maybe the neighbors can consider, compromise.
Make a good point. Thank you, Commissioner Ikezi. We have Commissioner Harrow next.
If I could interject just for a moment, just to clarify, I'm looking at the plan sets and confirming that Robbie is correct. It is 5.9 in its depth. And it is, if you refer back to your plan sets, that is accessed from a bedroom. So it isn't accessed from living area or necessarily common living area. It would be from the bedroom.
Thank you. Commissioner Harrow.
So first, I'd like to offer my condolences to Sally, who is suffering from some sort of anxiety up to and including depression over the prospect that your neighbor may put in a balcony. I feel for you, and I hope that you find some comfort in the fact that they're not going to be spying on anyone from that balcony. I get a pretty good feeling that this is a very well-established family in our community, and I don't think that they're there to purposely look in on anyone. The second thing I'd like to offer is that I have never in my life in Santa Clara since 1967 have had a front yard with any privacy. Since when did the front yard of your home become a private area? I don't know when that happened. I don't have privacy in my front yard. I have windows that are street facing, that are not oblique, they're clear windows. If I want privacy, I close the shades. There's only one way to attain privacy in the city, and that is to create your own. I don't believe that the balcony proposes any obtrusive, for somebody to lose privacy over the balcony. I'm just, especially after seeing the photographs from the applicant's roof, it's just not a valid concern in my opinion. I will be supporting this project as it is. 5.9 feet of depth is about a step and a half. I don't know how you could reduce it any without even really calling it a balcony. It's already very shallow, in my opinion. And I will be supporting the project.
Frank, can you stop that? Okay. Whoops, sorry. Thank you, Commissioner Harrow. Excuse any background noise. I have a couple of comments before I ask for a motion. First off, I want to thank those who weighed in tonight. It's important for us to hear, and there were very strong points on both sides of this issue. And I get the message loud and clear. The bulk of those that are concerned, it has to do with the balcony. I don't think with a 5'9" depth or even with the width, you're going to have to worry too much about a party out there. It's not really a lot of space. I want to reassert that any decision we make tonight, first off, as Xander said, there's still another appeal process. Second of all, each item is looked at on its own merits. So that doesn't mean precedent is automatically set. That's not the case at all. Of course, people bring up what the neighborhood looks like because that's part of what the commission has to have a look at, whether it keeps within the character of the neighborhood. As far as not putting a second floor balcony, I have to agree with Commissioner Salame. I hate them too. I know what it is like to live in a home like that because I did. It even had a fence in front, Commissioner Harrow, at a time. So there was front privacy, but that's kind of an aside. In terms of second floor decks and balconies in neighborhoods of patio homes, what it says is avoid. It doesn't say you absolutely cannot. And that's why staff spent the time that they did. So when I look at what the commissioner's job is and take into account what staff's conclusions were, there are experts and they spent a significant amount of time on that, and recognizing what our job is as a commissioner, whether or not we like the idea, our job is pretty clear, as Xander mentioned. So I'm going to have to say, and I am really hopeful. You have neighbors on both sides of this. I am hopeful that some neighborhood peace can be reached with whatever the final outcome is on this project. I would entertain a motion. Oh, we have a hand up. Oh, that's mine. Never mind. I would entertain a motion. The recommendation of the staff, I would request, because this is an appeal, that any of my fellow commissioners that want to make a
Yeah.
motion be
I will
clear
make a
about how
motion.
they're addressing it. Okay, Commissioner
Yeah.
Wong.
I will make a motion, overrule the appeal and uphold the development review hearing architecture approval of this project.
I'll second
Thank
that.
And for clarification, Chair, the recommendation should have said, adopt a resolution to overrule the appeal.
Yeah.
Is that okay with you, Commissioner Huang?
Yes.
And it's okay with me. Thank you, Xander. We should move to the vote, Elizabeth?
Sure. So the motion is to approve staff recommendation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just 1 second.
Overrule the appeal and uphold the development review hearing.
Chair Biagini,
Yes.
Commissioner Hero,
Yes.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Casey,
Sorry, I was muted. Yes.
Commissioner Salim,
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar,
Yes.
and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before we move to the next item on the agenda, if there's no objections, I think this might be a good time to perhaps take a 10-minute health break. Do I hear any objections from my fellow commissioners or staff?
After almost 4 hours, I think it's time.
And
Okay.
Chair, before you do that, let me just state for the record that there is a 7-day period to appeal this decision to the City Council.
Thank you.
That appeal may be taken by filing the appeal with the City Clerk's office.
Thank you. That's important, Xander.
Okay,
Okay.
we'll be back at 9:50. It's 9:40
Sounds
right
perfect.
now, 10 minutes, 9:50. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ready to go.
There we go. Wong and Bhatnagar, I want to make sure they're here too. I can't really tell. There's Bhatnagar. Hello, Commissioner. And
Hi
that
there, Chair.
leaves Commissioner Huang. Holler if you're back on.
Doesn't look like it.
We can give it another minute or two.
It's going to be a long night, no matter how we count it.
I think you're right.
Chair, it has been 10 minutes.
Okay. Let me check if Commissioner Bhatnagar is on. I'm sure he'll be with us.
Yes, he is. Well,
okay, then we are all here.
should be.
All right, so we next up we have public hearing item number 4, which is recommendation on general plan amendments for the Freedom Circle Future Focus Area and the Gray Star Development Project. We will start with staff.
Thank you, Chair Viagini. John Davidson with the Planning Division. So tonight we'll be talking about the general plan amendments related to the Freedom Circle Focus Area and the Gray Star Project, and also about the rezoning for the Gray Star Project itself.
Okay.
So the Freedom Circle Focus Area is 108 acres just north of the Bayshore Freeway, just east of Great America Parkway, close to Mission College and south of Great America. Mostly industrial parks at this point, but some office towers immediately north of 101 and the Marriott Hotel within the focus area boundaries. So what the Planning Commission is going to be considering tonight is certification of the Freedom Circle and Gray Star EIR, adoption of general plan text amendments related to the creation of the Freedom Circle focus area, and also creating a process for allowing new focus areas to be proposed and added to the general plan. There's also a separate general plan amendment privately initiated for Gray Star itself for them to change their general plan land use designation from high intensity office to very high density residential, which allows up to 100 dwelling units the acre. And then also the adoption of a plan development rezoning for the Gray Star site, which is really about development standards for the site, and the development approval itself would be considered separately at a development review hearing. So as far as what a focus area is, our general plan, these are the sort of kernels for future growth areas that are contained in the general plan. And the Freedom Circle area is not currently a part of our general plan, but was mandated by the council in 2017 when Gray Star was proposing their project, and it was something that was going to be jointly pursued by the Sobrato and Irvine companies in addition to Gray Star. Out of those 3 original participants, only Gray Star remains. So what we're doing is something a little bit different than a specific plan. We're creating the focus area, and in the hopes that at some point in time, developers will be ready to create a specific plan for the neighborhood. So this process would deliver housing, some housing now through the Gray Star proposal, but would also add housing capacity in the future in phase 3. So 2023 and later in the general plan. So the focus area would allow, subject to a specific plan or other future planning study, up to 2,500 dwelling units beyond what was anticipated in the Gray Star General Plan Amendment, and up to 2 million square feet of additional office space beyond what's allowed now under the high intensity office designation. So as far as short-term development, nothing is proposed beyond Gray Star right at the moment. So the Freedom Circle focus area is going to be an intensely urban environment with Great America Parkway and Mission College Boulevard retaining their commercial character, but other street fronts being more mixed in the way that they look. So the one interesting thing, besides the fact that we're creating a focus area, is that to allow or to create the capacity for additional office space within the Freedom Circle focus area, we had to create a new general plan land use designation, which allows for up to an FAR of 3, where the current general plan designation for high intensity office only allows up to a floor area ratio of 2. So, and just to sort of walk you through the Freedom Circle focus area land use diagram, one important thing to note right off the bat is that Mission College Boulevard, which runs generally east-west through the focus area, is also the boundary for the San Jose Airport's airport influence area. So things north of Mission College Boulevard are subject to review by the San Jose Airport Land Use Commission and could be limited in height and an additional intensity of use based on their location in the airport influence area. The areas in beige south of the airport influence area are the proposed areas for residential. The Gray Star site is to the right here at the southeastern boundary of the Freedom Circle focus area. One additional site, which is currently owned by Irvine Company, is also designated or would be designated for residential if the focus area was adopted. There is the new very high intensity office is immediately north of 101. It's currently developed. A number of these sites are already developed with office towers, but this would allow for additional intensity on those sites. And this focus area plan includes a number of transportation amenities, including connection between the focus area and the San Tomas Aquino Creek Trail with a bike trail connection, new bike lanes around Freedom Circle, a change to the way Hitchborn Drive is oriented and routed. So this goes from a one-way street inbound to Freedom Circle to a two-way street that has a signal that can cross Great America Parkway, which would provide a tremendous benefit for active transportation uses so people can get out of the Freedom Circle area easier if they're on a bike or if they're walking. And also a potential trail along the southern edge of Great America here. So those are a number of the potential active transportation amenities that are associated with the Freedom Circle plan. So as I was saying, a lot of what's in Freedom Circle, or at least some of what's in Freedom Circle now, is already relatively intense. So this will, the additional capacity and additional residential will just increase the intensity of development that's within the area. So as far as transportation demand management measures, Transportation demand management measures will be required that reduce vehicle miles traveled by 20%, 10% from active measures, consistent with our current climate action plan. And the Gray Star project and future Freedom Circle projects will be required to participate in the Transportation Management Association that the Patrick Henry Drive plans establish. So adding additional network users to that TMA. And as a part of the zoning standards in the Gray Star proposal, Gray Star has agreed to provide affordable housing, 15% affordable housing units per our city ordinance, but instead of at 100% AMI, at 80% AMI, which was consistent with the Patrick Henry Drive proposal, the original Patrick Henry Drive proposal. So to create a new focus area, one of the things that staff is proposing is that general plan or new general plan language be added so that that we call out, or that the general plan calls out that future focus areas or focus areas are a precursor to a comprehensive planning process. That there is a process for creating new focus areas or creating new areas where comprehensive plans could be considered. And that's the first step, is creation of a focus area. And the other bit of text, or the other text amendment that staff is proposing, is specifically in relation to the Gray Star proposal and what the direction from City Council was in 2017. That City Council felt that the Gray Star general plan amendment could proceed, but it needed to be planned in combination with some sort of additional neighborhood around it. So this general plan amendment is to allow, or this policy is to allow general plan amendments and rezonings outside of focus areas, but in combination with the designation of a new focus area. So this addresses City Council's concern about planning for the entire area. The Gray Star proposal itself is, again, to change the general plan land use designation to allow allow up to 1,100 dwelling units and 3 7-story buildings, up to 100 feet height maximum. And they're also proposing a 2-acre park in connection with the San Tomas Aquino Creek Trail, and a small amount of amenity space. So just taking a quick look at their site plan, the 2-acre park is right in the middle of 3 buildings that back up onto the San Tomas Aquino Creek Trail. The connection between the Creek Trail and Freedom Circle arcs through the public park. And just as a note, again, this the site plan is for purposes of the rezoning action tonight, is illustrative and just shows that the proposal that they're moving forward with at the development review hearing level is consistent with the zoning standards they're proposing tonight. This is a section across the entire site, and it takes a tiny bit of explaining. That the top says composite site section, and it's all 3 buildings and the park in the center of the project, just showing that all buildings are, 7 levels, mostly 5 levels of units over 2 or 3 levels of parking, so 7 or 8 stories, and then they're showing up to 85 feet in height on their composite section, but the zoning standards allow up to 100 feet in height. The Gray Star proposal for the park was already vetted through the Parks Commission. in September of last year and conceptually approved by the council in February of this year. So just the 2-acre park and the uses within it have been reviewed through those two processes. And I do want to again note that one of the big benefits of the Freedom, or one of the big proximity benefits of the Freedom Circle focus area is its relationship to the San Tomas Aquino Creek Trail, which really is the spine of the city's active transportation network. This is looking south towards Highway 101, with just at the northern edge of the Freedom Circle focus area. So again, because part of the Freedom Circle focus area is within the Airport Land Use Commission's purview, it's within the airport influence area, it had to be referred to them for a consistency determination. And I do want to just sort of point out that all of the intensity that's proposed within the land use diagram is outside of the airport influence area. So this was a very conscious decision on staff's part to try to minimize conflicts between the airport and airport uses and additional intensity that's desired in the Freedom Circle area. So again, consistent with general plan policy 5.4.7.-P2, which is to implement development in focus areas consistent with GP policies related to environmental quality, especially safety. So the LUC did find that the focus area plan was consistent with their club at that March meeting. So as far as environmental review, the EIR that was distributed in December and that you received a final EIR for found that there would be significant and unavoidable impacts for air quality, especially toxic air contaminants, potential destruction of historic resources, and increases in traffic noise levels from specific plan development. And there's also the cumulative impact of criteria pollutant emissions from air quality. So the draft EIR did run from November 5th through December 20th. We did receive 6 comment letters, and none of the comment letters have identified new significant impacts that would require recirculation. So just in terms of consistency with general plan policies, especially for future focus areas, because that's the best yardstick we have, the Greystar development proposal and the Freedom Circle plan, especially considering the fact that it has policies within it to help reduce land use conflicts, contains appropriate measures to be consistent with the policies in the future focus areas part of the general plan, which is policies 7, 8, and 9 of that section. And I just want to summarize by saying, or conclude by saying that the Freedom Circle focus area will allow for additional intensification of land use, especially commercial or residential and office industrial. It has good proximity to bus transit, especially a frequent bus line along Great America Parkway. It has a connection to the spine of the city's active transportation network, and in close proximity to a hub of future employment and commercial uses. So within North Santa Clara. So with that, staff is recommending that that the Planning Commission recommend to Council that they adopt a resolution approving and certifying the final EIR for Freedom Circle and the Gray Star project. Adopt a resolution for the general plan text amendment to allow the creation of the Freedom Circle focus area. To separately adopt a resolution for Gray Star and their general plan amendment from high intensity office to very high density residential, and to adopt a resolution approving the plan development rezoning, which would allow up to 1,100 units on their 13.3 acre site. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you, John. I do have a question. Go back to where you showed the bike lane that's going to go around. There we go. All right. And I apologize, my computer hiccuped for a second, but I have a little bit of concern when bike lanes share the road with vehicles. What's the case for these bike lanes?
As class 2 bike lanes instead of separated bikeways?
Class 2 must be the ones that share the road. In other words, they're
Yeah,
just
that
a
are on
painted
street.
line.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
those, I find those to be quite dangerous. So yeah, could you explain how those bike lanes are going to look?
They are going to be class 2, and this was something that was reviewed and vetted by our traffic division within the Department of Public Works. That in the general plan, it was originally shown as a possible separated bikeway, but the decision was made that it was better in this particular situation to be class 2.
Because?
I think it's because there are no, it doesn't really need, because there are no intersecting streets, it's safe, it's relatively safe as a class 2 bikeway. And I can ask Jonathan Nee to weigh in a little bit from the traffic division if that answer is not clear enough.
I would like better clarification. As long as there are cars on the road, I have a concern about it. And as long as that bike lane shares the road with vehicular traffic, I have a concern.
Okay.
So do you have somebody who can?
Yeah, Jonathan Nee from the traffic division.
Okay.
Who's our transportation manager. And Elizabeth, let me know if he's not on.
Jonathan has been unmuted.
Okay, great.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening, Chair and members of the Commission. I'm Jonathan Yee. I'm the Transportation Manager for the City and the Public Works Department. And I think just to clarify your question, Chair, so you had mentioned that you didn't like the bike lanes when they share the road. So I guess,
Yeah.
are you specifically speaking about a roadway where there's just a marking and the cyclist is traveling in the same space or the same lane as the vehicle?
Yes, and there's no separation, so a distracted driver could easily drift over into a bike lane and create a serious accident.
I see. Yeah. So I guess just to confirm, in terms of
Yes.
in terminology on this map shown on the
Okay.
screen, a class 2 bike lane is a typical striped bike lane where you would imagine if you're driving your vehicle, on the right of you would be a white line, or I guess
Yeah.
2 white lines,
Mm-hmm.
and between the 2 white lines is the space for the cyclist, and then to
Mm-hmm.
the right of the cyclist is the parked car. So that is the design being recommended as part of this plan, and I guess the primary reason why there's a class 2 bicycle lane for Freedom Circle is because in the bicycle plan for the city, typically that type of facility is used for a lower speed roadway with only 1 or 2 lanes on it. So you can imagine, for example, like Monroe Street in the city has the same facility. Very many streets in the city have a class 2 bicycle lane. It's when you start getting on larger roadways like Great America Parkway, where there's more lanes,
Traffic.
cars traveling faster. That's when we want to have more space where right now in the bicycle plan, we're seeking to at least put in a striped buffer at the very minimum, and also aiming to put some type of protection in that buffer for those type of roadways such as Great America Parkway. I would say that on Mission College Boulevard, the bicycle plan does call out for a class 4 facility. So we are already looking to enhance the bicycle facility on Mission College Boulevard. But I think specifically on Freedom Circle, where it's fairly a smaller type of loop, where it kind of ties in from Agnew Road and then loops around the area back to Mission College. That specific roadway is a lower speed, only 2-lane roadway.
So a class 4 would be a separated bike lane where there's some sort of barrier that if a car were to drift over, you'd kind of be reminded, oh, I hit a curb. I better, do you know what I'm saying?
That is correct. Yeah, a class
All right.
4 is the ones you may see in, for example, San Jose, City of Fremont. I think there were some examples shown for Patrick Henry specifically.
I've seen some of those examples. So then I have before I call on Commissioner Salame, if you don't mind, I have a question then for Xander. So if we wanted to change that to a separated bike lane, that would require, how would we build that into a motion? Did that make sense?
Yes.
A resolution, a condition of approval.
Right. I'm just trying to think of which of the motions would be the appropriate one. Let's see.
Probably for the focus area.
Yeah, the focus area one. I was just looking at the climate action plan, which makes no sense in this context. Yeah.
So number 2.
If that's the focus area one, I'm sorry, I can't seem to get the right screen up, but yes, definitely we want to amend the focus area plan itself, which is probably the second one in your list of recommendations.
Okay.
So while I have the floor, if I could just mention that
sure.
I'm joined tonight by Chris Butcher. He is our outside counsel on a number of projects, and since this is sort of a meteor project when it came to the CEQA review, he was instrumental in doing a lot of the CEQA analysis for this project. And we have our CEQA consultant here as well, not to steal John's thunder, but Ray Pendra, Tay Peterson, and Ellie Fiore from MIG are here as well. So if you have questions about the CEQA analysis tonight, we have a panel of people to respond to those questions, either during your questioning right now or after questions come up from members of the public. We'd be happy to address those.
Thank you, Xander.
I will move. Biagini, I
yes?
think that Jonathan Yee was able to provide a clarification for you. I think Jonathan, you're able to chime in, correct?
Yeah, he did. I guess maybe I just wanted to clarify also for staff. I guess when you were referencing changing at least the designation of the bikeway on this map from class 2 to class 4, I guess did you imagine just changing it so every line that's I'll call it more light green colored? So on the lower right, instead of saying class 2, that it would just say class 4. So that would apply to the Freedom Circle and as well to Mission College Boulevard.
Well, let me see if I can be clearer, and it's helpful. I get a little nervous about saying class 2 or class 4 when I'm not clear what those differences are. I tend to use words like separated bike lane, but are you so I look at it as anywhere there is a bike lane that shares the road with a car in a way that is not separated. Does that help? Because
Sure.
I think you're looking at that block that's kind of center left, says class 2 bike lanes, or was there another box you were talking about?
Well, I was just referring to the legend on the lower right side of the screen.
Lower right?
Yeah, where it says class 2 bike lane, just
Gotcha.
above where it says new traffic signal.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I think staff, I can definitely have my staff confirm. I believe Freedom Circle, that roadway, when we were reviewing the Gray Star project, I believe that the roadway width does not allow a space for a buffer and then to put a protective device in that buffer. But I can definitely check that to confirm if the roadway width would allow that type of facility.
It would seem we'd have to make it work, but let me move to Commissioner Salam. He has his hand up.
Hey, hi. You mentioned that the division at Mission College Boulevard was the difference between the airport and not airport input. Is it expected that there will be a substantial height difference in the buildings between one side of Mission College and the other because of that? And if so, what height difference do we allow on the southern side, given that, you know, there'll be a huge step down possibly to the airport controlled area?
At this point, heights within the Freedom Circle focus area are likely to be relatively consistent with each other at about 100 feet in height, except for the area that's designated for very high intensity office, which already to a large extent has towers on it over 100 feet in height. So you would see similar development patterns, at least in terms of heights within the focus area, as in terms of what are proposed now. So the existing proposed residential is up to 100 feet in height, which is you know, similar to what's allowed in high intensity office, but the very high intensity office up to an FAR of 3 would be taller.
Well, then I'll ask a more subjective question. Could you give me any examples of what the expected differences will be in development from one side of the road to the other? I'm just curious of what we're looking forward to as the airport commission, I guess it is, steps in and has a say about things.
Yeah, so at the current moment in time, additional intensity is not planned within the airport influence area, so it would stay at that 100-foot level, or stay at the level of what's allowed under high intensity office. So the difference here, or the new land uses that are being added, are the residential, which is allowed at heights up to 100 feet.
Yeah.
Then also the very high intensity office, which just straddles or is directly north of 101, which is taller. So for the most part, the look and feel between north of Mission College Boulevard and south would, in terms of heights, would be relatively similar to what it is now. The main difference would be in the uses themselves, which would be, you know, a new injection of residential south of Mission College Boulevard.
Okay, so all right, I guess a different way to ask it is that since there will be residential on south of it, the street, there's amenities that usually go with residential, Starbucks, grocery stores, things that support the residential needs for that area that simply are not planned or allowed on the other side of the street because it's not in the same category of development. So is that going to create some tension between two sides of the street in the sense of people moving, or not moving, but coming across the street to get things at Starbucks and creating traffic, not traffic, but congestion in a sense on the street? I'm reaching here for a best example. When you have development type A on one side and development type B on the other side, unless there's some kind of blending of the two, you get a lot of cross traffic where people move from one side to the other to do what is appropriate for that side of the street. People may live on the southern the side with residential and walk across the street to go to work. Well, that's great as long as there's sufficient safe traffic access from crossing the street. I don't think Mission College Boulevard is very well suited for cross the street traffic. So I was just curious how you saw this discrepancy developing over time, since they're different development types.
No, and that's a good point. And I think that's the kind of thing that will be investigated in the and analyzed through the future comprehensive plan. So for the moment, we're just getting initial ideas down into the general plan, building capacity, and starting to ask a few questions for future planners to answer when they write the specific plan 10 years from now.
Yeah. Well, hopefully developers will be encouraged to provide crossover sky bridges or something to get people across the street or underground. I don't think underground works for that area, but yeah, just something to keep noted in the plans. I was kind of only concerned because of that hard line between the two and the fact that you could never effectively change, I guess, the type of development above the line without full cooperation with the airport commission. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Salem. We have Commissioner Bhatnagar next.
Yes, thank you, Chair. John, just a question regarding some information that I did not understand or missed. That sort of teal blue area just north of the focus area that you have here on this map, that's labeled public / quasi-public. What is the intent there?
It's the existing fire station. There's an existing fire station within the area.
I see. So all of that area.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bhatnagar. I don't see any other hands up right now, so perhaps we can move to. Are you ready?
Chair Biagini, did you say something?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you hear me? I thought. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just talking about no other hands are up unless, okay, there it goes. This would be time for the applicant to speak.
The applicant is available to make a quick speech or quick comment. So it's either Dan Dybel or Jonathan Firm from Graystar.
Okay, they do have 10 minutes.
Good evening, Chair Biagini and Commissioners. I'm Dan Dybel with Graystar Real Estate Partners. We're the owners of the 13.3 acre site within the Freedom Circle focus area. We're pleased to be here tonight for the review of the Freedom Circle focus area plan items. And we've been an active stakeholder working alongside the City of Santa Clara staff, particularly John and his team, their development consultants, MIG, and the greater community over the past 6 years leading up to tonight. We support all four of the staff recommendations before you tonight, and we thank you for your consideration of the EIR, the general plan amendments, and our plan development rezoning. I'm available to answer any questions that come up during the discussion this evening, and thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Dan. No one else on the applicant side?
No.
All right. Any other questions from from my colleagues on the Planning Commission? Otherwise, we'll go to public. Okay, I see no other hands up. Can you hear me, Elizabeth?
Yes, we do
All
not
right.
have any hands raised from the public.
Oh, I think we do now. Okay, I saw a couple go up.
Okay. Karen, would you go ahead and unmute Francisco Nunez?
Francisco's been unmuted.
Yes, good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, good evening. It's late. I thank you guys for the time. Both the Planning Commission, everybody still attending. My name is Francisco Nunez. I work for the Laborers Union. I'm speaking as a resident of here of Santa Clara. I've lived in Santa Clara and have previously worked as a general foreman for an engineering company for 16 years. I often travel long distances to get to and from jobs throughout Northern California. And through the times, this has taken its toll on my health and my family. A quality project like this one with good paying wages and benefits would mean a lot to the laborers who live in this county and the city, allowing them to work here where we live. A quality project like this one with good paying wages would mean a lot to the public, the apprentices, everybody else. More importantly, I think we provide young adults coming into the workforce, with some of which include single mothers, an opportunity to work on the project through different apprenticeship programs, starting a lifetime career. For some, it's the only chance at a project that they can actually commute to and from. As many know, that transportation can be an issue on its own. For many, it's the only and or the last opportunity to a career, a second chance for those coming out of incarceration or veterans returning from service. I know this because it was my second chance. And that's during construction, not to mention the production of 1,100 units that we are desperately in need of. We need the housing at all rental rate ranges and sizes and densities. Freedom Circle will become a center for active, vibrant community near employment and transportation. Furthermore, Greystar has proven to be a great partner that understands the importance of equitable economic forms of development. It's good for construction workers, for the residents in need of the housing, and the tax revenue that we can use further to help the community. I urge you to support and adopt a resolution approving this project. Thank you for your time this evening. And
thank you, Francisco.
Thank
you very much. I will make one comment before we move to the next few that have their hands up. We normally stop at 10 p.m., but unless one of my fellow commissioners has a serious objection, we will continue, since folks have been very patient waiting for their item to come up. And I don't think I have any commissioners who object. I don't. Okay, so we will continue moving to the conclusion of the agenda tonight. Can you call on the next person, Elizabeth?
Sure, that is Aiden Marshall.
Good evening, honorable commissioners. My name is Aiden Marshall, speaking on behalf of Silicon Valley Residents for Responsible Development. Silicon Valley Residents is an unincorporated association of individuals and labor organizations whose members live and work in the city of Santa Clara. I'm here before you today to request the Planning Commission not recommend approval of the project at this time. We submitted comments on the draft EIR, reviewed the just released final EIR, and prepared further responses to the city's responses to our comments. The evidence comments shows that the project has potentially significant environmental impact that the EIR did not accurately disclose, analyze, and mitigate. These are violations of the California Environmental Quality Act that the city has not yet corrected. For example, the project includes concurrently approving the Greystar mixed-use project and the proposed focus area in which it is located. This conflicts with several policies and goals in the general plan that require comprehensive planning prior to the approval of developments and rezonings within a focus area. The project aims to resolve these inconsistencies with several amendments. However, as discussed in our comments, these amendments don't successfully resolve the inconsistencies. And actually, they introduce new inconsistencies within the general plan. We urge the commission not to recommend approval of this project until the city prepares a legally adequate EIR and resolves the project's general plan inconsistencies.
Thank you, Aiden. Who do we have next, Elizabeth?
We have Alejandro Martinez.
Good evening, Planning Commission.
Hi there, we can hear you.
Thank you. Well, I would like to thank you for the opportunity this evening to speak this evening. My name is Alejandro Martinez. I would like to start out by saying that I am a Santa Clara resident for over 26 years. I had the opportunity to briefly attend Mission College. My father, as a union construction worker, has been able to provide my brothers and I with a home, healthy lifestyle, and a great education. Now I am second generation working for Labor's La Una Local 270. I am here to urge you to allow the Gray Star project. Because project like this, I can live in the city with an adequate wage. I am able to provide a great benefits, not only for myself, but for my family as well. I have a home of my own and a privilege to see my daughter grow up in the same city I did. This project will bring more work opportunities to our community and to all our local members. I trust that you make the right decision because remember, the future of our city depends on the decision made today. I know I voted for the right people to make the right decisions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alejandro. Who do we have next, Elizabeth?
We have, it's listed as laborers, and maybe you can provide your name so you can go ahead and speak.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Jose Mexicano, and I'm here to urge you to move forward with the Great Star project. My father, as a union construction laborer, worked hard and was able to earn a livable wage for my family and myself. Now I'm a second generation laborer working on my 16th year. The laborers are the front line of the building construction, and we are the first ones on the project and the last ones to leave. My family, as well as other families, will benefit from the jobs created by this project. Jobs that will provide prevailing wages and benefits, and providing career opportunities for our young adults entering the workforce through our apprenticeship program. This project will also help with the housing crisis that we have in the Bay Area. So once again, I urge you to move forward with the Gray Star project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Elizabeth, do we have anyone else? We do have some commissioners. I'll get to that later. Do we have anyone else or e-comments?
No, we don't.
Okay, thank you so much. Help me if I'm wrong on this, Sander, but I believe at this point, the applicant has a 5-minute rebuttal. Hopefully he can answer some of the questions that were raised. Mike, I see you nodding. Okay, thank you. So if the applicant would like to respond to the questions that were raised. Oh, wait, I see another hand up. Elizabeth?
We do. A hand just did go up. So would you like me to allow them to speak? That is Brian.
Yeah.
Brian
Yes.
Shields.
Yes, please.
So
Yes,
give me
please.
just a moment.
Okay.
Karen, you can go ahead and unmute them.
I apologize for that. I had a little malfunction on my end. Again, my name is Brian Shields. I'm a field representative for Carpenters Local 405 in Santa Clara County. The Gray Star development seems to be yet another example of the future of progress and of Santa Clara's long-term vision. I'm addressing you all tonight in hopes of highlighting the men and women who build these incredible structures. Those working people deserve a chance at healthcare, apprenticeship, local hire, and a livable wage. As this city rockets into the future, it should remember the passengers and secure them with labor standards. These people are the boots on the ground and the backbone of the community. I believe it is time that Santa Clara adopts language to affix working people as staples that they are. As developments are built, it is important to remember that without labor standards, working men and women are forced to rely on subsidized housing, healthcare, and food services. When the families of working people are jeopardized in this way, it leads to at-risk youth and a litany of other issues. This plan should be an example for the future of Santa Clara, as well as for the future of the Santa Clara families. Thank you, and thank you for allowing me a little extra time.
Thank you, Brian. So I'm going to now go back to the applicant. If I got 5 minutes for any rebuttals, or frankly, be good to answer some of the questions that were raised.
Sure, Chair. I'm back on, but I'm not aware of any questions that were raised that I could respond to. I'd be happy to answer them, but I didn't hear any.
You know, I thought there was one, but now I can't remember what that question was either.
Okay. Yeah, but I'm here, and if something comes up in
All right.
commission
Thank you.
deliberation, I'm happy to be respond. Thank you very much.
I will allow this if the person who had a question that has slipped my mind, I will allow them to say so if they raise their hand. Yes.
Chair Biagini, the one question that I saw that was outstanding was relating to conflicting with the policies, or the focus area plan conflicting with policies that are in the general plan now. And that was why I highlighted in slides. Let me go back to the slides first.
Thank you. Thank you, John. We don't have the slide up yet.
So sorry, let me share my screen.
Thank you. And thank you for capturing the question. Okay, there we go.
So that we're proposing to add language to create a process that would allow the city to create new focus areas. So that there will be additional language that that we can create, or that the city can create, the city council can create focus areas through the general plan amendment process, and that it's a precursor to the larger comprehensive planning process that we've done for Tasman East, Patrick Henry Drive, Lawrence Station. So this is that first step. And that there was also this conflict that allowing new general plan amendments outside of focus areas. But this was at the direction of the city council. So this was something that we're trying, or that we're resolving through this new policy P11 down at the bottom of the page, that to allow general plan amendments and rezonings as long as they're in combination with a new future focus area. So the Freedom Circle focus area resolves, or that policy resolves the conflicts that were created or that were presented to us through both the Freedom Circle focus area and the Gray Star General Plan Amendment. So yes, acknowledge that there is new language that we're proposing to try to resolve these issues.
I could out just a little bit more. The speaker who was concerned about this, they did also submit a letter this afternoon. And yeah, the concern they raised is that our general plan says that before you implement a future focus area, you have to complete a comprehensive plan. And they're saying, well, we haven't done a comprehensive plan for Freedom Circle, so how can you move forward with this future focus area? Well, the key is implement. We're not implementing the plan yet. We're going to do that 10 years down the road when our Irvine or Sobrato come on board. What we are doing is we're allowing the Gray Star development to go forward, just that 13-acre strip on the side. And so as John was mentioning, that's why we're adding a policy that says, even though our current general plan says you should not allow for any rezonings or general plan amendments within a focus area, this says our new policy will say you can do a rezoning or general plan amendment when you create a new future focus area. And that's exactly what we're doing here. This focus area is not even in the general plan at the moment. We're asking you to create a new future focus area and allow for the rezoning and general plan amendment for that 13-acre sliver on the side. So we're resolving the inconsistency by adding this new policy.
Thank you very much. It's good to have that clarification. I will move now to Commissioner Harrow, followed by Commissioner Huang, followed by Commissioner Salame. Commissioner Harrow?
Thank you, Chair. So my question is, the gentleman's name was Aiden Marshall. And my question is, what exactly are the concerns with the EIR? I believe Silicon Valley Families is who he represents. What exactly were the concerns with the EIR that you felt were not addressed properly? Could you please elaborate on that?
Here to elaborate, or you'd like us to respond to his concerns?
I would like to hear his response.
Elizabeth, when he
Yeah.
raises his hand.
Yes, so Mr. Marshall is still in the attendee, and I believe he just left. Let's see here.
No, he's still there. He's
Oh,
listening.
I'm sorry. My screen didn't show him. So we have unmuted you, and
Hi,
you may
can
go
you
ahead.
guys hear me now? Sorry.
Yeah,
I
now
thank
we
you.
can.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Got it. Thank you.
Very
Okay.
good. Thank you, Mr. Marshall.
Hi, so one of the EIR issues that I raised in our comments was that the project construction includes sources that emit diesel particulate matter. This is a well-known source of public health risks. However, the EIR does not quantify these emissions, nor does it quantify the concentration of DPM, with diesel particulate matter pollutants, around sensitive receptors. This is a violation of CEQA, we argue, because our experts conducted what's called a screening level health risk analysis. And this is a tool that shows that excess cancer risk potentially exceeds thresholds. Our comments explain that this type of analysis, specifically the screening level health risk analysis, is a reliable method of determining whether a more detailed quantitative health risk analysis is required. So we request that the Planning Commission not recommend approval of the project until the city provides basic information such as the magnitude of DPM emissions and concentration of DPM pollutants. Thank you.
Thank you, Aiden. That answers your question, Commissioner Harrow?
Were there other issues in the EIR that you were contesting? I'm just curious.
Hi, can you hear me right now?
Yes.
Great. An additional issue is biological resources. This is an open field next to the creek, as you all know. And we engaged a biological resources expert who conducted a site visit, and he took photographic evidence at the site that really contradicts the conclusions of the EIR. The EIR basically portrays this Gray Star project site as kind of like a wasteland. Like they're saying this is low value habitat that you really don't need detailed protocol level surveys for special status species. Our expert found that there's fossorial mammals, lots of prey for carnivores there. He has photographs showing that this is, adjacent to the creek and part of that ecosystem. He explains that the site visit that the city conducted basically was completely unsubstantiated. The city's EIR does not give any details about what criteria they used when doing their site visit. Let's see. They didn't consult all available biological resource databases. They used one primary one, but they didn't use citizen-based biological resource databases. Basically, there's a whole laundry list of issues with their biological resources analysis that really masks any potential significant impacts here. So we think that the Planning Commission should remand this project back to staff so that they can conduct the necessary analysis.
And were those all of your concerns, Mr. Marshall?
These are the two primary ones I'd want to bring to your attention at this point, in addition to several land use issues, which we explain in detail in our comments.
I have one more question for you. Why would the diesel particulate issue be any different on this project than the established thresholds on projects that are already established? Well, I mean, there's obviously already an emissions threshold that has to be abided by. And why would this project be any different than the others?
This project is going to involve construction. And when you undertake a construction project of this size, you're going to have significant sources of diesel particulate matter. And there's lots of tools that you can use to mitigate the effect of this kind of pollution. However, the city is not requiring in its binding mitigation monitoring reporting program that the construction use those mitigation tools.
My point is, all construction projects use these tools and equipment. Almost every single commercial project uses the same methods of construction. What's the difference on this one?
Oh, I understand your question, Commissioner. Thank you. We believe that all construction projects should be done in a manner that protects public health. Basically, any construction project of a certain size is going to result in diesel particulate matter emissions. An additional question is, how close is the project to sensitive receptors? Here, sensitive receptors are 770 feet away, and that's within a key radius that several expert bodies have identified. A lot of expert bodies use 1,000 feet as a range of here's a project that's worth looking into. We didn't stop there. We conducted our own health risk analysis, which has been made publicly available for review. And the city has engaged with that already. And our screening level analysis says that the diesel particulate matter generated by this project is potentially significant, and that warrants a deeper investigation. So to your answer, Commissioner, to your question, Commissioner, it's not necessarily all construction projects. It's those with a certain magnitude of DPM emissions and proximity to sensitive receptors. I hope that clears things up.
Thank you so much for that clarification. I was unaware, and I really appreciate your input and for clarification on that issue. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Harrow. We will move to Commissioner Huang.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Actually, my question is almost the same as Commissioner Hill. Actually, this afternoon we got the document from Adam Broadwell. I think that's the gentleman represent. On page 5, yeah, they claim city failed to conduct quantitative health risk analysis as it's a diesel particle matter, these kind of things. I think he explained some, but actually I have the same question as Commissioner Harrell. Since this thing looks like it's only for construction in that stage. So what kind of tools for any construction, you need to use the same tool, right? So what can you do? Can the gentleman have a solution? Say you don't use the tools consume diesel. Any other tools can replace this diesel particulate matter? This kind of things. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner. So the primary tool would be using higher emission standard equipment. EPA classifies construction equipment by different emission standards. They're known as tiers. So tier 3 and 4 are the most protective and emit the lowest concentrations, or sorry, magnitude of diesel particulate matter. So we respectfully request that this would be a binding mitigation measure. The city actually states that in its EIR that it's planning on using these protective equipment anyways, but it's legally inadequate to just say that you're going to. You have to have it as a binding mitigation measure that the public can enforce for this to be a legally adequate EIR. So that's something that we identify in our comments, and I hope that's something that you'll consider at this time.
Okay, yeah, actually, since this document is 127 pages long, so actually, my recommendation is maybe you guys can consolidate, right, your major concerns. Since I just heard you have two major concerns, right? One is this DPM, another one is biological. I mean, make it simple, right? Maybe 1 or 2 pages, then maybe you have some attachment and then explain every point. Then make it easy. Since this way, yeah, to be honest, I try to go through the document, but it's it's since I received probably this afternoon before the meeting, yeah. So it's hard to understand everything. Yeah, just some recommendation, some suggestion to you. Yeah, thank you for your answer, for your clarification. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I yield. Yeah, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Huang. We have a hand up from Commissioner Salem, followed by Commissioner Ikezi.
Okay. I've seen other documents from the same firm, and having it delivered at 2 p.m. on a day that the meeting is at 5:30 effectively is somewhat neglectful of trying to communicate information when you've had a considerable length of time to prepare and present this. But the more interesting thing is that it plays out like a top 10 hits of standard issues, seemingly copied and pasted from previous documents. The best one is the bird strike data, which is almost word for word the same as a previous objection to a previous development. Perhaps rather than try and overwhelm the commission with 127 pages of rhetoric, you could actually boil it down to something that you could reasonably object to or reasonably request responses to. You lose all credibility when you attempt to use the tactic of overwhelming us with endless amounts of statistics and data that do not represent anything unique about this project. This project is the same kind of development, the same kind of process, and the same review and internal preparation steps as any of the other major projects the city undergoes, none of which go outside of CEQA or EIR limits. So I honestly don't know what you're actually trying to do with this document, but it doesn't have any credibility as a document targeted actually at this project. It feels like a shotgun approach to any and every project that comes along that you're not favorable of. So just curious as to what your planning was or what your thought process was to drop this document at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the meeting day.
Hi, Commissioner. Thanks for these questions. So as you may have noted, these kind of comments, they're more technical comments than they are persuasive comments, and that's something I understand very much. So yeah, these comments don't read well. They're not a short, punchy speech. One of the key things, one of the key purposes is to introduce evidence into the record. If we don't introduce evidence into a record, we can't raise it at later stages. So this is a key part of exploring the potential significant impacts of this project. So that's something we take very seriously and try and raise the biggest possible environmental issues with the project. Lots of projects have certain recurring themes, as you may have noted. For example, you mentioned bird strikes. This is an issue that happens with any kind of project that's going to be of a certain height. So you're going to see that comment pop up from time to time. And it's very important that this kind of issue be raised, because this can actually be mitigated. You can angle buildings and kind of structure them in such a way to minimize bird strikes. And that's something that we want to promote in any kind of project of this size and height. So none of the comments we're really raising are just copy pasted. They're very much selected for the individual project. As to the timeline of when we're submitting comments, we have as you may have noticed, we're working with several experts, and these folks have busy schedules. They need time to analyze the project in detail. As is shown in the comments, there's lots of technical analysis, and it takes time to generate this and think about it. So yeah, basically, we acknowledge that these CEQA comments are not the most persuasive, but due to their technical kind of purpose, but they do serve an important purpose in the CEQA review process, and I hope the Commission can appreciate that.
I'm curious if you think that the comments apply to every development that this city does, and if have you identified any developments that actually generated problems for the city by not addressing these issues ahead of time? Also, I'd like to hear our attorney Xander's impressions of the document, to much as he could have possibly read it in 3 hours, because I think that the EIR was certainly available considerably earlier than yesterday or even last week for this project, and therefore delaying the delivery of the document to quite literally the last minute is less helpful than it is tactical to try and dissuade us from proceeding. So how long have you had the EIR and the documents available?
That's for you, Aiden.
Hi, yeah, we had it for several weeks, but as you know, there's a lot of information in the FEIR. The FEIR itself was several hundreds of pages long. There's additional documentation, also many pages long. As I mentioned earlier, we have to coordinate with our experts who need to take time to do a detailed, intelligent review of the project. So we really use the comment period to its full extent. And I do regret that you feel they don't have enough time to consider the.
How much time do you think would have been a good amount of time to read and review a 127-page document before going to a public meeting like this? Because, well, that's subjective. I don't want to burden you with that question, but I can personally verify that it is not enough time. And I, unfortunately, because I had not had this document in my possession long enough to review it, I can't personally give any credential to it. It's, to me, it's lots of words and no opportunity to review. Therefore, I can't let my opinions be formed by it. But I think it's a good opportunity at this point. If Xander wants to make any comments or input, it would help us understand better what our expectations are.
Xander, if you do have some explanations, I think we'd all be grateful to hear them. Just as an FYI, this issue of late breaking information to the Planning Commission is something I will be talking about under announcements and other items. So Xander, if you could respond to Commissioner Salim and some of the questions that have been raised.
Sure, thank you, Chair. And I'm going to draw on that panel of experts I mentioned that, yeah, you're all familiar with the law firm Adams Broadwell. According to their comment letter, they represent the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 332, Plumbers and Steam Fitters, Local 393, Steam Metal Workers, Local 104, Sprinkler Fitters, Local 483. So they're the labor union's attorneys, and they submit comment letters always at the last minute. The number of hearings we've gotten the letter at the last minute is, there's a distinguished history of that, shall we say, with them. But regardless, you know, they raise substantive issues on the EIR, as is their right. You know, the fact that they represent labor unions doesn't mean they're not able to do that. Specifically in this lengthy letter, they address the need for a quantitative health risk assessment. They talk a lot about the risk of bird strikes, and they want more information on the biological site survey that our consultants performed. So on review of this lengthy document, we are still convinced that the EIR is legally adequate. Because they've submitted a lengthy letter at this late stage, we will prepare responses to that in advance of the council hearing. We do not believe that it's necessary to hold up the approval on CEQA grounds tonight based on this letter. But we can address those three main issues more precisely. And for that, actually, if I could turn to Chris Butcher for help with the HRA issue. Is Chris on the?
Yes, thank you, Xander. Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
With respect to the health risks DPM comment, I'd first like to say that mitigation measure 5-3B requires the very mitigation that is being asked for in the comment with respect to the plan area. With respect to Greystar, the project as proposed will be using tier 3 and tier 4 engines, which is again what the commenter was requesting the project to do. He suggested that it's not enforceable, but because a planned development zoning is required for the project, the scope of the project as defined is required to be implemented. And if the project moved forward without tier 3 and tier 4, it would be inconsistent with the planned development as proposed. Therefore, we don't believe his concern has merit, and the mitigation he's asked for is included both in the plan and the Greystar project.
When we have a plan development zoning, the project proposal is the zoning for the project. So if they were to try for some reason to build with tier 1 or tier 2 equipment instead of tier 3 or 4, as they've told us they intend to, that would be a code enforcement matter. They'd be violating the zoning essentially, because that is the project description they gave us. With respect to bird strikes, this is, as with Patrick Henry Drive that you studied quite recently, near a creek, but it's a channelized creek. Could I get maybe Ray Pendro to address the thinking behind the bird safety analysis in the EIR? They raised a lot of concern about the use of windows, and I think the main issue here is whether or not the pictures that we have are actual representations of exactly how the windows are going to look, or whether they're conceptual renderings. Ray, do you want to
address that?
I can introduce a response, then Tay Peterson, our Director of Biological Analysis, can chime in. So my brief response is the project plans still have to go through architectural review, city standard process. And the illustrations in the EIR are conceptual, and they're not being, the actual designs in the illustrations are not being approved tonight because those have to go through the city's architectural review. The city also has a standard condition of approval for bird strikes, which is mandatory for all developments in the city. And regarding the bird strike issue, I'll ask Tay to add any other items that would be helpful here. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Oh, let me give you my face, my pretty face too. Nice to meet you. I agree with what Ray says. That's the main key, is that the buildings will be undergo further review and analysis for bird safety, and that's for all the buildings in the Freedom Circle area, not just Gray Star. I would also say that, you know, the primary bird strike area zone is from ground to about 60 feet. So you think that you'd get more birds higher, but you primarily get the birds in the garden bouncing off the windows because they see the vegetation reflected in the windows and they can't detect that the window is there. So there are ways to use particular windows. There's a very interesting window design that's based on spider webs, because birds can see spider webs. And so they can use that kind of window and significantly reduce the bird strike hazard. It's for those reasons we didn't think that it was going to be a significant issue.
So the project will use standard bird safety measures, including limiting the size of the reflective surface. So to the extent there are some conceptual drawings that show windows larger than that, they would still be subject to the 24 square foot maximum that is set forth. And beyond that, the commenter was concerned about which database the city used as far as special status species. You know, we applied the same analysis that we always apply when we look at special status species. We use the California Natural Diversity Database, which contains a listing of the species that we always look for on sites. And he suggested we should instead expand that to some citizen sites called eBird and iNaturalist, where people report on things they've seen instead of it being more of a curated list. We'll provide greater details in a comment letter before City Council, as I mentioned. And then finally, he was concerned that we didn't provide sufficient information on the site survey, which that too we will provide prior to the council meeting. I don't know, Chris, do you want to jump in with additional responses? That's all I can remember right off the top of my head.
Well, I would say that as far as the approach used by the city's biologists, you know, there's case law that says that the very database CNDDB that was used, as well as a site visit to analyze a site, is sufficient under CEQA and is substantial evidence. And the fact that they have an expert that disagrees with those conclusions does not render the EIR inadequate under the substantial evidence standard review.
And it's the city that makes the decision on what threshold of significance to use. So the fact that they want us to use a broader list of not protected species, but species that they're concerned about regardless, it's the city's discretion as to which list to use. Anyway, that's probably enough for now, unless there's specific questions that commissioners have. about the 127-page letter or the comments you've heard tonight.
Well, we do have Commissioner Ikezi up next. You're muted. Oh, where'd she go?
Oh, I'm
There
sorry.
you are.
Thank you very much. I'd like to echo Commissioner Salam's comment that the comment, you know, the member of the public who raised issues about EIR does not have credibility, and he had 2 minutes to raise his concerns, and I feel that this commission didn't even have it, you know, and he also admitted that he was just raising a laying the grounds for appeal in the future. So I don't think we need to discuss this even further, and that we had no obligation to address his questions at this forum. So I really like to suggest that we move on and talk about because, you know, I'm sure they'll come back and, you know, appeal this, and we're going to end up having hours of hearing about this anyway. So I really like to suggest that we move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ikezi. I will disagree with you on that point, though. I mean, everybody does have an opportunity. And I think part of what I'll talk about under announcements and other items is a series of late breaking information that we get. And I'm not going to point fingers at anyone in particular, although today is a prime example. We can't discount somebody's opinion. But to that point, Xander, whatever the commission decides tonight, is there opportunities for appealing?
Well, yes and no. No, there's no appeal because this is just a recommendation to the city council. So
all right,
a recommendation you make, the city council will be seeing it. And I'm confident Adam Sprout will be appearing at council as well.
So it's a recommendation. It's not a final, this is it, and
that is
all is done. The
With
city
all due-
council could overturn it.
With all due respect, Chair, this member of the public had 2 minutes to speak, and that's all they were entitled to. And I think that's what they deserved. And you know, I think we gave him more than enough chance to speak. And I think we need to move on.
Well, I don't.
Question. I'm a commissioner here, and I'm entitled to ask a member of the public a question. Thank you.
I allowed it. I hear you both. At this point, I don't see any other hands raised. Let's see. Help me out here, Xander. What's up next?
Well, you know, actually, I think we never took action to close the public hearing. So if you could make that your next step, I appreciate it.
All right. So I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay. So moved and second to close public hearing. If you would take the vote.
Sure. Okay. So the motion was made by Commissioner Salam, seconded was it Commissioner Wang?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. To close public hearing. Chair Biagini?
Yes.
Commissioner Hero?
Yes.
Commissioner Wang?
Yes.
Commissioner Ikezi?
Yes.
Commissioner Salam?
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Yes.
Thank you, and the motion passes.
Okay, then what we move to next are questions from the Planning Commission, but I think we may have exhausted all those already. Are there any other questions from the Planning Commission? I do not see any hands raised. I would entertain a motion then on this item.
I would request 4 motions. Again, sorry to keep you here.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you for clarifying that. 4 motions under the recommendation, which was page 23 and 24 of the PowerPoint. So it'd be 4 separate motions.
Or in the agenda.
Thank you. There, if you can go to the motion, to the recommendations. I'm sorry. Thank you. I want to try to help keep us straight.
It's also in the report to council on page 8, the final page.
We have an awful lot of pages tonight. So I think it'll be easier if
Whatever
John would
works.
put up
Sure.
page 23 followed by page 24 on the PowerPoint.
Sure.
Thanks, John.
Just hold on one second.
There we go. All right, do we have a motion on number 1? I'll just go in order to try to facilitate. I don't see anybody's hand up. Am I missing something? Oh, there we have Commissioner Salame.
Some reason it seems to be bouncing when I hit the unmute button. It goes off and then it goes right back on again. Anyway, I move to adopt the resolution approving certifying the final EIR prepared for the Freedom Circle Future Focus Plan. I want to be reminded also, though, by Xander or John, where we felt it would be helpful to add your amendment or your request for improved bike lanes.
The second motion.
In this motion?
The second.
Oh, the second. Thank you. You're breaking up on me. Okay, so I've so moved that we adopt this resolution, item 1.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Salame, second by Commissioner Huang.
Okay. So this is to approve staff recommendation number 1, Chair Biagini,
Yes.
Commissioner Hero,
Yes.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Akezi,
Yes.
Commissioner Salame,
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, that's item 1. Number 2, do you want to make the motion, Lance? There's your hand. Okay.
Sure. I didn't put it down. I can leave it up. I've lost the wording. I don't see it.
Okay, let me try it then.
Okay. Go ahead.
If this is the motion you'd like to make, it would be to adopt a resolution approving a general plan text amendment to add language regarding the creation of additional future focus areas, the redesignation of land outside of focus areas, creation of the new very high density office / R&D designation, and adoption of a general plan amendment to create the Freedom Circle future focus area, and including, help me, Xander.
Bike lane?
A modification to the land use diagram to indicate that what is currently listed as class 2 bicycle lanes will now be class 4 bicycle lanes.
There you go. Is that the motion you wanted to make, Commissioner Salame?
Exactly like I said it.
There you go. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Okay, a second by Commissioner Huang. On the vote?
Okay. Chair Biagini,
Yes.
Commissioner Hero,
Yes.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Akezi,
Yes.
Commissioner Salame,
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yes.
And thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
All right, if we're to follow the recommendations by staff, we're on number 3, which I bet John's going to put up that one again. That says adopt a resolution approving the Gray Star General Plan Amendment from high density office / R&D parens maximum floor area ratio of 2.0 end parens to very high density residential parens 51-100 dwelling unit acre end parens. There, I just read it real fast for those that don't have it in front of them. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Harrow, seconded by Commissioner Huang. On the vote, Elizabeth?
Chair Biagini,
Yes.
Commissioner Hero,
Yes.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Akezi,
Yes.
Commissioner Salame,
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, the last part, thank you, Elizabeth. would be recommendation number 4, if that's what the commission wants to move, and it reads, adopt a resolution approving the planned development rezoning for the Greystar site, which would allow up to 1,100 units on a 13.3 gross acre site, bounded by Freedom Circle to the west, Mission College Boulevard to the north, Santa Masakino Creek to the east, and Highway 101 to the south.
So moved. Seconded.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Huang, seconded by Commissioner Bhatnagar. On the vote, Elizabeth?
Chair Biagini,
Yes?
Commissioner Hero,
Yes.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Casey,
Yes.
Commissioner Salam,
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Elizabeth. We'll keep going. I don't think we have too much more on our agenda, even though it is running rather late. So apologies to any attendees that are waiting to speak on item number 5, but thank you for your patience. Item number 5 is action on a variance for a 22-foot, 3-inch detached accessory dwelling unit, or ADU, with 1.5 bathrooms at 1765 Market Street. Staff, if you can do your presentation. Thank you.
All right. Thank
Hi
you. And good evening. All right. I'll try to make this succinct. Thank you for everyone's endurance so far here. My name is Steve Lee, Associate Planner, and just trying to get a full screen here. Here it is. Okay. Okay, this project has 3 requests. One is the Mills Act contract to be listed property for a listed property on the HRI, and then the significant property alterations to the main house that was reviewed at the HLC on March 3rd. What's the project here today before the Planning Commission is for the variance to demolish the existing detached garage and construct a detached that is 1.5 story, where is 22 feet and 3 inches, and where only 16 feet is allowed per code, and then 1.5 bathroom, which is an additional half bath, where 1 total bath is allowed for an ADU. And it's going to be built over a new 2-car garage. Here's the site here at 1765 is a 7,575 square feet lot. It's a right now occupied. On your right there, you can see it is a 1-story Queen Anne style house that is like about 1.5 story height, 23 feet and 3 inches to be specific. It was built in 1905, and it is on again, an HRI property here. I'm going over the entire project and then some of the work done in the main house, but we'll focus at the end, the detached ADU. The existing is a 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath. Is going to be added on to the basement and the rear, and the total square footage of the house will be 2,831 square feet residence with 5 bedrooms and 4 baths. 122 square feet will be added to the first floor, a new basement of 1,374 square feet, and the new 933 square feet detached 2-story ADU will be over a 2-car garage, about 400 square feet. Okay, this is the main house, additions to the rear, this existing to your left, and proposal to your right there on the first floor. And this is the basement plan, just cross space existing, and then new basement. Again, just briefly on the main house, existing height from the elevations of the main house is 23 feet and 3 inches. And elevations, and eventually we get to our subject matter, the ADU. Here is the floor plan on the right will be the first floor, the ground floor where the garage is in the front, 2-car garage. And then in the back of that, it enters into the kitchen, dining room, and there's a half bath by the stair. Going up to the second floor on the left there, you will see, again, another full bath and then 2 bedrooms on the second floor. The proposed height is 22 feet and 3 inches. And the front egress window is highlighted there for privacy concerns raised by the neighbor, next door neighbor. We'll talk a little bit more on that. The egress for the second bedrooms is on the bottom left there. You see these dormer windows. Those are the egress from the hallways and the second bedroom. No window here on the north. If you see my cursor, there's no window next to the near side to the neighbors. This is going to be 3 feet away from the side property line. This top right view, that is the rear, and it'll be 4 feet away or 5 feet away from the rear property line. Okay, staff done the analysis on this, and including the HOC recommendations that was received on March 3rd on for the Mills Act property, Mills Act contract, and the proposed project, including this ADU in its locations and height. Also, this property is unique in that it is a listed historical resource located in the historic Old Quad neighborhood. And so the looks and feel of additions is important to the site, and is a narrow 50 feet wide and sort of a standard 60 feet in the single family zoning district. A 1.5-story accessory structure because it's more similar to the remaining historic accessory structures and the main house, again, with historical home looks and feel of the property is important. So the Victorian style resource is more similar to that than a more modern lower slung building form required to conform with the maximum building height. Also, the new ADU and the garage would allow an adaptive use as accessory dwelling unit and a 2-car garage while preserving the look and feel of the immediate neighborhood where you have detached accessory structure and then the main house. As for community input, we received one neighboring resident next door, 1745. We share some concern on privacy. We forward a package to the commissions today or yesterday. And then for privacy concern, just the project would go through development review hearing in addition to this planning commission meeting to address architecture and privacy concern. Since also the main house has a 5th bedroom, it would go for that purpose, even if the variance gets denied today for this 2-story. So with that, staff recommendations is to for the planning commission to adopt a resolution approving the variance to allow the 22 feet 3 inches building height and the 1.5 bathroom for the detached accessory dwelling unit. The applicant has the presentations. Well, that concludes staff presentations, and I can answer any question, but the applicant also has a presentation, and the opposing neighbor is also here as well.
Thank you, Steve. At this point, are there any questions for the commissioners to staff? I do have one.
Okay.
It's interesting to me that we're calling an ADU a building that's larger than the original house. I'm looking at the conclusion staff wrote. Approval of these variances would alleviate the challenges presented for the preservation of the historical resource, which I'm sure this house is, and be in keeping with the geographic pattern of the immediate residences. Could you explain that last sentence a little better? I mean, how is it alleviating? What challenges are you referring to?
Well, there are two. One is that the lot is narrow. And then the second one is to keeping the pattern of this. If you see the site plan here, houses along the market streets has basically the main house,
right?
And then there are detached garage or accessory structures if they're not used as garage. And that, part of the historical review is to keep it in a similar pattern as it was built. And so you want to not build an attached ADU. You want to build a detached ADU instead, or a detached garage if it's just the garage that you're building. So preserving that look and feel, and preserving, because it's a narrow, you wouldn't be able to build too wide. I mean, or you could build it wider, but it was to preserve the functional yard space, you would build it up higher, and the height is still lower than this is the 23 and 3 inches, and they're proposing just a foot shorter.
Well, maybe to make, I probably didn't make myself very clear. I thought I understood that ADUs could not be bigger than the original house. Did I misunderstand something?
No, that might be prior to state law, but now state law allows at a minimum of 800 square feet, can go up to 1,200 square feet, and the design does not matter. If it's like it's a 1,200 square feet, we have to allow.
Are you referring to SB 9?
No, that's actually for ADU law. It's not about SB 9.
Xander, could you weigh in on that? Because I'm still of the impression that it's not supposed to be bigger. And I understand what you're saying, Stephen Lee, but I'd like to hear the attorney's,
of course,
explanation. Thank you, Steve.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with Steve. There's not a legislation requiring it to be no bigger than the main house.
So it can be. Okay. I see another hand. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, but it is not bigger than the main house. The main house is 2,800 square feet after the addition. Okay,
wait a minute.
This is
Are we calling the new one the ADU and the original one the main house?
Well, the main house is still the main house here up on front. Can you see the site plan?
Okay, but is the main house? Okay, let me refer. Is the original house the ADU or not?
No. The original house.
That's what I thought.
Main house. Yeah, they're demolishing a detached garage to build this new one.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Question
Chair,
from Commissioner Harrow.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to follow up, Chair. You might have been thinking of the provision that says for an attached accessory dwelling unit. We had a provision in our code that said you couldn't be greater than 50% of the size of the original.
All right.
But that doesn't apply to detached accessory dwelling units.
Right.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think we had a hand up from Commissioner Harrow. I don't know if his hand is there. It is.
I dropped my hand when you called on me.
Okay. Instead, I'll call on Commissioner Salim.
Wait, no,
Oh, never mind. Okay. My bad. It's
I
Commissioner.
only lowered my hand. I still have a question.
Okay, Commissioner Harrow, followed by Commissioner Salim.
Thank you. So I've lived in the old quad before, and the home had a basement, absolutely uninhabitable. Raw concrete, raw dirt underneath the house. Are there any design guidelines that lay down any requirements for converting a basement to an inhabitable space?
Do you say design guideline or just building code? Are you referring to building code?
Building code, design, either or.
Yeah, we don't have a design guidelines for basements or any specific standards for guidelines for that. But I'm sure there are a lot more for building code, and Rob Mayer, the architect, can speak more on that.
Do you want me to weigh in on that, Steve?
I'm not sure if the commissioner wants you to weigh in now or later when you present, you can answer it.
So when my basement in the old quad, the headroom in there, I'm 6'2". I barely fit underneath the floor joist. It was definitely not inhabitable. What allows this basement to become inhabitable and a living space?
Do I answer that now?
That's up to the commissioner. They want you to answer that now. So you want to clarify, Commissioner Hero, if you want the architect to answer that now?
Steve, if you don't have an answer and the Rob Meyer does, then maybe I'll let Rob speak now instead of when it's time for the applicant.
I'll just touch on this and then I'll have my presentation. So you can legally build a basement. We're not going to go over the dirt. We're digging down further. We're doing waterproofing, new foundations, light wells, natural light and ventilation is all met, as well as emergency escape. So it's all allowed per the building code. I actually did this very thing for my historic house. So I've done it on maybe 3 houses already within the old quad. So.
Okay, thank you, Rob.
Welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Harrow. We have a hand up, Commissioner Salam.
Yeah, I just want to hear Xander say it, but I can build a 500 square foot 1-bedroom house and have a 1,200 square foot detached ADU. Is that correct?
Sounds like it.
Yes, it's correct.
Okay.
Oh, all right, that's it. I just need to wrap my head around that. It's just, it boggles me so much. Thank you.
You and me both, Commissioner Salam. Do any other, I don't see any other commissioners with their hands up. So at this point, I would like, you want to put your hand down, Commissioner Salam? I'll call on you again. Then we can move to the applicant for their presentation. You have 10 minutes.
Let me share the screen first. Okay.
There you go.
And just stop my time until I get that up.
Yeah, please do, Elizabeth.
Let's see here. Can everybody see that?
Yes, we can.
And hold on, don't start my
You're
timer
gonna give
yet.
us, that's all right.
I
You're gonna give us
apologize, I'm
full
on
screen.
vacation and I'm on a different computer than I'm not used to. So bear with me. Thank you for all your time. Slideshow
That's
from
where
beginning. Okay.
Okay, Elizabeth, if you could start the timer now, right, Rob?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to first talk about why we're asking for a variance. The zoning ordinance is from 1969, and if you can put yourself back in that period, that was when ranch tract developments were rampant. Okay, in that ordinance, it defined a R1 lot as 60 feet wide, and very common were ranch-style single-story houses, some 2-story, with attached garages to the side. The old quad has a lot of 50-foot wide lots that are super deep, and that creates, there's not a compatibility with that new ordinance. They actually didn't take into consideration the historic form of the properties, nor of the buildings. Many, if you look at this front house, it's a 1-story house, but they sat up 3 to 4 feet typically. So, and it approaches a 25-foot height limit of the 1969 ordinance. There are many 2-story houses in the old quad that exceed the 25 feet and many 1-story houses that approach it. So in context, we're proposing a 1.5-story guest house that's more similar to a historic 1-story home than like a ranch style ADU, okay? Which would be low slung, and ranch houses typically had pitches that were under 5 and 12. Many of the historic houses I've worked on exceed the 5 and 12, okay? This particular house, I believe, has a 7 and 12 pitch, just as an example, all right? So that's one of the main things and this design has passed through historic in terms of their approval. It's met the secondary interior standards design guidelines, which is a federal standard for compatibility with historic resources. So we're asking to go to 22'3", where 16 feet is permitted, an additional half bath where only one full bath is permitted. And I apologize if I'm tired and I sound tired. I know you all are as well. So here's examples of 1.5 story outbuildings that are typical, just a few of them that are typical in the old quad. A typical garage door is 7 feet. So this plate height would be closer to 14 feet for the eave line. And these are behind historic houses. Here's another one. It's a 6-foot fence. You can tell that top of eave is probably around 13, 14 feet. Okay. Here's a historic structure that I converted into an ADU that's on an alley between Madison and Monroe. Okay. And it has a garage down below and some living area here and up here. Here's another historic outbuilding in the back that I turned into an ADU. We actually added a dormer to the side to allow livability in the live-in attic. And that's another thing very common. A lot of 1-story houses in the old quad use their attics and converted their attics to living space. So the massing is a lot smaller. That's where the 1.5 story designation comes in. It's a historic designation used by the Sanborn fire maps. And the 1.5, the half is that the upper floor is a half height wall. So the massing is a lot lower. It's not a full 2-story height like some structures. The structure on the left is actually my guest house that I received a variance approval for in 2006, and it's 22'6" in height. And what's interesting, although I probably should have taken a better photo here, the 1-story house that's next door is actually very similar in height to this. And you can see the eave line to the right, and I think it's almost identical. So again, in terms of context in the old quad and being respectful, and at the time, some of my neighbors were a little worried about it, but now they love it and they think it's a great addition. In this case, I have dormers, gable dormers on both sides. In the proposed design, I have purposely left off any windows or additional massing on the right side facing the would it be 1745 to preserve their privacy and their sun. The one on the right is another modern one that I got a variance for in 2016. It's a little bit different form. It's a little more barny-like than carriage-like with a lean-to, but that's another example. That was 23'6" in height. Okay. So this is another project I got approval from the Planning Commission. It's very similar in that it on one side it has no windows and the roof slopes away from the closest property line, which would be the 1745 Market Street people. And it also has a shed dormer on the other side. So that's just another example of a project variance. Here's some other examples. I did not design these projects, but other examples of newer outbuildings that were built in the old quad. In fact, the one in the middle is only 3 or 4 houses away from the subject property. And it's very similar, although it's actually taller in the eave line than what we're proposing. So there's just some more examples. Now, here's a simplified elevation of what we're proposing. Now, to correct Steve Lee, we are actually proposing a 5-foot setback on the side. The city ordinance allows a 3-foot setback, and the state law actually allows a 4-foot. So we were keeping it away. There is currently a 6-foot fence and I'd say it's about 2.5 to 3 foot lattice that the neighbor has put up already. It's been there a while. And if you can see that this roof line kind of planes down and sort of planes into about the height of that extended lattice. So the person to the right of this photo is the one that has brought up some issues recently. Now, before I usually propose that a client proceed with something like this, because it's a costly and lengthy project, I said they should get all their neighbors on board. And she reached out to everybody surrounding this property and about a year ago to date, April 17th, 2021. And at the time, everybody was on board. And so I said, great, we can proceed. But prior to HLC, the neighbor to the right, which is east of this, raised some concerns about privacy and potentially the height, which is, you know, disheartening because the neighbor is a builder, and they actually went through and built a 2-story house and went through the process, so they understand the process and how time consuming and costly it can be. You know, so there's been a lot of money that's already been invested once we had that verbal approval. There were some issues, concerns about privacy, and I probably did miss this a little bit, that the front window, let me go back to that. The front window faces down the driveway. Now, the neighboring property at 1745 has a 2nd-story balcony. And so they're about 29 feet apart, I measured, but they're also at an angle, which is a little bit more. And so they have concerns of someone looking into their house downstairs and upstairs. And they actually came up with a great idea of frosting the glass, which my client wasn't opposed to. The problem is that the discussions kind of went silent. And so here we are talking about this. So we're open to that. Here's a sort of a side view. I didn't show the skylight. And this is not a totally accurate representation. There's actually a roof structure here on the neighboring property. There's some vegetation here that exceeds the fence line. And this is also not at a eye level of 5 feet or so standard. Your sort of eye level is generally above the roof line. So usually when you're standing, you kind of look up the slope and up to the sky versus seeing like a taller wall in this sort of scenario. Here's a cross section to show you, here's a low wall height on the 2nd floor and how it you know, carves out the space on the 2nd floor. The garage height is about 8'4". The ceiling height is 8'4" on the 2nd floor with some room in the attic for ducting. And the eave height is 11'3", which is about similar to historic 1-story houses in the Old Quad. Here is, the red is what we're proposing design, and the current ADU law allows 16 feet, and within 3 feet is what the city ordinance is. So I could have certainly turned a gable and been a little bit more obtrusive to the neighbor, but I felt like keeping the 5 feet away and sloping the roof away was more sensitive to them. And it's on the western side, so generally the sun is pretty, they get a lot of sun up until maybe early evening, late afternoon in the summer months. Here's another example of the 16-foot in relation to the eave line that we're proposing. It could be a taller wall height generally. Oh shoot. And here, okay, sorry, I'm tired and I probably didn't go as fast as I could. I'll just finish up. The city ordinance is just gonna have there's a proposal in the draft to go to 25 feet ministerially, and this is what that showed. We could have waited for that, but we wanted to proceed. And then finally, and the clients want to speak maybe for 1 minute, if that's okay. We waited 5 hours.
I understand.
Okay, so
But
real
then
quick.
why don't we let the clients speak, Rob? I think
Can I-
you've done a really good presentation.
Can I just give a few seconds on this?
All right.
This is an overview of where the garage is proposed, and you can see the old garage right here. There's their roofed area next to their fence line. There's their garage. There's another shed
right.
here, something, and a lot of vegetation.
Okay.
So that's where their 2nd-story balconies. Okay, so I'll let the client speak.
I'll give the client 1 minute because that puts us well past 10 minutes for the
Okay.
applicant.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Thank you. I'm Heidi, and this is my husband, Chris. We're the owners. I was born here in Santa Clara, went to Santa Clara High, and we live here now. We have 3 kids, and we're in the process of 1 more adoption. We love Santa Clara. It was kind of a dream come true to be able to buy a house here in this real estate market. But we love this historic neighborhood. It's really important to us to preserve the historic fabric of this neighborhood. We want to be able to adapt the house and property to fit our needs. As I mentioned, we have 3 kids and 1 more hopefully coming. And this project, it's important to us. We, as Rob mentioned, we talked to our neighbors a year ago and
All
again
right.
a couple of months ago. And
Thank you. Thank you. I think your point is well made. Help me out, Xander. I don't know if this, I understand. Help me out, Xander. Next step.
If there are no questions of the applicant from commissioners,
There aren't.
simply
There
time
aren't.
for the public hearing and anyone can speak on this item.
All right. That's what I kind of thought. Okay, we're going to move to public hearing. Elizabeth, do we have anybody waiting to speak? They would put their hands up if they were.
Yes, we just had one hand go up.
Okay.
So we will allow Roger Waldorf to speak. It will be 2 minutes.
Okay, Roger, you have 2 minutes. You would want to, there you go.
Thank you. Good evening. And yes, it's been a long night and thank you for taking the time. Again, my name's Roger and my wife, Nancy, and we're the owners that live next door to the proposed ADU. And we've lived here in our home for almost 20 years. So, and we picked this neighborhood for the character of its homes. And we do understand that the area is in need of ADUs, but these should not impact our privacy and enjoyment of our backyard. So as you can see, the proposed height is 22 and 3 inches. And it's also 37 feet long, which is, basically our whole backyard. When you're looking, it's the same length as our yard. And I gave you some 3D views to show the views from our windows, from our downstairs living room to our master bedroom to our master bathroom. That window that shows basically looks right into all those windows. And if we want to enjoy our property, we have to keep all those windows closed at night and during the day if we don't want anyone looking in or enjoy our property. So the height and the length would also impact our enjoyment of the afternoon sun, as again, it's the length of our entire backyard. And again, these lots are only 50 feet wide. So it really does impact us as being right next to this proposal. 29 seconds. So again, so thank you for taking the time to review our concerns. And also if you could follow the guidelines and rules that are actually already in place regarding the ADUs with your 221 summary regarding ADUs on the 16-foot height limit.
And we
So,
would like to see if we could get a smaller window,
Or a
maybe
smaller
6 foot off the ground, where it gave us a little more privacy.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have anyone else, e-comments or phone-in callers? Elizabeth?
No, we don't.
Then I would entertain a motion to close public debate and we can get into the applicant, another 5 minutes for rebuttal. Am I correct on that, Xander?
No, I'm sorry.
No.
It's before closing the public hearing.
I'm sorry. We're all, I think, a bit tired. So if the applicant, Xander, it's the applicant that gets to.
But they don't have anything to rebut.
There was some questions, I think, about height and looking into a backyard and things of that nature.
Yes.
That might be a good idea to respond to.
Yeah, can I speak?
Yes.
Okay, so this is when we get back to this. So southern exposure is here, okay? So throughout most of the day, the southern exposure is all along this side, okay? There's a lot of vegetation in their property as it is. Now, granted, that can change. This is can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, this area is the one area that's not vegetated, this small area here. They have a roofed area here, a garage, and this kind of stuff. And actually, their house shades a good portion of their yard here because it's about 21 feet to under their eave. Keeping this, so they get a lot of sun throughout the day, and in the summertime, the sun is directly above at noon. And so every hour that comes down, which is more or less due west, they'll get sun exposure until it does eclipse the eave, which is about a 44-degree angle, which will be later in the afternoon, probably 5 or 6 o'clock. But the preponderance throughout the day is going to get sun. And I'll just show you that this angle again. They actually, so that's to address that. Now for the privacy, what's interesting is, the client and them had some discussions, and it was their idea to potentially frost the, let me show you the window. Now these are casement windows, they open out. And so the idea is that if they're frosted and they're opening out, they actually create kind of side, just like you were talking about that upper story balcony, where it creates these almost wing walls of frostedness. So you can kind of look straight out versus to the side. So that was their idea, to frost it. And we, like I said previously, the homeowner is totally okay with that. Frosting these windows to create the privacy. Okay. And in terms of height, again, this isn't a ranch style. They discourage, the design guidelines within the old quad discourage ranch style developments. If you look at this photo, there's a ranch style house on the right. There's the 2-story house that they built, the neighbor in 2006, I believe. And then here is the subject property. So we're discouraging doing, stuff like this. It's within the design guidelines within the old quad. And to reiterate, the city in their draft ordinance, although it's not approved yet, is considering a 25-foot height limit for ADUs ministerially. Okay, and that's what this was intended to show, that that's something that could be coming. And we don't want, look, I don't want to do that because it's way more obtrusive. So, that's why we're proposing what we're proposing. Okay. Heidi?
Yeah, we just want to preserve the historic nature of this lot and as much of the rural feel as we can. Building our ADU over the 2-car garage will allow us to preserve as much of that historic, like the footprint of the lot as possible, while still giving us the 2 covered parking spaces required and adding another affordable unit to the neighborhood in an appropriate way. We really do care about this community. We care about the feel of it. We care about our neighbors. We worked really hard to ensure that we were designing sensitively to our neighbors. Rob recommended that, and we also feel that's important. And so we've spoke with all our neighbors. They all supported us a year ago. Spoke with them again in February and had support after another hour-long conversation. There was support from all of our neighbors, and later we were surprised and confused about the concerns, although we've tried really hard to address it. Like Rob said, we are willing to frost the window as Nancy suggested, and we really care about this neighborhood. We want to support the city's efforts to have this historic feel, and we also want to be able to live with our family in this area. And we really appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you to both of you. I think, let me double check. I don't think there's anybody else there. So, there goes the bell. So I think this would be the appropriate time for a motion to close public debate. Okay, Commissioner Huang made the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I think Commissioner Harrow was just a tad bit quicker with the second. So on the motion to close debate, can you take the vote, Elizabeth?
I sure can. Chair Biagini.
Yes.
Commissioner Hero.
Yes.
Commissioner Wang.
Yes.
Commissioner Casey.
Yes.
Commissioner Salame.
Yes.
Commissioner Botnagar.
Yes.
Thank you. You have closed the public hearing.
Okay, let's move to any other discussion or questions from my fellow commissioners. I don't see any hands up. Oh, yes, there is. Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Thank you, Chair. So, simple question, which seems to have been left unanswered. The owners and the architect persist that neighborhood feedback was taken. The immediate neighbors' concerns were met. That the frosted windows were implemented, and so now, where does that concern with the privacy remain? How does that remain if the owners have done what the neighbors have asked them to do? So not clear. I'd like to ask, where does this concern with privacy still stem from?
Let's see if Roger Waldorf would like to answer that. Can you allow him to speak? There we go. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Okay, thank you. So what happened was this whole project started is a year ago. They brought to our attention that they plan on doing an ADU unit. And then we're like, okay, this is during COVID, we're wearing masks. We meet the new neighbors, and then they go off to China to adopt another child, which is great. And then a week before historical, they bring the plan saying, oh, here's a letter, please sign our letter that you agree to everything. And then we'll see you at the meeting. Well, that kind of, we raised a few concerns of like, well, wait a minute, slow down. What's going on? How's it going to impact us? Let's look at the plans. So my wife and I looked at the plans. We actually brought up about the privacy with the window. So we actually brought up about the frosted window. Well, smaller, but Heidi was, no, we don't want to do that. I don't want to change plans at this time. I spent a lot of money. So we're like, well, where do we stand? So then that's where it came up with a privacy issue, is if you're not going to do anything, then we need to raise our hand and say, well, let's at least get the frosted window in, let's do something. But we never heard anything back. So that's why we're at the meeting, to get that taken care of.
But it is a large window and they're awnings. So if one awning's open, you can still stick your head out and see everything.
Because our house is designed with all of our windows are facing the back. So that was our major concern is having someone be able to look in. But if they're willing to do the frosted glass, that's fine.
But we would like it to be higher.
But if you can make it even a little
open.
higher or not as open to the side, or, it's just because our master bedroom is literally directly across from this window.
And we don't want to look at you either, or your renters.
Yeah. So that's
all right. Thank you for the answer, Mr. Waldorf.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go back to Commissioner Bhatnagar. That answered your question, I presume?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay, do we have any other questions from commissioners? I'll give it another second or two, because other than that, I will make a comment, and I will say this: I very much appreciate that the concern was given towards historic preservation and the like. I think most of my fellow commissioners know that I came from Historic Landmark Commission, and it's an important issue for me. And I see that it did pass HLC, and Rob spoke about the other, can't remember the name right now, that it also passed. So I want to thank you for having that concern. I'll be in support of your request. At this point, can I have a motion then? It doesn't look like there's any other questions.
I make a motion to support the project, adapt the staff recommendation.
So would that be to approve the variance to allow a 22-foot 3-inch height?
Yes.
1.5 bathroom detached ADU, where 16 feet is the maximum height, 1 bathroom is maximum number allowed, and so forth under the, did I say that right, Xander?
Through the adoption of a resolution, yes.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. On the vote, Elizabeth?
Okay. This is to approve staff recommendation. Chair Biagini,
Yes.
Commissioner Hero,
Yes.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Casey,
Yes.
Commissioner Spillane,
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes.
Okay, thank you. I'm busy trying to grab my agenda. I believe the next item then we would go to is reports of commission / board liaison and committee. First item up is announcement and other items. So I will raise my hand. As I promised, I wanted to comment on an issue that I think is going to probably get worse if we can't address it sooner rather than later. I was a little distressed that we didn't get our agenda packet until late Friday afternoon. I think with an agenda this large that included, I think, over 600 pages originally, and then with the 7 items that were added today. Now, I'm not pointing fingers at anybody, but I am asking staff if there's a way that you can recommend that this doesn't continue to happen. Because unfortunately, when it does, as we saw tonight, for a couple different reasons, right? It makes it very difficult for the planning commissioners to come up with a reasoned conclusion, and it's a chain effect. Okay, when we get stuff late, it creates a problem for everyone. So I'm open for any suggestions and alternatives staff might have so that this doesn't happen again.
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, but did the previous applicant and the member of the public receive information about the appeal process?
Xander, well, okay, Xander, would you like to restate what the appeal process is?
There was a
I
second
think they know it.
appeal this decision to the city council. That appeal period begins tomorrow morning, and well, it already is tomorrow morning, and it can be taken by filing with the city clerk's office.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ikezi. All right, thank you. So can we go back to my question, Steph? What kind of ways can we prevent this from happening? Because at the end of the day, before the meeting started, we had over 1,000 pages to review, with probably a third to a half or more coming in this afternoon.
Right. Thank you, Chair. Staff definitely understands your concern, and it is our concern as well. We do have timelines in place to get agendas done on time within the legal requirements. We do try to get them to the Planning Commission and the City Council as well sooner than that timeline, because we understand agendas can be quite long and items can be quite lengthy. The best I can say is we are doing our best to get everything done on time. We don't like things to be there's a bug in here, sorry. We don't like things to be late. You know, we'd like to give you as much time to digest these items as well. The only thing I can say is we are absolutely doing our best to get things as soon as we possibly can.
I hate to ask this, but do folks that want to present, do they understand that there are recommended deadlines for presenting stuff?
The public or the applicants?
The applicants, the appellants, the public, and the like.
I don't know about the public. I mean, the agenda's posted, and their benefit of that information. I don't know how we could ask the public to.
Xander, I think
sooner.
Xander looks like he's itching to say something.
Or go to sleep, one or the other.
Stop that.
You're referring to the speaker earlier tonight who wanted to present some materials. And I think we did used to have a policy, at least at City Council, that said you had to submit anything you wanted to present, like on the screen 3 days in advance. I will say that was back in the days before Zoom, though. So I'd have to check to see if that's still the policy given our current technological setup.
Could you please?
Yeah.
All right. It just helps everybody down the line. Commissioner Salem, you have your hands up.
Yes, I'm going to piggyback on your comment. I think Elizabeth and staff has done an amazing job trying to keep everything going together and keeping us rolling. I think my view of the issue is we need to cut off submission of material a little earlier. That is something that we have to review, like our 27 page bombshell that arrived literally at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a meeting day that starts at 5. Do we have a city policy that says, no, you can't submit these things 3 hours before? Because they require massive levels of review.
Thanks, Lance, because I mean, I understand that folks want to review it and take their time to review it, which may mean they can't get it in the time frame they had in front of them, but by that same token, so do we. So point well taken.
I can tell you our agenda does say that comments need to be submitted to the city no later than noon on the hearing day. You know, if we were in person, the public could actually submit comments and, you know, written comments at the hearing as well.
Yeah, it's a problem. I mean, we had 2 items, someone who wanted to show us slides, 127-page letter. I don't want to cut anybody short, but I think perhaps there needs to be an understanding that by the same token that you need time to review, folks out there, so do we. So any other suggestions? Oh, I see Renee. I want to call you Renee. Rena, I see your hand up.
No worries. It's so late. You can call me whatever you want, Chair Biagini.
All right.
No, I mean, you know, just reflecting on all the items that we heard tonight. I mean, certainly I think we could probably ask the commission for, no one wants to do additional meetings, but I think that probably could have benefited, you know, everyone if there were some critical deadlines. The challenge is, of course, you know, the length between meetings. So I do think that we were accommodating of some challenging schedules and things that had gotten pushed out unanticipatedly. But I think that we probably need to find another creative solution, like maybe asking the commission for another meeting in a, you know, a short time frame or something like that, just to avoid such a late hour like this. And I do apologize for everyone.
That would,
and it is very hard to.
That would be really helpful because we are now 2 hours and 18 minutes past when we normally stop. But Commissioner Salem, you have something else to add. You're on mute. You're on mute, Lance. No?
No,
He's got nothing.
I just forgot to put my hand down as usual.
Okay, that's why you were waiting desperately at me.
I'm tired too. I think we're all running on fumes right now. So
terrific. Well, then let's move right on to Commissioner Travel and Training reports and request to attend training. And I will just start off on the first item. I would be interested in the online version. Elizabeth, do you usually cover that, Commission Travel and Training reports and
Well,
or
we have that report there about the upcoming conference, and the action would be to vote to expend funds on that. So if the commission has read it, there are different options about virtual attendance and in-person attendance.
I certainly have, and I'd be interested in a virtual attendance. Are there any other commissioners interested in the American Planning Commission National Planning Conference. It's down in San Diego, April 30th to May 3rd, but it's a truncated version. I think it's in the middle of May if you want to do the online version. Is there anyone else interested?
Yes, I'm interested strictly online.
Okay,
Travel there would be impractical for me, so.
sounds good.
Good.
So then we have two folks yes, Elizabeth, sorry.
Oh, no, I was saying yes. So we have the online is May 18th through the 30th. It is $400 for online attendance, $835 for in person.
Yeah,
So
actually, yeah, I'm thinking maybe in person, but give me 1 or 2 days to think about it. Is
yeah,
that
no,
okay?
there is a little time, but we could take a vote tonight at least to approve expending
Yeah.
of the funds, and then we could do registration next week or something like that. We still have time.
Okay, thank you.
That sounds good. So do I have a motion and give the other
I move to
commissioners time
expend
to?
funds.
Okay, I will second.
That was very specific. Spending funds.
Spending funds. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm sure Elizabeth will tell us if everybody wants to go and we blow the budget. She'll cover that in the next. This gives others the opportunity to think about it. So Elizabeth, no hands are up. I'm going to move to the vote on the
Okay,
motion.
so we're
to
just
expend
basically going to
funds.
say to expend funds for
Yes.
whoever really wants to attend. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and money is in the budget. So
Okay, thanks.
okay. Chair Biagini,
Yes.
Commissioner Hero,
Sure.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Casey,
Yes.
Commissioner Salim,
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I will be in touch next week via email so we can really button down who will be going and we can process all that.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Okay.
Moving on to Director of Community Development reports, agenda part, we will start with Planning Commission budget updates. And I know Karen's trying to get the slide up. There we go.
So your remaining balance right now is 11,894.46, and that's through June 30th.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. Let's go on to upcoming agenda items.
Yeah, so your next meeting is actually going to be a joint study session with the City Council on April 19th. This is going to be on the housing element. The Planning Commission will be attending this meeting virtually. Following that, you have a special meeting on May 11th, which is going to be on the SB 9 ordinance that the city is proposing. Those are the only agenda items I have for you.
Thank you, Leslie. How about City Council actions?
Oh, before we go on,
can I just add one thing?
Yes.
Sorry. Just a note of our effort to go hybrid in the near future. And in the May meeting, I believe we are putting efforts in order to be able to welcome, commissioners who are able and interested back in, as well as the public back in, and then we will still have Zoom available for individuals wanting to participate remotely.
Thank you, Rena. Lance, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I was curious on, well, a couple of things, but the first one is the start time for the joint session meeting. I think it was mentioned in an email that the council might be in a closed session. So is there an indication of when we will actually begin so that we're not sitting 2 hours hoping to start?
Oh boy.
We do not have time certain,
Right.
but we do know that it is going to be a longer closed session. And I believe Elizabeth sent a communication with right now our best estimate, which is around 7:30, 8 o'clock for start time. And if that gets firmed up, if that gets kind of roughly firmed up.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on,
I'm
one
sorry.
at a time.
If it gets roughly firmed up, we will update. I think that we were not told that we could provide a time certain, but rather, provide, as close of an estimate as possible to the commission.
Yeah. The other way that might be very helpful is if you could fire a ping when they're getting ready to restart, and then we could just assemble. You see what I'm saying? You know,
took the words right out of my mouth, that there's a way we could get, yeah, some kind of a ping to all of us that ETA is in 15 minutes. I know that's not going to be easy to do. But I'm sure the council members will understand that, you know, would be good if we had a better idea. Maybe they can continue their closed session after.
I cannot guarantee anything
Understood.
right now.
Maybe they can continue their closed session after our joint. Okay, I shouldn't have said that. All right. Thank you, Rena. Thank you, Commissioner Salem. So you better be quick with your hands up because we're getting to the end here. City Council actions.
Okay, so I'll go quickly over this. At their April meeting, they did adopt a new council district map as a part of the redistricting effort. They also adopted the Patrick Henry specific plan, the associated zoning districts, as well as infrastructure improvement fee. Another item that you might find of interest was on one of the petitions was to invite all members of commissions, committees, and task force to a rescheduled 2022 council priority setting session. And then finally, there was a request for a future city council agenda item to discuss changing our noticing policy in order to outreach to more people.
I'm curious about something. I thought, maybe I'm wrong on this. I sort of always assumed that priority sessions were open to the public, so we could all come.
They are. Councilmember Becker, I believe it was, wanted to specifically make sure that all of the commissions and boards and task force were invited to come to the meeting. So specific outreach.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Quickly, I just heard that there is some review of the noticing policy coming up, and I really would support that. Case in point, there is a neighbor here that sent me a number of letters, and I forwarded that through Elizabeth to the commission regarding some action that he was very keen on talking about and bringing to the attention of the commission. He did not know that this whole act had already been done and gone and passed through the commission and the council. And he's one of the affected parties in one of the shopping complexes in this area on El Camino. So it struck me very strange that a directly impacted party had no clue that these commission actions and council actions had already been approved, and he was trying to approach the commission post-fact about having his voice heard. So these are recorded conversations, and information is with the public agencies here. So I am really grateful to hear that we are considering some reviews of this, such that much more of the impacted population of any decision that we are intending to take are aware that that thing is coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll keep the Planning Commission updated. This was a request for a future agenda item by the council, and they haven't put a date to that item yet, but as soon as they do, that's something I'll let the commission know.
Great.
And if you're interested, our current policy is posted on our website.
All right. Great point, Commissioner Bhatnagar. And with no other hands up, I am going to entertain a motion to adjourn. Commissioners, I think that's what you're trying to say, Commissioner Salem.
Oh, just one more question. Oh, one more question too. Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, you have one more question? Okay, make it quick. We can close at 12:30.
Actually, yeah, for the iPad need to upgrade. So, but Elizabeth mentioned a few days. So, do you have an estimate? It's a couple days. So, since I try to, let's see, I send in the iPad tomorrow. Can I get it back before the next meeting? That's the next Tuesday.
Yeah. So Commissioner Wang, what we're going to do this before our May Planning Commission meeting, because we expect to have a hybrid meeting at that time, and you may be voting through your iPad. Yeah. So you can certainly wait. If we do it sometime in the beginning of the May, that is fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner, anybody have a motion to adjourn from tonight's large packet?
No, give me a chance.
Okay.
I have a similar question to Commissioner Wong. The iPad update, is there any way I could just like go and nurse it? Because to get the iPad in a form that I can hand off means tearing down my keychain, getting rid of any personal emails. It's like I have to take apart the whole house to paint the front door. Is there a process I can work with one of the tech support guys and just get it done while I wait? Because then I can trust that nothing that I have on there will be compromised.
Yeah, we can do that, Lance. Just contact me and we'll set up a time.
Thank you. Okay.
Was there anything else you wanted to say, Commissioner Salame?
No, I think we should stay here another hour or two and talk about it.
Commissioner Hero.
Quick question. I read somewhere that they are accepting applications for another planning commissioner. What exactly does that mean?
I'm getting termed out, that's why.
Yes. At the end of June, there will be a vacant planning commission seat. So the city council is accepting applications. Hold on.
Yuki, it'll never be the same without you.
I will never be the same without you guys.
God, a commission without Commissioner.
Applications will be accepted until April 27th and interviews May 16th.
Wow.
Okay,
and
I'll be
to Yuki's terming out. Is that correct?
That's correct.
At the end of June, yes.
After 8 years.
10 years. If I may make a suggestion, since APA is coming up, maybe we can consider having a spot available for the new person to get trained on, because we're going to be doing zoning. Well, you're going to be doing, new zoning ordinances. It would be really great if this person gets trained.
Well, except that I think that comes up before.
That's a great suggestion. Leslie and I would have to actually look at the calendar when they get appointed. I forget what you said, Leslie. And if we can arrange that, but it wouldn't come until after.
Yeah, because I think the virtual was May 18th and interviews were the 16th. So it might be a little too tight.
And the in-person is actually, I think, after that. So we can look at it and we can see. But thank you.
Right,
I think that's a great idea, Yuki. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I make a motion to adjourn.
There you go. Do we have a second?
Second.
I'm going to assume it's a unanimous vote.
If there are no objections, we stand adjourned until our next meeting, which I had it written down, but I just moved it away, which I believe is God help me out, somebody. It's the joint session.
May 11th.
Special meeting.
Yeah. Special meeting on May 11th.
That's the joint session, right? Which is
the joint session, right?
Joint session is next week on the 19th.
And then May 11th for the Planning Commission meeting. And if somebody has an objection to the adjournment and those issues, you have 3 seconds to raise your hand. 1, 1002, 1003. Okay, we stand adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning and good night.
Good morning and good night. Thank you all.
Later today.
One who's